And we are live. Hello everyone, welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream for Veterans Day. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. All of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And now we'll be switching over to the other window. Alright. Alright, hello, it is I, Alien Spaceship, and I hope everybody is having a... I'm live, by the way, I'm live. I just went live. Okay. I just went live, okay. I just went live. I'll talk to you in a minute, okay. Thank you. Alright, so I am live, and welcome everybody to the stream, and we are going to be reacting to some trials today that from the past. And, something to watch while we do our thing. And shout out to all the veterans. Happy Veterans Day. Thankful for all their service. And shout out to them specifically, right? So, now what we will do is go to the other window and react to one of the trials, and if there's any requests about trials, feel free to mention it in the chat. Okay, here we go. All right. All right. Alright, this classic trial that we've looked at before, we're going to react to this one again, and it's been some time since we've reacted to this one. This one I don't think was played yet. This was day 2. Okay, let's go.
Your requests are all noted for the record, and for the reasons previously stated on this record, I'm not going to answer those requests any further. They've already been denied by the court. I'd point you to the case of, can I have my post-it note back? The Benaby decision at 654 F 3rd 753. All right, anything else, sir?
I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect, is that a judicial determination that you are making?
Your Honor, Mr. Brooks, the record speaks for itself. I've made my decision. We're moving on. All right. With that, then, State have a witness available to be called.
We do. Would you also just make a record, Your Honor, this morning that Mr. Brooks does appear again in his orange jail uniform, and that he was offered the ability to wear street clothes and declined that offer? Also, he does have appears to have all of his discovery materials at the table with him.
Yes, thank you. I should make a record of that as well. I didn't state at the outset Mr. Brooks is here in person and in custody. He once again has come to the courtroom in jail attire. I presume, Mr. Brooks, but please confirm for me, you were offered the opportunity to change into street clothes?
As I stated on the record yesterday, I'm waiting for the results of the COVID test that I took. So until I get those results back, I would prefer to not wear street clothes at this time.
All right. Can you confirm for me, though, that you were provided an opportunity to change into them if you so chose?
And not to my knowledge.
Sir, I'm providing you with that opportunity right now. If you would like to change into your street clothes, into the suit and tie that you had previously, or any other street clothes, I would give you that opportunity. Did you hear me advise you of that just now?
I might consider it. Maybe I may have more information from the medical staff once we take a break, or maybe I'm anticipating. Well, actually, I anticipated that I would know before we even started court. So that.
Do you want me to have The bailiffs ask the CO if there's any new information that can be relayed to you before we bring the jury out.
That would be helpful, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection? I could email the jail administrator if you want, or I can just simply have the bailiffs do that.
Whichever works best for Your Honor.
All right, let's see. She's not going to give me information in an email, that much I know, but I could at least find out if there's new information. If there's new information, then it's going to have to be given to you directly. That may require you to be taken into the holding cell to be given that information, okay?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Let me just continue that. Again, right now he's in the jail attire. We're going to give him an opportunity to see if there's any update regarding the testing that was done earlier this week. And until we at least get word whether there is new information or not, we'll not bring the jury out. I will make a record that Mr. Brooks does have the 3 boxes that have been referenced previously. I see the objection sign. I see the selected statutes that the court provided to him previously, and I see he has a number of papers in front of him. So he looks as if he's prepared to participate meaningfully today.
May I say something real quick for the record, Your Honor?
Sure.
I did bring these boxes up. I have not had the time to go through everything in there. As you can see, it's a lot. And that's putting it minimal. A lot.
All right. Hello there, Abs. She says, just wanted to say, have a good stream, Alien. Been using the sleep and... Okay, hope to see you in a few days. Take care, and thank you for giving me the update. All right, so thank you, Abs, for coming by and saying hello. Thank you.
So I have not had the time to go through everything that's in there. I'm winging it, Your Honor.
Deputy Wittig, any new information? Yeah. All right. Well, can you provide that? Well, let me just see.
We'll just do it.
All right. All right, the information that I have on whether there's new information is they don't have the results, but medical will be called again to check on that to see if anything any new information is available, but as of right now, there's not. I also was advised that you were offered 3 times to have street closed by Officer Gabor. Just want to make a record of that. All right, then, Mr. Brooks, we don't have apparently new information. I intend to just continue then, okay?
Really quick. To the decision of Your Honor for me to be removed from the proceedings over the last few days, that was used from the Illinois versus Allen, right?
Correct. I also had cited to a case that I believe is on point, although not binding on this court. I am persuaded by the reasoning in United States versus Jennings, found at 855 F Sup 1427, which is from 1994, from Pennsylvania. And as well as, sorry, just that one. That was affirmed by the Third Circuit in United States v. Jennings, 61 F 3rd 867, Third Circuit, 1995. So the first decision I referenced was a federal district court decision, and then the Third Circuit decision. Let me know if you need those citations again.
Does any one of those mention the being present through audio and visual?
Yes, audio. In other words, the
Would that be
defendant in that case, who also was a pro se defendant, was removed from the courtroom after he said he would continue disruptive conduct in the presence of prospective jurors, but he was able to continue to listen to proceedings through loudspeakers and transmit messages to the court, was barred, and what the court held is he was barred from the proceedings by his own conduct, not by the court, and the conviction in that case was affirmed. Do you want that citation again?
No, I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, go ahead.
I do represent myself pro per. I would like that stated for the record. Like the record to reflect that, not pro se.
The record will so reflect your choice of term to describe your appearance today.
I've briefly read Illinois versus Allen. It didn't say, it didn't give any reference at all to him being present by audio or visual in that case whatsoever. It just strictly talks about the reasons that he was removed and the options that the judge had in that. One of them being that he could be bound and gagged. One of them being that he can be held in contempt and removed from the courtroom while the trial would continue, but it did not say anything about being present visually or audio or by audio.
Well, I appreciate you reading the case, sir, and providing that information. I'm well aware of what the case says, and as that case says, the Supreme Court talked about there would be no one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere, and no one formula will be best in all situations. But the Supreme Court said this: we think there are at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle an obstreperous defendant like Allen, going through the 3 things that you identify. And my findings here are that there's a 4th way, and that's through the wonders of technology that weren't available in 1970 when that decision was authored. So I appreciate the notation on the record. You are here today, and I hope you stay here today. That's certainly my preference. You've demonstrated you're able to prepare, you're able to ask questions, you're able to articulate in a clear, coherent, cogent, and responsive way. And I'd like to bring the jury out. And that's what we're going to do next.
I'm interrupting real quick. I just want to say something very quick to that.
Very quick, sir.
I don't see that 4th way, Your Honor. Also, when he
Mr.
talked,
Brooks, my decision stands from previous. If you believe there's any error that I made, that is for you to address if there is a conviction and on appeal. But my decision stands. And the record speaks for itself.
May I put on record that I intend to appeal that judicial decision, Your Honor?
Understood. You may appeal as you deem appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury out. I will ask everyone stand for the jury out of respect for them. Teresa, I'm gonna send you an email. It'll just be easier. Just send it to Zach. Maybe Laura, I don't know. Oh, poor guy. So I'm going to send you this email. I just need the cases printed off. I don't want to interrupt with printing here.
Or do you want to send it to the G20?
I'm not going to send it. I'd have to search for it. So
Okay. Or why don't you email it to me and I'll print it over.
sounds good.
Let's do that.
But that's a great idea. Next door, and then we can have Andy go and grab it.
Sure. Yeah, your badge. We just need to badge it.
I will print the email. That's 20, right? I will print that for myself quick. Please stand for all of you. You can be seated when you come in. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. Have a seat, and I'll make sure you all, looks like you all have your writing materials to take notes if you so choose. For the record, I have received exhibits 1, 3, and 5. With that, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Erica Patterson.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is upper riser and to my right. When you get there, please raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's standing over here, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay. Erica Patterson, ErikaPatterson.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Patterson. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. Sorry.
All right. Can you tell us, do you know a man by the name of Darrell Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court have Mr. Brooks temporarily remove his mask.
Mr. Brooks, you're advised to remove your mask, please. Thank you.
Ms. Patterson, do you see Darrell Brooks in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
On the left side, and he's wearing an orange shirt and a mask.
I'd ask the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Can you tell us how long you've known Darrell Brooks?
Since I was 15,
How old are you now?
32 today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
What's the nature of your relationship with Mr. Brooks?
We have a 15-year-old daughter together.
Okay. In what state did you meet Mr. Brooks?
Reno, Nevada.
And when did you come to Wisconsin?
Last year, 2021, June 13th.
Why did you come to Wisconsin?
We were coming out here. I was going to be out here for 2 weeks and go back, but I never went back.
Who did you come to Wisconsin with?
Darrell Brooks.
Where did you live when you got to Wisconsin?
Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, we lived with his mother, sorry.
Mr. Brooks' mother?
Mm-hmm.
In what city was that?
Hold on, was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's what my job is, to make sure their record is
Yes,
correct.
ma'am. Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. At some point, did you stop living in Milwaukee and start living in Waukesha?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when that timeline was?
November 2nd, 2021.
Okay. Where were you staying in Waukesha?
The women's shelter in Waukesha.
That's downtown?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Corey Runkle?
Yes.
Where did you meet Corey Runkle?
The women's shelter.
Were you roommates?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the date of November 21st, 2021.
Yes.
Did you know anything about a parade happening in Waukesha that day when you woke up that morning?
I didn't know about the parade.
Okay, what about that afternoon? Did it become apparent to you that something
Yes.
was going on?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with Daryl Brooks on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Where did you first come into contact with Mr. Brooks?
At Frame Park.
And how did that come about? What were you doing and why did he get there?
We were messaging and calling each other all day. We were arguing back and forth. He came out there. Well, I told him I was with Miss Corey, and he came out there. I told him where I was. Got in his car. We drove around, and then I forgot the street. We went up that street. It's a hill. It's kind of by the Walgreens. We went up that hill. We drove around. Me and him got into an altercation. He hit me in my eye. I jumped out of the car, walked and found my way back by Frame Park. And then he followed me there. And then I went back in his car. I got out, and I had called Corey. Well, I called Corey before that, and she came to meet me. I told her that me and him got into an altercation. So she met up with me, and by the time she got there, she pulled me out the way because his car turned around. He swerved. She pulled me out the way. He got out his car, and they got into an altercation. He pushed her in her face, and I don't remember if she hit him back or anything. That we walked away and walked back to the women's shelter.
Okay, let's go back and go through some of the details of that, all right?
Yes.
You said that you told Mr. Brooks that you were hanging out with Miss Corey.
Yes.
Were you hanging out with Corey Runkle earlier that day?
Yes, her and her friend Nick.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were with those two?
Is at the Frame Park because we had split up when I met up with Daryl.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing in Frame Park with Corey?
We were just hanging out.
Okay. Any alcohol involved?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you
They had
remember?
like a Mike's Hard, the little Mike's Hard beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say that you were intoxicated after consuming one Mike's Hard beer?
No, I was not.
Okay. And at what point did you split up with Corey?
When Daryl was on his way, Corey and Nick had left, so I sat there and waited for him. We were still arguing on the phone, but I waited for him.
And you were in Frame Park?
Yes.
Okay. How did Daryl arrive? That is, he didn't walk to Waukesha.
He drove in his mother's car. It was the red, was it a Ford, I believe? I'm not sure what kind of car, but it was the red.
Had you seen him driving that car on previous occasions?
Yes.
Had you ever been in that vehicle before?
Yes.
When you were staying with Mr. Brooks' mother, were you staying in the house?
No.
Where were you staying?
We were outside. Sometimes we'd sleep in that car because his mom, he was not allowed to, be in the house. So, yes.
And you slept in that car with Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
That was before November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us what happened when Mr. Brooks first arrived in Frame Park, when you first saw him that day.
We were still arguing, pretty much. He was already in a bad mood when he met up with me anyways.
This is an argument that face-to-face using words, not messaging,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened next?
We drove around and were arguing, and that's when we got into the altercation in the car, and that's when I jumped out. We were up the hill.
Do you remember exactly the route that the two of you took while you were driving around?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
Yes, I do. I'm not sure the exact street names. Like I said, I'm not from Waukesha, but I do know the route.
After, the next day you met with Detective Steve Guth, is that right?
Yes, it was the same day.
Okay. And you got in the squad car with Detective Guth
Oh, that was the next day, yes. Sorry.
and showed him the route that you took with Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. You described going up a hill, right?
Yes.
Did you cross the river before you did that?
No.
Okay. What happened once you got up at the top of the hill?
He drove up farther more, and then that's when I jumped. It was on the up the hill. It was farther more, and then that's when he hit me, and I jumped out of his car. Well, his mother's car.
Where were you sitting when he hit you?
The passenger side front seat.
Where was he sitting?
Driver's side.
What did he use to hit you?
His hand.
Was it an open hand, a closed fist?
Yes. What was it? Like, this, sorry, like his open hand.
Okay.
But it was hard because
So
it,
the record should reflect that the witness raised her right hand and
yes,
kind of waved it almost like a back slap?
no, harder than that.
Okay. What did you do after Mr. Brooks struck you?
I cried and then I just jumped out of the car. And then going towards down the hill, that's when he was following me,
Describe how you were going down the hill.
walking down the hill,
And how was he going down the hill?
driving.
The red Ford Escape?
Yes,
Okay. What happened next?
he just followed me all the way to the park.
Okay.
He tried to take my phone from me at the light going down the hill, and he just kept following me and arguing with me out the window.
Do you recall being near a gas station while this argument was happening?
Yes,
Objection irrelevant.
yes,
Hold on. Overruled, she may answer, and the answer she provided may stand.
yes. It was right at the light. The gas station's on the, that's a gas station on the left, and then Walgreens is towards the right.
And do you remember what was being said at the gas station?
I do not remember.
What happened when you got past the gas station?
I kept walking, he was still following me.
Did you at any point attempt to contact anybody for help?
No, just Corey, but towards the frame park. That's when I called her, when I got closer to there.
Did she answer?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, he just hit me, and I said, I need you to meet me. And that's when she met me.
Where did you go?
I walked past Frame Park, and I went, I met Corey, and I got into his car and then got back out, and I met Corey at White Rock School, I believe it is.
When you say his car, you're talking about who?
Daryl Brooks.
And were you familiar with White Rock School at the time? Did you ever
No.
been there before?
No.
You just know that from
That's
talking about this afterwards?
Yes.
What happened when you got to White Rock School?
That's when because I had got there, got back in his car, talked to him, got back out. Corey had met. She snatched me out of the way because he swerved his car when he made a U-turn, and then that's when he got out of the car and they were arguing and he hit her in her face, and then I think she pushed him back. I don't recall, and then I was trying to split them up at the time. After that, we just kept walking and went to the women's shelter.
Who's we?
Me and Miss Corey.
Madam Clerk, could we please have the state's rear table projected for the witness? Hey, Ms. Patterson, I've projected on the screen in front of you a video marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this video before?
Yes.
What does it depict, or what's in this video? What are we going to see here?
You're gonna see me walking, and you're gonna see him turning the car back around and Corey meeting up with me in the altercation they had.
Does this video accurately show what happened in front of the White Rock School on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 4 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objections?
Yes, we haven't even played the video. How do we know what's even in the video at this point? Can we see the video before it is admitted into evidence?
Your objection is noted. The foundation has been laid. Exhibit 4 is received. And permission to publish is granted.
Can we also shut off the I think it's the Polycom system that's taking up the screen?
can. Yep. There you go.
All right, we're going to play from a timestamp of 51 seconds in this exhibit. And actually, can we pause quick? Paused at 1:04, and just to clarify, Ms. Patterson, we're going to watch portions of the video. We're not going to talk while it's playing, and then when it's paused, I'll ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's resume at 1:04. Let's pause. We've paused at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Ms. Patterson, who did we see in the video there walking?
Me.
Okay. And we saw a red SUV, right?
Yes.
Who was driving that SUV?
Daryl Brooks.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle at that point, to your knowledge?
Nope.
Okay. Let's resume playing. Let's pause there. At 4 minutes and 17 seconds. The two people who just entered the screen from the right, do you know who they are?
Corey and Nick.
Do you know which is which?
Corey's on the left, Nick's on the right.
Let's resume playing. Let's pause there. At 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Now, Ms. Patterson, we watched the video, but you were there. Can you tell us what was happening during that portion of the video we just watched?
Corey and Mr. Brooks were arguing, and that's when he pushed her in her face, and I don't recall what she did back, and then that's when he drove off. One of them, I think it was Nick, called the police, and that's when he drove off.
Do you remember what Nick said when he called the police?
I believe Nick said he had a knife, if I recall, but he didn't have one, but that's what Nick said on the phone.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Daryl Brooks.
Okay. And you didn't see Mr. Brooks with a knife that day?
No.
What about Nick? Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Corey?
No.
Why do you think Nick said to the police that there was a knife?
Probably to make them come faster.
Who got into the driver's seat at the end of that video?
Daryl Brooks.
And again, anybody in the vehicle at that point?
No.
Other than him?
No.
Let's resume playing from 6:03. And we can stop it there at 6 minutes and 54 seconds. What did we see in that clip, Ms. Patterson?
I walked away from Corey and Nick because I was mad because me and her started arguing after that because she was mad that I even met up with Mr. Brooks.
Okay.
And then she was running after me.
Do you know the direction that you were walking there?
Straight. And then...
That's fair. Walk's just
sorry.
confusing. for
I'm
me,
sorry.
too.
It really is. I'm sorry.
Towards downtown or away from?
Towards downtown. Sorry.
And where did you go after you walked off the screen here?
I just kept walking until they followed me, and then we made a left. I'm not sure which street it was, but we made a left. We didn't know. Yeah. We just made a left turn and went straight towards the women's shelter.
Before you turned off of the street you're walking on here, did you have contact with a police officer?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you spoke briefly with that officer?
Yes.
And then where'd you go after you spoke with that officer?
Then we left. That's when we made the left across the street and went towards the shelter, women's shelter.
At the moment when Mr. Brooks left the little physical scuffle that we saw there and got into the driver's seat, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was angry.
Okay. How do you know that? What was he saying or doing that led you to believe that?
Besides the fact that he was arguing the whole time and he hit me, he was just mad. He just left very angry. He just drove off fast. He was mad they called the cops.
You don't recall any specific things that he said at that point?
No.
Do you recall what kind of shoes he was wearing?
I do not.
Do you remember meeting with detectives after this and saying that he was wearing blue slides?
I don't recall that,
Okay.
but I'm sure I did.
Can we please pull up for the witness only? Exhibit 5.
Objection. Why is that for the witness? Oh, sorry.
You recognize this photograph? Ms.
Yes.
Patterson?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead there. I'm assuming that Mr. Brooks withdrew that objection.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was my understanding, and appreciate that. Okay, go ahead.
And I believe actually Exhibit 5 has already been received and published, so I'd ask to do that again, to publish again.
Permission granted.
Object. Wasn't this supposed to be for the witness only?
The exhibit's previously been received, and the state requested permission to publish it once again, and I granted that request.
So when, just so I'm clear, when it's published again, then it's...
Correct. When I say permission to publish granted, that means it will be shown to the courtroom and to the jury.
Okay, I didn't understand.
That's
that.
okay.
Ms. Patterson, who's that in the picture?
That's me.
And that photograph was taken
The day of the parade.
November 21st,
Yes.
the night.
Yes.
Okay. And what injuries do we see in that video, in that photograph?
That is my left eye that was swollen.
Your left eye would have been the eye closest to the defendant,
Yeah.
based on your description of where you and the defendant were sitting in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you sustain that injury?
From him, Mr. Brooks, when he hit me.
Ms. Patterson, did you consent in any way to being struck in the face?
No.
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. First of all, good morning
Good morning.
and happy birthday.
Thank you.
You stated that you were hanging out with your friend Miss Corey on the day of this incident, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were hanging out drinking?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that you occasionally drink too much?
Objection, Ms. Melvitz.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up. What were you drinking?
A Mike's Hard beverage.
Were you aware that it was said that you were actually drinking vodka?
No.
Hold on. When there's an objection, I need to rule on it first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustain that mischaracterizes the previous testimony. Next question.
So it would be fair to say that you were drinking.
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that you were a little intoxicated?
I was not.
How much did you drink that day?
1 of the Mike's Hard alcohol beverage.
And around what time of the day was that?
I don't remember.
Was it shortly before meeting up with the alleged defendant, or was it sometime before?
It was before.
Did you have anything to drink after?
No, I did not.
You stated that you were engaging in a conversation with the alleged defendant via the telephone. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Texts, phone calls?
yes.
Were those texts and phone calls of what nature were they of?
Me and Mr. Brooks were arguing throughout the day.
In the texts and phone calls?
Yes, we were.
If there were, if the conversation was argumentative, why would you agree to meet up with the alleged defendant?
I do not know.
Do you recall how the meetup was supposed to be set up?
I don't recall.
Did you at any time ask the alleged defendant to meet up with you?
Well, I told Mr. Brooks where I was.
Did you at any time ask to meet up with the alleged defendant?
No, I did not.
So it would be fair to say that the alleged defendant just came where you were?
Yes, I told you where we were. And obviously, we were going to hang out. I never told Mr. Brooks to hang out with me. I told him where we were.
So why would, if there was an argumentative conversation prior to you meeting up with the alleged defendant, why would you tell the alleged defendant where you were?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You just stated that you really don't know the city of Waukesha. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
So how would you know exactly where you were?
because I was with Corey and she's familiar with this area.
Would it be fair to say that Corey overheard these conversations between you and the alleged defendant?
Yes, she was my roommate. She heard every conversation almost.
When you say every conversation, what would that refer to?
When she was in the room with me, when I was always talking to her.
So it would be fair to say that you were engaged in conversation with the alleged defendant before you even left the women's shelter?
Yes,
And those argumentative conversations continue into your hanging out?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that that's what led you to drink?
no,
Would it be fair to say you were drinking because that's what you wanted to do?
yes,
Is it true that one of the rules and requirements of being at the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol? Would that be fair to say?
yes, but when I was drinking, it was at Frame Park. I was not at the women's shelter.
Would it be fair to say that you knew you had to come back into the women's shelter at some point that day, that they have a curfew?
Yes, and I made it before curfew.
Let me back up a little bit. you did state that part of the rules and requirements for being in the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol, correct?
Yes, it was not in the women's shelter.
That's not what I'm asking. It's part of the requirement and rules of the women's shelter, no drugs, no alcohol.
Yes.
I'll object, asked and answered twice.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Is there any type of drug and alcohol testing at the women's shelter?
I don't know. No.
No, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that if it was found that you were engaging in drugs and alcohol, that you might have lost your place at the women's shelter?
I'll object. I don't see how this is relevant.
Sustained. Next question.
So around what time were you hanging out with Miss Corey, you said?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were at?
Frame Park.
Do you remember where in Frame Park?
No.
And approximately at what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't remember.
How long were you with the alleged defendant? Do you remember that?
Approximately 35 minutes.
Do you recall what? Well, you said that during this time you were with the alleged defendant that there was a arguing going on. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember what that argument was about?
He was arguing with me about money because I did not bail him out.
You also said that well, let me back up from that a little bit. If you knew that the conversation was becoming volatile, why did you still meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, did the alleged defendant know anything about the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And what did the alleged defendant know about Waukesha?
He told me, Mr. Brooks told me that his first child's mother lives in Waukesha.
Do you know that to be a fact?
No, that's just what Mr. Brooks told me.
Are you aware that the alleged defendant in fact has no mother of any child that lives in the city of Waukesha?
Objection. If Mr. Brooks wants to testify, he should do so in a different stage of the trial.
Sustained. You don't need to answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than what you can recall about what the alleged defendant told you that they knew about Waukesha, how did the alleged defendant meet up with you in the location that you gave?
Mr. Brooks already knew where Frame Park was. Mr. Brooks previously had been to Waukesha plenty of times before. He's told me that.
And when was that told to you, and what conversation? Was it that day?
Before that, I'm not sure which day it was. I just know he knows about Waukesha.
So, would it be fair to say that when you told the alleged defendant where you were, that the alleged defendant knew exactly where you were?
Yes.
And how would the alleged defendant know that?
Because Mr. Brooks already knew Waukesha. He knew exactly where to go.
Did you at any time give directions where you may have been?
How could I give directions when I barely knew Waukesha myself?
Is that a no?
That's a no, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
So, if you barely knew Waukesha yourself, Where did you get the information of where you were from? Where you were at the time of the conversation via telephone?
I left the women's shelter with Corey, and she knows that location. She told me what Frame Park was. I didn't know the name.
And would it be fair to say, assuming from what you just said, that you were with the alleged defendant for approximately around 30 minutes or so?
Yes.
And during that time, did you make any disparaging remarks or anything to entice the argument to escalate?
No.
So you didn't say anything at all during your 30 minutes with the alleged defendant?
No, because I was crying the whole time because Mr. Brooks was yelling at me, arguing with me.
So you said absolutely nothing at all?
I was crying the whole time.
Did you say anything?
No.
A few more things.
No.
A few more questions.
Okay.
You said that during this, well, once you had got out of the vehicle, as you say, you stated that your friend Miss Corey pulled you away from the vehicle because it swerved.
Yes, it was in the video.
You do know that we just saw the video. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, but there's two angles of the video.
Well, we only saw one, so I'm referring to the
Yes,
video that we saw.
Corey pulled me out the way when Mr. Brooks made a U-turn, and you almost swerved into Miss Patterson, which is me.
Would it be fair to say that the video does not show that?
There's different angles, but the video does not show that, the video we watched.
So the video that we just watched, that the jury just saw, there is no swerving of the vehicle and you being pulled back. Would that be fair to
From
say?
that far angle, you can kind of see it. Yes.
Would that be fair to say? That
You
there's,
answered the question, Mr. Brooks. Next question. Under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, I direct your attention to that next question.
do you recall what was said during the altercation between is it Miss Corey and the alleged defendant?
No, I don't remember.
Would it be fair to say that you were standing right there?
Yes, I just don't remember what was being said.
Do you recall reporting anything that may have been said during that incident?
No.
Did you give a statement to anything that may have been said during that incident?
No.
Was anything directed towards you verbally in that incident?
Yes. Corey told Mr. Brooks, don't ever hit my effing friend again. I remember that part. That was in the beginning.
Do you remember anything else that may have been said?
No.
Do you recall anything being said by Nick to the alleged defendant?
No.
Do you recall the alleged defendant saying anything to Nick?
No. I don't remember.
And you also stated that right after this incident, you talked to law enforcement. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At any time, did you report any abuse?
Yes.
And what did you report?
That you hit me?
And you gave a statement to that effect?
No, not to that police officer, but the detectives at the women's shelter.
Well, I'm referring to during, well,
Oh, I don't
directly
remember.
after the incident.
I don't remember what I told that police officer.
Just one quick second, I'm reading from the statement, if I may.
You may.
Do you remember what was said by the alleged defendant when that incident ended?
No, I do not remember.
Do you remember reporting in your statement that the last thing he said to me was FUB, erase my number? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Would it be fair to say that you reported that this was said?
I don't remember.
Do you remember giving a statement to that effect?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you gave a statement?
No, I don't remember. I gave a statement to the detectives at the women's center.
So
That's
would
what
it
I
be
remember.
fair? I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Are you done answering?
Yes.
All right, next question.
Would it be fair to say that your memory is kind of cloudy of that day because you were intoxicated?
No.
There's a lot of things in this statement that you don't seem to remember. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained. Next question.
Would it be fair to say that you reported 2 different incidents?
Yes.
Do you remember the dates of those incidents that you
The
reported?
20th and the 21st.
Would it be fair to say that there was no incident on the 20th?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were initially not truthful with law enforcement?
No.
Do you recall making a statement to law enforcement on November the 22nd of 2021?
I don't remember. I made this statement on the 21st of the day of the parade when I met the detectives that night.
Do you recall making a second statement the next day? Or the next morning, rather, which would have been the 22nd of November 2021?
Yes, I did actually. Yes, I did.
Do you recall what you reported that day?
I told them about the 20th when I met with Mr. Brooks, and all we did was argue. And you hit me then too.
So you reported incidents for 2 days in a row.
Yes.
Do you recall at any time telling law enforcement that you were not truthful and wanted to be truthful at that point?
No.
So you never made a statement to your knowledge that you fabricated a reported abuse incident?
No.
One second here, I'm reading from them. To the best of your knowledge, do you remember talking with a detective? I don't want to butcher this name, Your Honor. I don't know how to pronounce it.
You can spell it if that's helpful.
A detective, Behrendt.
Detective Barron? Is it a detective or an officer?
It says detective, Your Honor.
Okay, ask your question.
Do you remember speaking with that detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what you reported to that detective?
I don't remember.
I'm reading directly from the statement, Your Honor, if I may.
Ask your question.
Do you remember reporting to that detective saying you were not completely forthright with all of the information that you had given because you were afraid to get other people involved in your drama or your business?
I don't remember that.
And I'll object and move to strike based on the fact that I think I'm safe in saying that that is not from the report which the defendant is referring to.
The objection is sustained. I'll grant the motion to strike by the state of the question and any response that may have been elicited before I address the objection.
Your Honor, quick question on that. I'm reading directly from the report.
Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
I apologize for that, Your Honor. Do you remember at any time speaking with Officer Guth?
Yes.
And do you recall on what date that was?
November 21st.
Do you remember what you reported on November the 21st?
That me and Mr. Brooks, I met with Mr. Brooks at Frame Park. Me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. You hit me. I jumped out of your car and I walked and met my friend Corey. You followed me. And then after that, Nick and Miss Corey, they called the police officers. And then you drove off.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Do you recall reporting to Officer Guth that you were not completely forthright with the information that you reported?
I don't remember. And no, actually, no, I did not say that. I apologize.
So reading from what was reported to Officer Guth states that what I learned from Erica Patterson was that when I spoke to her on the previous evening with Officer Garrett, was that the pronunciation, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
I don't have it in front of me, I'm not sure.
she was not completely forthright with all of the information she had given. Would that be fair to say?
What was your question?
Do you recall in your reporting to Officer Guth that you were not forthright with the information that you gave?
No. I don't recall that.
So to the best of your recollection, at any time that you reported incidents to any law enforcement, at any time do you recall being untruthful?
No.
So do you remember the date and time of the first incident that you allege?
I don't remember the time, but it was November 20th.
Do you remember what time of day that may have been?
I just said I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were at?
Brain Park.
So would it be fair to say that both alleged incidents that you are alleging happened at Frame Park?
The second incident on November 21st did not happen on Frame Park. We were driving around and he hit me.
What
The
I'm
first
asking
incident.
is where you were at when you met up.
Frame Park, yes.
On
That's
both,
not what you
on both
just
alleged
said.
occasions?
Yes. That's how Mr. Brooks knew where Frame Park is. He already knew Waukesha area in the first place.
Same park.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were at in Frame Park?
No, it was in the parking lot. The first side of the parking lot. Kind of by the baseball field, I think that is. If that is the baseball field.
Do you recall who you were with?
Nobody. I was with Corey on November 21st, and the first day on November 20th, I was by myself.
So it would be fair to say that you went to the park alone?
Yes. I met up with Mr. Brooks intentionally on the 20th, yes.
Were you drinking that day?
No.
And how did you know how to get to Frame Park, as you call it?
I knew how to get to Frame Park 'cause I'd been there previous times before that with Miss Corey. Walking past it, I knew how to get there because Corey walked with me that day too. I just was not with her. She walked towards there with me.
And so then you separated?
Yes.
Did you separate from Miss Corey at any time during the 21st?
Yes, I did. She left with Nick and I was with Mr. Darrell Brooks.
Do you recall, to the best of your knowledge, that it may have been someone else that she was with, that was with you that day?
She was by her. Which day? Are you clarifying? Which day?
November the 21st of 2021.
She was with Nick that day.
The entire day?
Yes.
And you guys separated from that point?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you guys separated after hanging out and drinking?
Mr. Brooks, under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, you need to move on to a new topic. You've been over this multiple times. It's been asked, it's been answered, and now it's under my authority under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, you need to move on.
So to the best of your knowledge, well, let me back up. How did you communicate with the alleged defendant on November 20th of 2021?
Phone calls.
Strictly phone calls, texts?
Both. Mostly phone calls.
Do you remember what was said in those texts and phone
Same
calls?
conversation we had on the 21st. He was mad because I wasn't giving him money from not bailing him out.
So why would you meet up with the alleged defendant that day?
Because I just wanted to. We have a 15-year-old together. I mean, I was always going to talk to you then.
Do you remember if there was any agreed upon meeting up that day?
Yes,
By you, by the alleged defendant?
both.
Do you remember the reason why you were meeting up?
I just said why.
So it would have been just to conversate,
Just to conversate.
would it be fair to say that you could have communicated strictly by the phone?
Yes.
Objection.
Under 906, 11 sub 1 sub C, the objection is sustained. Next topic, if you have one, Mr. Brooks.
You said that you came to Wisconsin from another state. Would that be fair to say?
Atlanta, Georgia, yes. June 13th, 2021.
And why did you leave Georgia?
We were coming out here for 2 weeks, and I never went back.
Can you state why you never went back?
Number one, I came out here, I didn't have money. Number two, I had no way to get back. And you were always, Mr. Brooks was always physical.
So at any time were you ever offered money to go back to Georgia, or did anybody at any time
No.
ever?
No,
Did anybody at any time ever lend any help to help you go back to Georgia?
no,
Did you, to the best of your recollection, did you want to go back to Georgia?
Objection.
Sustained. Next question, please.
So why didn't you file a report with law enforcement on November the 20th after you alleged that you were abused?
because I've been dealing with it for so many years, I just didn't do it. I don't see what this has anything to do with this case.
How long have you known the alleged defendant again?
Since I was 15, I'm 32 now.
Would it be fair to say that you lived in different states from the alleged defendant?
Yes, but I
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was.
I was going to object and ask for clarification on the timeline there.
I'll sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
I was going to get to that, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say that during the duration of the time knowing the alleged defendant that the majority of that time you did not live in the same area or state?
Yes, off and on. I met Mr. Brooks in Reno, Nevada. I moved out of Reno, Nevada in 2017 to Atlanta, Georgia. I moved Mr. Brooks throughout. I've known him throughout, back and forth, off and on. The whole 16 years, me and Mr. Brooks were not together, but it was off and on.
Did you guys live in the same area off and on during that time?
Objection. Has to answer.
Sustained.
Out of the 16 years you said it was, correct?
Yes, off
Yes,
and
you are.
on, Mr. Brooks.
How much of that time did you actually spend with the alleged defendant?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Also under 906.11 sub 1 sub C. Move on.
At the time of this alleged incident, were you and the alleged defendant in any kind of relationship?
Yes,
And were you a couple? Were you just co-parenting, or what was the nature of the relationship? Is basically
we
what
were
I'm asking.
together. I wouldn't have came to Milwaukee, Wisconsin if I was not with him.
So it'd be fair to say that you were in a committed relationship.
Yes.
1 second, Your Honor. I'm just going over something. Would it be fair to say, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Go ahead. No, there was a water bottle being provided.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. How did before you came back into contact with the alleged defendant, how long had it been since you had seen the alleged defendant?
I don't know, but it was years, a couple years.
So it would be fair to say that there was a significant gap in between interactions with the alleged defendant.
Yes.
Sustained, however, she provided the answer. It may stand. Next question.
So during your time, well, approximately how long were you staying around the alleged defendant before this incident on November 21st took place?
I don't know the exact time. I just answered your question. I don't know the exact time.
Were there any separations or gaps during that time?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
At any time during these alleged incidents, were you with someone other than Miss Corey?
Corey and Nick the day of the 21st, and then we separated and I met back up with them.
Any time during that day were you with anyone else besides those two that you just named?
Mr. Brooks, you.
What about the alleged incident on the 20th?
I left with Miss Corey, and then she went a whole different direction, and I went to Frame Park and met up with Mr. Brooks.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Recollection, you were not drinking on both of those days that you cite, the 20th or the 21st?
The 20.
Hold on. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I'm stopping this cross-examination. You've asked the same question, multiple questions, multiple times, and at this point, I'm going to declare that
I
the
didn't
opportunity to cross is now concluded.
I didn't know that was the same question, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, it's been asked and answered multiple times.
I
So
was
with that,
referring to
I'm going
Alvin.
to turn to the state to see if they have any redirect.
Just some brief clarification.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson, after the parade incident, which took place after the video we saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember meeting with Detectives Jessica Barron and Steve Guth that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a statement to them that night, correct?
Yes.
You gave a second statement to Detective Guth the next day. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk very briefly about that first statement, the night of the 21st,
Mhm,
the night of
yes.
the parade incident.
Yes.
You told them about an incident that had happened between you and the defendant on November 20th, is that right?
Yes.
And you also told them about an argument that you had had with the defendant on the 21st, is that right?
Yes.
But you left out the part about any physical violence on the 21st, is that accurate?
Yes.
And then when you met with Detective Guth for your second statement
Yes.
the 22nd. That's when you confirmed that there had been violence with Mr. Brooks on the 21st. Is that right?
Yeah, yes. Well, they seen my eye on the 21st when they came, so I did let them know about the incident on the 21st. I did. The next day, I let him know about the incident on the 20th. Is what happened.
Okay. All
Yes.
right. Thank you.
To make it better. Sorry.
Good. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step
Thank
down.
you, Your Honor.
All right, and any reason to keep her under subpoena from the state,
No.
from the defense?
Yes.
Do you have a subpoena for her?
To my understanding, I was supposed to.
All right, I'll take that up in a little bit. For now, I'd ask that she be maintained under the state subpoena until I can clarify that issue. All right, state have the next witness available.
Yes, we do.
Mr. Brooks, please. Before the next witness comes in, if my ladies and gentlemen of the jury want to take a quick moment to stand. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Steve Booth.
All right, detective, please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. When you are seated, if you would please state your first and last names for the record and spell both.
Detective Stephen Guth, Steven Guth.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked for the police department?
20 years.
How long as a detective?
7 years.
Okay. Were you working as a detective on November 22nd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
On that date, did you meet with a person by the name of Erica Patterson?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting with Miss Patterson?
I wanted to clarify her statement to me regarding a domestic-related incident that had occurred.
And as part of that clarification, did you get into a squad car with Miss Patterson?
I did.
And what was the point of doing that?
I wanted to ride in the car with her since she was unfamiliar with the geography of the city, and so that she could point out to me specific directions on where she went with Mr. Brooks.
Could we have Exhibit 1 up on the screen for the jury, please, and for the witness?
Permission to publish Exhibit 1. Granted. I'll go over here for a moment. It's the rear laptop, correct?
Yep. Laptop?
And you said publish, right?
Yes, please.
All right. Just confirm that that's what you want?
It is.
All right, then permission to publish is granted.
Can we zoom in on the top right corner of this exhibit? Okay, where did you first, or where did this journey with Miss Phillips, or Patterson, excuse me, Miss Patterson begin?
Once I picked her up, we moved to Frame Park, and we parked in the area that's close to where that star is, where it says Frame Park.
In the top right corner?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
From there, we traveled on Baxter. So the way that the frame park is here, can I touch the screen?
Do we have the ability to let the witness touch and
Yes.
mark?
Just let us know at what points we'll capture it, and then we can also print it at another location and if need be.
So we met generally in that area that's highlighted now in yellow. We traveled in this direction on Baxter.
Okay. And then what?
As we continued down Baxter, we got to this street called Buckley, and then from Buckley, we made a right turn and ended up on Carina.
Let's go back up.
Yeah, don't
And
move the
let's-
screen until we can capture it.
Let's capture there. And we probably need to,
Second, if you saw the little number counting the percentage, that means it's done capturing it once it stops.
okay. Can we clear that now?
Yes.
And let's zoom out.
We'll get that printed and we'll have that marked as 1A.
Now, from where you left off there after you made that right turn onto Buckley, can you draw on the screen where you went next?
Yeah, so again on Buckley, we did travel down Buckley to Carina. And then on Carina, we made a left turn, traveling along the river till we reached Barstow. And then from Barstow, we made a right turn, traveling up northwest Barstow, all the way to the Barstow Hill, where it's highlighted in green there, up the Barstow Hill, and it's going to come off the map, but all the way up to Bidwell.
Okay. And did she indicate at what point you should turn around?
At Bidwell and northwest Barstow.
Did she indicate where she went with Mr. Brooks after that?
Well, she jumped out of the car at Bidwell and northwest Barstow.
And what happened, according to Ms. Patterson, at that point?
At that point, she started making her way back the same path, back to Frame Park. Again, because she was unfamiliar with the geography, she just used the same route that she just went.
Okay. Did she at any point mention a gas station on that route?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that gas station depicted on Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where it is?
Yes, it's the mobile gas station highlighted with a star, and I'll circle it in that area.
Do we have a screen capture here?
Yes. The screen capture has been done. When we get that color print brought to the courtroom, that will be.
Area.
Do we have a screen capture here?
Yes. The screen capture has been done. When we get that color print brought to the courtroom, that will be 1B.
Okay. And this map is you're familiar with Waukesha, right?
Yes.
This is an accurate map of Waukesha.
Yes, it is.
And the markings that you've put on the screen here, that's an accurate representation of the route you took with Ms. Patterson on November 22nd.
Yes, it is.
Move exhibits 1A and 1B into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes.
The objection noted, it's overruled. Exhibits 1A and 1B are received by the court.
That's all I have for this witness.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Is the officer Luke or detective?
Detective.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Detective Luke.
Good morning.
You've been in law enforcement for over 20 years. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
At any time during your over 20 years of service, have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you state for the record if the plaintiff is in court today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you even know of the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ever spoken to the plaintiff?
Objection.
On what grounds?
Sustained.
On what grounds?
It's sustained. Next question.
May I ask what grounds, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, do you have another question?
I do. I was just trying to follow the rules that you set by saying that an objection has to have a basis. So
Unless it's self-evident to the court. It's sustained. Next question.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
Do you have another question? Otherwise, under 906.11, I will give the state an opportunity to ask any redirect.
Yes, I do have more questions.
Go ahead.
See, 20 years. Were at any time did Erica Patterson report any domestic incident to you?
Yes.
Do you remember the dates that she reported, or date?
Yes.
At any time during that report, did you find her to be untruthful?
No.
Just 1 second. I'm reading from the narrative of your report, and specifically the part where it says, what I learned from Erica Patterson was that when I spoke to her on the previous evening with Detective Barrett, she was not completely forthright with all of the information she had given. Would that be fair to say?
Okay, so this person is on trial he was on trial for driving through a Christmas parade and murdering a bunch of grannies and, young people that were in a Christmas parade celebrating Christmas, and he plowed through everybody. And quite a few survived, but too many people perished, and people were scarred, damaged for life. And he had lots of hate in him. He claims he was innocent, and he claims that there was a malfunction in the SUV, and the SUV model he had allegedly had a defect in it. It was known to have a defect in it. But deliberately going through a barricade and turning another direction and plowing through is at least neglect. But he was not being neglectful. He was doing it on purpose to be evil, and he had a history. He's also a pedophile. He was a SO. He's on the offender registry. So, yeah, he didn't seem remorseful. He ran away from the crime scene. He seemed like he was laughing at the situation. And he chose to defend himself, and he thought that he was the best person for the job, and he was very rude to the judge and very rude to everybody else, and he was annoying, and he was just completely unbelievable. He was just a unimaginable monster, indeed. Defective operator, that's true. Mowing down a parade involving a whole load of victims. It was sad kids, elderly, you name it. Yeah, very well said. Elaine also says, yes, before that he was involved in DV with mother of his youngest child, and he had God knows how many baby mamas, psychopathic personality. Yes, that is true, Elaine. He has the dark triad. Yes, he's headed for Angola for life. Yes. Yes. And he thought that he was the tough guy. And explaining straight to the dark triad for everybody to know about. Right. The dark triad is a cluster of three distinct but overlapping negative personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Individuals with these traits tend to exhibit a callous, manipulative, interpersonal style, emotional coldness, and duplicity and aggression. Yeah, he has a Bible, and during his closing, he was saying that he believes in Jesus Christ, and he, you know, studies the Bible, and he's, you know, a believer. But a true believer doesn't do things like this. Duke said he should be a Bubba fearing Christian. As a Christian, it does make me sick to death. They'll maybe get away with their crimes being Christians. Luckily for them, for Jesus' grace. Right. If he truly was being repentful, it is up to God to judge him. Now, I do think he possibly may have been using religion as a manipulation tactic, but as I said, it's up to God to judge his soul, whatever he really felt or not. I don't think with his the way he was acting in his hearing this year, or it was last year, whatever it was, or this time, he absolutely doesn't seem, his actions aren't remorseful at all. But yeah, it's up to God to judge, definitely. AB will have a field day with him. Right. Mermaid says, I'm sure Jesus forgives anyone for anything, but who knows who's saved and who isn't if they find salvation super lucky for them. Right. Right. No, Elaine, you didn't say anything wrong. Elaine says, please don't think I was being a smart ass about anyone's faith. I just get fed up with true psychopaths using it as a shield. Yeah, because Elaine, I understand, and what Elaine was trying to say was that a lot of times people will use religion, or Brooks may be using religion as a way to get people to think that he was remorseful about his behavior, but he was using it as a crutch. But in a theological sense, what Mermaid was just saying is that with Jesus, people really repenting and he's going to be forgiven, his eternal salvation, it's up to God to forgive people, and he can forgive all people if they really truly repent. Now, I know from studying the trials and the law stuff from YouTube, is that usually in a closing, there's a wrong and a right way for people to do it, and when he was found guilty, and before his sentencing, for instance, Donna Adelson, she showed no remorse, no matter how sorry she was, no matter how bad she felt the situation was. She didn't say she did it and why she really did it. This person could have said, Brooks could have said, he did it. All right, he was angry, he had hate in him, and it was wrong. And that through his religion, he has found peace and God's forgiveness for him. If he would have said it like that, that's truly a person that was repenting. But with Brooks, talking about he believes in Christ, he believes in God, and he did doing all this stuff. That's how you know it may be more likely he's using it as a manipulation tool. Even in his own mind, he thinks he repented. He really didn't. But right, it's up to God to eternal salvation. His mercy can be cast for the sin to east to the west, as it said. But yeah, I do think that he was likely using it for manipulation. But of course, theologically speaking, if he truly repented, it is up to God to handle him. But on this earth, he will be locked up forever. No, it's actually the way I feel as a Christian. They're so lucky they can be saved. Yes, and Mermaid is saying that people like him can be saved if they repent, right? And that is true. But they have to have a complete change, and you would see the difference. If the person is showing the signs of their past, because every time this guy has a hearing, he always acts the same. So I don't think he's been completely saved yet, but of course I don't know for certain. It's up to God to decide. And Elaine said, but if it's superficial repeating, do you think he will be forgiven? I don't think that is a real remorse, especially with Brooks. A very good point, Elaine. Right. I mean, I believe predators and killers can be saved, but they have to have true repentance. God can cover every sin. Good, a very good point. Right. I don't think that Brooks has changed, Elaine. I don't think he's changed. No. You know, a lot of times they'll use it as a, because it's just the behavior. And I was taught by many very people in these fields that, for instance, there's a situation where he had a hearing and he seemed a little snarky, you know, a little, it's, although we all have a sinful nature and people's personalities we never completely change, I don't completely believe that he's sincere about it. But I don't know. I'm not in his brain. I'm not God. I don't know for certain. So, very good discussion, chat, about this. All right. So this is the characteristics he'll have is the narcissism, characterized by grandiosity, sense of entitlement, and excessive self-admiration, and a constant need for attention, validation. That's what Brooks did in his trial. He wanted to be the spotlight and get attention, validation, and a true vulnerable self-esteem often lies beyond arrogant exterior. That's, you see how arrogant and cocky he acted? Oh, hello, Kimberly. A good afternoon, evening, or day to you. Welcome to the chat as we are watching the Brooks trial. Duke said his cellmate's name is Jesus, so he thinks he's saved. That's funny. Yeah, but Elaine said, I have lots of respect for people who can forgive. I try, but for some people are different for me. Well, that's understandable, Elaine. Like Ted Bundy, for instance, who I've talked about quite a bit here. That guy was crazy. I could see why there's a death penalty for people like that. Yeah, that, and people that hurt children and traffic kids and women and men and stuff. It's just, I get to understand, Elaine. There's some really sick people out there that can really test our waters of patience. Right, and they have Machiavellianism, involves manipulative attitude, a cynical worldview, and a focus on self-interest above else. Individuals with this trait willing to deceive, trick, and exploit others to achieve their personal goals and accumulate power. And you see how manipulative he acted, how he used religion, how he used his own feeling that he's the victim and projecting it on the judge in the court. Now, these traits could be used for something positive, like building a business or having a positive movement. But the way that Brooks used it was for a criminal, self-indulging destruction. You know, and he was impulsive with lack of conscience. You know, and it did him more harm than anything. Oh, dude, he didn't live far from you. Scared. Yeah, wow. That is quite frightening. He was a demon for sure. And a psychopathy, defined by pronounced lack of empathy, remorse, and impulsivity. See how impulsive Brooks is, and how he just has a conscience. You know, he just acts in impulse. And persistent antisocial behavior. This is generally considered the darkest trait, as individuals may act without guilt and engaging in risky, thrill-seeking behavior. Kim says, "Hey, AS, it's been about a week and a little surgery, and I'm back in NC until the end of the week, and back to Florida for a few days for a checkup. I missed y'all. Scared? Oh, I missed you, Kim. I wondered where you were. Thank you for updating us about what happened. I hope everything is works out well for you. Thank you for the update. And we're watching a new trial, Kim, and the new trial is about the beheading, a boyfriend beheading murder trial, and the woman was married to Robert Baker, and one of her attorneys defended Tellis, and it's in the same Tellis courtroom. So the new trial is quite popular right now that we've been watching. All right, Duke said he lived and deleted here in SLC. I've done my research. Ah, okay, yeah. And that was very unfortunate what happened, but yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, Remy said about, is it the guy who wore the school uniform but had a gross mask? I don't know about that person. Yeah, I don't know who that is exactly. If you're referring to the Ted Bundy case, he was somebody from the 70s who abducted a certain types of ladies, college-age women from campuses, and he did dress as a police officer and other officials to try to lure people into his Beetle, his Volkswagen Beetle, and he would murder people and do other evil things too. And he went across the country, and Brian Koberger was inspired by him to do the attack that he did in the college group that he did. If that's that is who Ted Bundy is, if you're wondering about that one. And the other person you're speaking of who wore a school uniform but had a gross mask, I don't know about that case. I'm not too sure what that is. And Elaine said, "Get your strength up, darling." Yeah, facts. Okay. And that's a rest, honey. Elaine said, "Say that back to yourself. That trial was fooked. Stepdaddy, a.k.a. half-brother, Riot's kids." Oh, yeah, there's another part of that trial, Kim, where she married the son of a guy she was with and caused an awkward situation. And she allegedly, which I believe she was guilty of, beheaded the body. And she dumped acid on him. And Duke said, "I'm pretty sure this chick I met here in SLC deleted by her BF. She said he deleted himself. I think otherwise. Strangest things happen to me." Oh my goodness, Duke. Wow. That's crazy. Scared. I'm pretty sure this chick I met here in SLC deleted her BF, and she said he deleted himself. I think otherwise. Strangest things happen. Yeah, Duke. Well, you always have a story to tell, Duke. And Elaine said her kids are now his stepdaughters, and they are half siblings. Yeah, Elaine. It's a very effed up family picture. I will say, for your discretion is advised about to say a curse word. Okay, it's a very fucked up family picture indeed. Right. Yeah, certainly a freak indeed, Duke. Right. Yeah, scared. 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 Risk-taking impulsivity. More likely to engage in unnecessary financial, physical, or health-related risks, often without considering consequences for themselves and others. Bullying, abuse. There is a strong correlation between dark triad and various forms of bullying, psychological abuse, and even violence, person, and relationships. All right. Relationships tend to be short-term, emotionally shallow, and they view others as means to end rather than individuals of respect. All right. So that's some info on the Dark Triad, and now we will continue with our Brooks reaction. All right.
Correct.
So would it also be fair to say that from the report that you wrote that you're acknowledging that there was some untruth in the report reported to you?
No, that's incorrect.
When I spoke to her on the previous evening with Detective Barrett, she was not completely forthright. You said what you learned was that she was not completely forthright. So is it fair to say that there was some untruth to the report?
No.
So why would that be in the report?
For various reasons. The most common reason is that when domestic victims report crimes that happen to them, a lot of times they're very afraid of their abuser, and so they don't always give all details, because if they do give all details about what happened to them, they feel like they might have something happen to them in a future date from that same abuser.
So would it be fair to say that you could have just stated what you just said in your report?
I did state that.
Not in the report. Is it fair to say that obviously you've been in law enforcement for a very long time?
Is that a question?
Would it be fair to say that it could have been reported in the way that you just stated, instead of stating in your report that there was untruthfulness?
I didn't state untruthfulness in my report. If you further read into the report, I state what I just stated.
So would it be fair to say, though, that the information wasn't completely forthright?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, would it be fair to say that there was in fact only one incident?
No.
And would you be basing that, to the best of your knowledge, would you be basing that answer, the last answer, on hearsay?
No.
So you would be basing your answer on eyewitness account?
I'll check that. Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question, or you can rephrase it.
Would it be fair I don't know how I can rephrase that without asking it the same way, Your Honor. Just give me a second, if I may. At any time during your report or time spent with Miss Patterson, did she state where she may have been on November 20th of 2021?
Yes,
Do you recall what that was? What she said?
I recall what she said, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, do you believe that she was being truthful?
Yes.
I'm just going to advise the jury that ultimately it's the jury's determination of credibility that matters. And you heard me read an instruction yesterday. That's obviously the instruction you'll follow ultimately in the jury room.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall any injuries on the first reported incident?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were?
Yes.
And do you recall any injury on the reported incident from the day of the parade?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
Yes.
Can you state on the record what they were?
On which day?
The 20th.
Her mouth was injured due to being slapped in the mouth.
Do you Can you recall for any reason why that would not be in the report?
It is.
To the best of your knowledge, can you say where in the report that would be? Because I don't see it in the report that I have here before me.
Are you asking me which report states that she was injured in the mouth? Are you asking if it was reported to me that she was injured in the mouth?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, why is there no injuries reported for that incident, alleged incident?
It was reported to me that she was injured in the mouth by being slapped on the 20th.
Are you aware that that was not testified to?
No.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
What grounds would that be hearsay?
Mr. Brooks, it's up for the jury to determine the truthfulness of anything that's said or testified to in court.
Okay.
He was not present for any other testimony, so it would not be proper for him to comment on that. Next question.
Would it be fair to say that the reported alleged incident Would it be fair to say that the reported alleged incident from the 20th is very, very vague in your report? Would that be fair to say? And by vague, I mean there's literally 3 sentences.
I don't have the report in front of me. If you're
I have it in
referring
front
to
of me.
vagueness, that's why I went back on the 22nd to interview her again to clarify information.
So on the 22nd, and this is your report I'm reading from, it says, due to the influx of information, we were unable to make sense of all the information. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
So it would be also fair to say that that would basically state that there were some things you weren't sure about.
Yes.
You also say in your report that you had learned that there were two other individuals that may have been involved in the incident. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember the names of the two individuals?
Yes.
Would you state on the record what the names of the other two individuals were?
Corey Runkle, and the other individual's first name is Nick. I don't remember his last name.
Did Corey Runkle in any way report anything about the incident to you?
Not
Which incident, hold on, which incident are we talking about?
From November the 21st of 2021.
Thank you. With that clarification, are you able to answer?
not to me directly.
Do you recall if you had learned of any information about what Corey Runkle might have said to any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
Would you like to state on the record what that was that you may have learned?
I learned that she was with Erica Patterson on the 21st, on November 21st, 2021, when Erica Patterson was involved with a domestic incident. She responded to help her friend.
Do you recall of learning if Corey Runkle was with Erica Patterson on November 20th of 2021?
I don't think Corey Runkle was with Erica Patterson on the 20th.
You stated in the report that you were with Erica Patterson to kind of basically you took her on a drive to pretty much retrace her steps. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At any time, did any incident about November the 20th of 2021 come into your conversations with Erica Patterson?
You're talking about during the drive?
During the drive. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, I just want to make sure that the question's clear. Go ahead.
I believe we did talk about it, both incidents from the 20th and the 21st.
Do you recall what was said?
Yes.
Do you recall putting that into your report?
I recorded our conversation. I don't know if I put every detail of our whole recording in the report. In fact, I know I didn't. So not every detail from our recorded conversation is in that report. The report is a summary.
For any reason, to your knowledge, why would details of an incident not be reported accurately?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the evidence.
It's also vague. Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, why is that conversation that was supposedly had not in your report at all?
Objection. This states the evidence.
Sustained.
Just 1 second. Sorry, Your Honor, I got tons of paperwork. 1 second, Your Honor. 1 second. And you stated that you interviewed Ms. Patterson on multiple days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And on both of those times that you interviewed Ms. Patterson, did the reporting ever deviate?
Mr. Brooks, under 906.11. You need to clarify your question. It's ambiguous. It's confusing.
What I'm getting at by that question is,
Okay, so yeah, that is correct, Kim. Heath was trying to say that his car malfunctioned and he was trying to stop it and just plowed into the people by itself. And he was trying to also explain that he didn't do that like in bad intentions. But of course that these things that he said in his defense was not an accurate way to measure things, because he deliberately drove into a certain area and then drove into the cones. It was orchestrated too well for it to just be an accident. I will, Anna, thank you. And okay, just can't say the okay. And what's the good trial as comes up? I know only fans supposed to have trial, believe December in Miami, but anything going on in November. So right now we're having a trial, the beheaded boyfriend trial. That's a trial we're watching, and I don't know when the OnlyFans trial will be. Maybe next month. Now Joyce and Moki both said that there's a new one starting tomorrow, which we will review as well. Yeah. All right. So now continuing.
Did what Ms. Patterson said change from interview to interview?
No.
So at any time during your interview, did you learn less or learn more?
I learned more in my second interview.
So it would be fair to say that the information you learned changed. Would that be fair to say?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled. He may answer.
It did not change. I just learned more information.
More information about what alleged incident? The 20th, the 21st?
Both, honestly.
I'm sorry.
Both, honestly.
So, would it be fair to say was it 2 interviews that you did or 3?
2.
So with both interviews, you continue to learn things that you didn't know from the previous interview.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that just 1 second, Your Honor. court, if I may. To the best of your knowledge, did Erica Patterson give any report to any other law enforcement that you were aware of?
Data you had, what were you?
No.
So to the best of your knowledge, you were the only detective that interviewed Ms. Patterson?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, were you the only one that interviewed Ms. Patterson?
Same objection.
Sustained.
At any time, did you learn anything about the alleged incidents that Ms. Patterson claimed from any other law enforcement?
Objection. Same reason.
Sustained.
At any time were you, or at any time did you view the video footage from White Rock School?
Yes.
Do you remember what you saw in those videos?
Yes.
You stayed on the record what you saw?
Under 906.11, I'm going to advise the witness not to answer. That video is in evidence. It will speak for itself. And his understanding of what's in there, at least at this point, is not relevant.
Can you say what was the date of the video that you saw?
November 21st, 2021.
Did you see any video from the other alleged incident from November 20th?
I'll object. I don't see the relevance to anything that happened on the 20th.
Sustained.
Do you know if there might have been any video from the alleged incident on November 20th?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Grounds.
It's not relevant.
May I ask how is it not
Next
relevant?
question. There's not a charge related to the 20th, sir. It's not relevant. I've given you leeway to ask questions. At this point, under 906.11, move on.
Just so I'm clear, you have never had NT interaction with the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've never seen the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
Never spoken to the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained. Move on.
Just so I'm clear, you have never had NT interaction with the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've never seen the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
Never spoken to the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
Never seen. Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know if there is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you had any prior knowledge of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you do not know of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
On grounds? What grounds?
Under 906.11, I'm declaring the cross-examination now closed. Do you have any redirect for this witness?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, when you reported that Erica Patterson had been less than completely forthright with you, what did she leave out the first time you spoke with her?
She left out the incident that happened to her on November 21st, 2021.
The incident where she accused Mr. Brooks of punching her?
Correct.
Okay. You testified on cross-examination that in your general experience, victims of domestic violence did not report 100% of the details all the time.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Grounds.
He hasn't asked a question yet.
Grounds for the.
He can ask this question. This witness testified about his experience based on a question you asked, so the redirect is appropriate.
May I just say that every situation is different, Your Honor? Which we
You're
do know
attempting to
that.
testify, so no, you may not say that. The jury will strike that comment made by Mr. Brooks. You'll have an opportunity, if you so choose, to testify at a later point in time in this trial. The state may ask its question.
Thank you. Did Erica Patterson provide to you a specific reason for her situation, why she was not 100% forthright with you?
Yes.
What was that reason?
She was extremely afraid of Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down. Any reason to keep this witness under subpoena from the state?
Not from the state.
Anything from Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, I'll take that up later and reserve that until I can review that with the parties. All right, this would be an excellent opportunity to take a mid-morning break. It's 10:49, about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. We are in recess. Good idea.
The officers that was just involved in general patrol of the city that afternoon.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to time around 4 o'clock or 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you recall getting dispatched to Frame Park?
I do recall being dispatched there, yes.
Do you know the exact time you were dispatched?
I believe it was 4:52 p.m. approximately there.
Okay. And where is Frame Park located?
Frame Park is rather large, but it's generally located in the downtown area off of White Rock Avenue and Baxter Avenue.
What was the nature of the complaint you were responding to?
I received a complaint to respond in emergency fashion, which means light and siren, for subjects fighting in the park with a knife allegedly involved.
Where were you coming from?
I was in the patrol area of East Moreland, roughly at East Main Street at the time, and that's where I was responding from.
Was Main Street shut down at the time for the parade?
Main Street where I was responding from was not, no.
Okay. I guess let me ask a better question. Were you able to travel along Main Street to get to Frame Park? From where you were located to get to where you needed to go, did you travel on Main Street?
I did not travel on Main Street to get to Frame Park.
Okay. And which direction did you come in from then?
I came in on East Moreland, westbound, to White Rock Avenue, westbound.
And as you approached the area, could you see individuals associated with the parade?
Yes, I could, as I neared the vicinity.
What do you remember seeing?
As I neared the vicinity of White Rock Avenue at Baxter, directly in front of me appeared to be a unmarked patrol vehicle, silver in color, which was blocking the roadway at White Rock Avenue and Hartwell Avenue. And I believe off to the side, I could also see a marked patrol vehicle.
Could you see any floats or people participating in the parade?
At that particular time, as I arrived in the vicinity, I did not. I just saw the side of a squad car with emergency lights activated. It wasn't until a little while later I saw that there were floats and such on the other side of that patrol vehicle.
The silver colored SUV with lights, red and blue lights activated, do you know whose squad car that was?
That belonged to Sergeant Dave Warner.
Where did you go?
When I arrived to the area, initial dispatch information stated that this alleged fight involving a knife was somewhere in the vicinity of the Shootsy building where the boat ramp was. Based on my training and experience of that vicinity, I know that the boat rental checkout is on the back side of the Shootsy building, so that's the initial area I responded to and where my attention was drawn to.
This time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask your permission to put up Exhibit 1, which is the map of the area we've been working off of.
Permission granted. Yes.
Do you see that item in front of you, Officer Phillips, on the screen?
I do now.
Okay.
Do you want, oh, it needs to be public. Hold on. Thank you. Sure.
So that is a touch screen in front of you. If you want to draw or circle or anything like that, you may, or you can just simply talk. I'd like you to identify for us where you came in to the area.
Well, it's not really blowing up, so.
No, if you want it blown up, we can blow it up from our table. Sorry. We'll zoom in.
If you wouldn't mind, where it says Frame Park in the upper right-hand corner, that would be, looks like the vicinity that I probably responded to. I would need to see a bigger image.
Is that good?
That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue, coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand turn. That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue, coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand turn onto. And right about in this parking lot area is where the Shootsy building exists. And then there would be a boardwalk and some trails behind that where the boat ramp would be.
Okay. And you drove in that area first, right?
Correct.
What were you looking for?
At that time, I was looking for anybody suspicious that may be involved in a fight, somebody carrying a weapon, somebody that might have been battered and bruised or obviously injured or in need of help.
Okay. Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you drive around a little bit?
I drove around in the parking lot of the Shootsy building. There was another officer already on scene who, from my understanding, was already on foot in and around the vicinity of the Shootsy building and advised that they could not find anybody at the Shootsy building.
Okay. Officer Phillips, do you see White Rock School on this map?
I do, yes.
Could you put an X on White Rock School?
White Rock School is this elongated building right here, so I'll draw a large X through it.
Okay. And you said the roadway running parallel to White Rock to the north is Baxter?
Correct.
Okay. And Baxter is the road closest to the river. There's no other roads that run along the river there. Just like a walking path or something, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Another officer's out on foot. What do you do?
At this point, the officer came over the radio and stated he could not find anybody in the vicinity. I was listening and monitoring the radio, and at some point, what I thought was a reserve officer came over and said that they were speaking with a couple of subjects potentially involved. So at that time, I got on the radio.
Hello, Dwayne. Good evening to you. Well, that's good that you're going to pick up Sharon, and hope you all have a good evening, and thanks for your continued support and hitting the like button. I'm always glad to hear from you. Thanks. Thank you. All right.
and so that I was going to attempt to meet with the caller because I didn't exactly know who this reserve officer was speaking to, how many subjects were involved, if they were actually involved or just a witness to the situation. All of that information was completely unbeknownst to me, so I decided I should probably go meet with a reserve officer and figure out who these subjects are and what the involvement was.
This reserve officer was working as part of the parade, is that right?
He was in the vicinity right at Sergeant Dave Warner's location.
Okay. So did you drive down there?
I started to drive in that general direction towards White Rock Avenue and Hartwell, which is where Dave Warner and Reserve Officer Troutman would have been. Before I could fully reach that intersection, there was approximately 3 subjects off to my right-hand side on the sidewalk that were yelling, screaming, and waving, like flagging me down. The way that they were doing this, they appeared to be in distress. They appeared that they needed immediate help, and certainly appeared that they needed to speak with somebody in law enforcement.
Can you put a small X on the map in the approximate area where you met up with these 3 individuals, or they were waving at you?
It would have been about halfway between Baxter and where Sergeant Warner's squad was parked. So again, this is going to be an approximation, but I'm going to put that X right about here.
Okay. So I assume you pulled over.
I pulled over, I rolled down my passenger window, and 2 of the subjects started yelling that their friend had been assaulted. So it was right at that point that they started trying to tell me that their friend had been assaulted, that information came over the radio on the primary dispatch channel that something had happened downtown and somebody had been hit. So at that point, my attention started to get a little bit diverted because hearing that on the radio is not something that just happens every day. That perks you up pretty quickly to figure out, that could be a serious injury, that could be more officers needed, something to that effect. So that took my attention away briefly. As I looked back at the subjects, they started to again say that their friend had been assaulted. So I said, hold on, let me pull over so I can get out so I can speak with you directly in person and figure out what was going on. I pulled my squad over.
Yep, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. I pulled my squad over. I exited my driver's side of the vehicle, came around to the front of my vehicle when a short black female who was wearing what appeared to be a blue coat and blue jeans walked in the front of my patrol vehicle. There was 2 other subjects that were with her, and they started to indicate that she had been assaulted by a boyfriend of some type. I started to talk to the female who had the blue coat on, and I said, okay, well, what happened? Who is this person? And she tried to downplay what happened. She didn't want to be cooperative. She made comments to the effect of, nothing happened, it was just a verbal argument, I'm fine, I just want to leave.
Did you see any injury on her?
So at that time, I did. The 2 subjects that were with her tried to tell her that they said, no, Erica, you need to tell him what happened. And on it, she had an obvious black eye on one side of her face. The other eye also looked like it was swollen, but it was appear that she had facial injuries that were obvious.
You said they referred to this person by the name of Erica, is that right?
Yes.
Did you eventually ask this person for her name?
I did eventually ask for her name, yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her full name was Erica Patterson and that her date of birth was 10/7 of 1990.
Okay. And were you going to investigate her complaint further?
I was attempting to investigate the complaint further, yes.
And then what happened?
So as I was speaking to this woman who identified herself as Erica, along with the 2 other people that were with her who I did not identify, the calls on the radio at that point were 1078 after 1078 after 1078.
Okay, what does that mean?
So 1078 in law enforcement jargon is officer needs immediate assistance right now, all available units. As that was being called multiple times, other people were coming on the radio and stating there were subjects down in the street, then it was 10 people down, then it was 15, then it was to 30 or 40. And I had to make a decision at that point, speaking with the subjects, particularly the one who appeared to be involved and the most injured, who was not being cooperative with me, that the greater danger and the clear and present threat that was happening downtown had to draw my attention. I had to leave.
All right. The events that you've described for us so far, are those all captured on your squad video, sir?
Yes.
And at that time, in November of 2021, were you wearing a body camera?
I was not wearing a body camera at that time.
So you had a video recording device in your squad car, correct? But when you exit your squad, it's no longer recording your activities unless you can be seen on the camera in front of the squad, correct?
I have an audio recording device on my person that is synced and connected to my squad exterior windshield camera.
Okay. And that camera in your squad is stationary, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually then, do you leave the area where you're speaking with Erica and the other two individuals and go to Main Street?
I leave the area. I tell her I'm sorry that I had to go. I went down White Rock, navigated float traffic, went down East Main Street in a westbound direction, and eventually came to East Main Street at Barstow Street, where I exited my patrol vehicle.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. Oh, yes. Before I move away from Exhibit 1, could we please get a screenshot, Madam Clerk, of the drawings by Officer Phillips? And then I'm gonna ask to switch to Exhibit 6, please.
So for purposes of the record, I believe I'm at 1C for the capturing using the annotation feature.
Think we agree with that? Yes. All right, Officer, you see we've now put Exhibit 6 on your monitor. It's not yet displayed for the courtroom. Do you see Exhibit 6 on your monitor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this, or do you want us to play it for a few seconds?
I recognize what I'm looking at.
Okay. Do you believe this to be a truthful and accurate recording from your squad video that afternoon, sir?
I haven't listened to it at this point, but I would believe if it's from what I'm looking at, it would be accurate to my squad video, yes.
Okay. And you ultimately saved your squad video and submitted it to be used as evidence in this case, correct, sir?
Yes, I did.
All right. And this is a clip from that squad video?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish Exhibit 6, please.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah. What is the grounds? We haven't seen what's in the video.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 6 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, so for the record, this clip is about 6 minutes long. It exactly ends at the 5:59 mark, but we're gonna play it through, Officer Phillips, and I may ask Ms. Gussie to pause at times so you can kind of describe what's going on in the video, but if you can just orient us what we're looking at right now, please, before we start playing.
So this is an orientation. This would be White Rock Avenue facing a southwesterly direction that would go directly to Main Street. This right here is Baxter Street. And then what you're looking at on the right-hand corner is White Rock Elementary School.
What about way down in the distance? It looks perhaps like it's a church steeple.
So you can see what looks like the church steeple down. That's going to be Main Street down there. And particularly of note, you can see what looks to be a silver-colored car in the center of the roadway. That is Sergeant Warner's unmarked SUV patrol vehicle.
Okay, now
I'd just like to make a record when he was pointing and saying this, at least initially he was using his right hand pointing to the roadway that's depicted in the still of this video image. He also said over here, or this is Baxter. You can see about midway in the frame a street sign, and there's a street that intersects. That's where he was pointing to, that particular street. Again, I believe that was Baxter. And I believe the rest of his comments comport with the record and don't need further explanation or at least verification by the court. So go ahead.
all right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and start to play. We're at the 0 mark right now.
Sure, I got these. You let me know if you want to down then?
Where are you going now?
With,
Pause, please, I'm sorry. 9-second, we're pausing. Go ahead, officer.
So what you're looking at here is Baxter Street. And right off to your right-hand side, I get that pointing at things with my hand isn't necessarily ideal. But the building over here is the Schutze building. Where those squad lights are there is the parking lot of the Schutze building. There's at least one officer already on foot in this vicinity of the Schutze building where the alleged knife fight with multiple individuals were involved.
Okay, and I see, looks like red and blue lights there in the middle of the photo, or the video.
Correct.
Whose squad is that?
I know one of them is Officer Nick Hendrickson.
Okay. And is that the officer that you were referring to earlier when you said another officer was also trying to help you find these subjects involved in the fight?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Off to the left, it looks like there's a bunch of cars parked there.
Correct.
Is that general parking available to the public?
That is general public parking for the Schutze building.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play again.
For the subject of it, or claiming that this fight happened. And they were at Hartwell in May with the reserve officer.
Are you driving on Baxter now?
I am driving down
The two subjects walked down towards the White Rock School. Hispanic male, Hispanic female.
Pause it, please. Whose voice was that, if you know?
I'm not going to say I know 100% sure on that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Play.
216, I'm 1060. I will meet with the callers.
Okay, Kelly. Slow everybody down. I don't see anything resembling what's being reported. Sure, too, I got it. All these red back to brain, just here.
Pause. It's a little hard to see, but on the right-hand side, did you see the individuals walking down the street there?
I did. My squad just passed.
I'm sorry, the
but
sidewalk, yeah.
About 2 seconds prior, there were 3 individuals who were walking down the sidewalk. These are the 3 individuals that flagged me down on the passenger side of my car.
Okay. Go ahead.
What the fuck?
We had subject to remain in bar, so somebody got hit.
What? What?
Black guy, red SUV, just assaulted my friend in the park. Oh, shit.
That's good, daddy. He not hit me. So, they called the cops.
Are you guys involved with a knife or something?
You can check me.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
I've already been slashed with a knife.
Let me pull over here.
Yeah,
I didn't say you
Stand by me, you need a 1052, I copy 854. 122, of their car, Bedford westbound, main, by subway.
Hey, hold on for a second, okay? 216, I need another at Hartwell and White Rock. I have another person reporting being assaulted. Okay. White Rock, Hartwell, White
Me and
Rock.
my baby daddy, we argue all the time.
Okay.
They understand when he ran me over with a car. Right now, we're just talking on the street. Nothing is happening. There's no knife, nothing. They call and for me to be in an argument.
Okay.
I think the women's shelter.
3206, 1078, 1078.
Okay.
So they called for me.
102! Hey, 1078! We have about 10 to 15 people down in the street!
Who assaulted you? Who ran?
We're arguing, we're insulting. They called.
Do we have a weapon?
We have multiple subjects down. 10 to 15 people, main and gas fire. Repeating, main and gas fire, 1078.
They called. There's no fucking weapons.
I didn't call that.
You
gotta handle that, that's fine.
Okay, what is your name? Give me your name. Patterson, what's your date of birth?
October 7, 1990.
So, 10/7/1990? Erica Patterson? Okay. Okay.
I copy 1078. Well, my unit 552, in front of People's Park, female, not conscious, not alert, not breathing. Kent County, everybody here available now. 102 has got multiple critical branches. We're doing CPR on an individual at 369 West Main Street. Got an unconscious, unresponsive 5-year-old. I'm trying to get him in the vehicle again.
Was that you running away from your squad, sir?
That was me running away, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat, please. It was a little bit difficult to hear when you asked Erica Patterson who assaulted her. Did she tell you a name?
She did not, no.
She did not provide you with any names?
She did not.
Okay. You had her name and her date of birth, and that was it at that point?
That's all I could gather before I had to burn out of there as fast as I could.
Okay. Now, when you got to Main Street, where'd you go?
When I got to Main Street, as most of you probably just saw in the video, I took a westbound direction all the way down to Barstow. There's still floats in the parade. I think there was a lot of people that didn't exactly know what was happening in front of them. When I got to Barstow and exited my patrol vehicle and you saw me running down towards the center of the street, at that point I was just trying to assist any officer, EMS, civilian individual that was around, and it was just mass chaos, carnage everywhere.
Did you attempt to render aid to some injured individuals?
There was approximately 2 to 3 individuals I can remember talking to directly. They were all members of the band. I don't know which band it was. It was one of the high school bands. They were in the vicinity just west of Barstow on Main. There was a number of them laying in the street, obviously injured. I had face-to-face contact with a few of them laying on the ground. There were parents screaming at me to help their kids. I did what basic measures that I could take as far as emergency life-saving goes. I checked pulses. I asked them to squeeze my finger, asked them what hurt, what they could move. The 2 or 3 I talked to could still move, they could still talk, they could tell me what hurt. There were multiple people standing around them also providing aid. At that point, some of the radio traffic that I was picking up on, I was gathering that potentially a vehicle had driven through the parade and hit some of these individuals. I contemplated throwing some of these people in my patrol vehicle and trying to get them to a hospital. However, my vehicle just simply isn't equipped to have that kind of space or room to do that. So given the fact that I didn't want to try to move anybody unnecessarily that would have caused further damage to them, especially if somebody's involved in blunt force trauma such as a car crash. I said, hey, if you're doing fine right now, somebody will be by shortly, we'll get you an ambulance, just hang tight where you are. And that's basically what I had to ensure at least the 2 or 3 people that I came across. The third person I came across was also a band member. She was a female. Her leg was obviously injured. She was being held upright by a couple of adults. And I asked her what was wrong, what was hurting, if there's anything more serious with her as she was being held up. And she said, officer, I saw what happened. I saw who did this. And I said, what can you tell me? And she said, a red SUV sped through the parade and did this. She didn't say anything more than that. I said, okay. I was like, stay with your family, stay with your parents. Somebody will be by with an ambulance to get you shortly.
These 3 injured individuals you spoke to, would you describe them all as being about teenage years?
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
This is the grounds, Your Honor.
Overruled, he may answer.
So is he going to answer to the question to
Yes.
the prosecution table or to the jury? I'm not sure. He's looking at them answering the questions, but they're not answering the question, asking the questions.
You may answer the question, sir.
The 3 individuals that I met with initially had band uniforms on, and it was my understanding that the band from that vicinity right then and there was a high school band, so I would place them all at teenage age range.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that at some point a person was taken into custody in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street that was related to this incident, sir?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I was made aware a little while after my involvement directly in the downtown area, yes.
Did you learn the name of the person who had been taken into custody?
Yes.
What was that name?
I knew from radio traffic at the time that it was a Daryl Brooks. I didn't know the date of birth or middle name or anything at that point.
At some point later, after the chaos had somewhat settled, did you have an opportunity to go back and try and investigate the initial complaint you had taken from Erica Patterson?
Yes, I did.
Did you attempt to identify Ms. Patterson fully through police records?
I did identify Ms. Patterson fully by positive ID, yes.
And did you learn of any complaints that have been filed by Ms. Patterson in the past to other police agencies?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled, he may answer the question that's being posed at this point.
I did conduct some more investigation after my involvement in the entire mass casualty incident. When I went back to the police department afterwards, and I was able to verify that Erica Patterson had been involved in other police cases outside of Waukesha.
And specifically, could you find anything linking Ms. Patterson to the defendant, Daryl Brooks?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I did find information through our reporting system and other law enforcement sources to directly link Erica Patterson to Daryl Brooks, yes.
And did that information also directly link Daryl Brooks to a vehicle described as a red SUV?
Yes, it did.
I don't have any other questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you may start your cross-examination.
I noticed, Officer Phillips, you are in uniform this afternoon. Were you scheduled to work today?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that you would be on duty as of now if you weren't giving testimony in this matter.
I would be on duty right now, yes.
So it would also be fair to ask if it would be fair to say that you giving testimony right now, you're still getting paid for it?
I am currently employed by the City of Waukesha Police Department on a working patrol shift, on a normal shift for myself, yes.
So with that, would it be fair to say that you are getting paid right now as we speak?
Yes, I'm getting paid right now.
By whom?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Were you subpoenaed by the plaintiff in this matter?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were you subpoenaed to testify here today by the plaintiff?
Can you explain it in another way?
That was pretty clear. Were you subpoenaed to testify by the plaintiff in this matter?
I was subpoenaed by the Waukesha County Prosecution's Office to testify in this matter.
And can you say that again just for the record?
I was subpoenaed by the Waukesha County Prosecution's Office in this matter.
Is the Waukesha County Prosecution's Office the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Have you ever talked
Sustained.
to the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Why are you continuing to look at parties that are not asking the questions?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So, in the video, it's kind of hard to hear everything that was said when you pulled over and interviewed the 3 individuals. Can you give a little more commentary on what was actually said?
Can you clarify exactly?
What exactly were you told by the 3 individuals that you pulled over to interview?
I don't remember or recall exactly what all 3 individuals said to me, as 1078 and the screams for help by other officials over the radio were directing my attention to figure out what was also going on downtown. What I recall hearing from these individuals is that one of the individuals that was not Erica indicated that their friend had been in a fight or an altercation. So that's when I decided to pull over to try to get more information out of them. Erica, told me that nothing happened, that there was just a verbal altercation, that she wanted nothing to happen and she just wanted to leave. That's when another one of the individuals said, Erica, you need to report what happened. And she still didn't want to. And that was basically about the extent of it when I just tried to get her name as these calls over the radio were coming for whatever was happening downtown that was unbeknownst to me at the time.
So would it be fair to say that you do recall the commentary of the interview?
I'm sorry. Now I will object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. What I would say, Mr. Brooks, is the use of the word commentary mischaracterizes the evidence. It's argumentative.
So it would be fair to say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. rephrase your question.
It would be fair to say that you responded to a fight at Frame Park possibly involving a knife. That'd be fair to say?
That is what the initial dispatch was, yes.
Was any knife recovered from that scene, or?
I did not recover a knife. No.
Did you see anybody with a knife?
I did not see any individual with a knife.
Did you learn who reported that there was a knife involved?
I do not know the subjects' names that actually reported the incident, no.
From your recollection, sorry. Just 1 second. From your recollection, was Erica Patterson being cooperative with the information that she gave you?
Erica Patterson was not being cooperative with the information she was giving me, no.
Do you recall if the male individual reported any information to you?
I believe I heard a male's voice during the time that I was flagged down. I don't recall what information he told me directly.
But there was 3 individuals that you interviewed at that time. Would that be fair to say?
There were 3 individuals present at the time I was flagged down, yes.
And one of them was a male. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, yes.
But you don't recall him relaying any type of information to you at that time?
I remember hearing a male's voice. I don't remember what information that specific person told me at that time.
Just so we're clear on the record, about how long did you conduct that interview? Would you say, was it a couple of minutes or?
I'd have to look directly at the squad video for an exact timestamp.
After you interviewed those 3 individuals, did you later gain any more information of the incident that you were investigating at that time?
I did not gain any further information regarding the specific fight that I was initially dispatched to, no.
And just so we're clear for the record, you did not talk to the plaintiff about testifying.
Objection. Vague.
Sustained.
Did you say vague? Were you contacted in any way by the plaintiff to testify here today?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
I was contacted by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office to testify in this case.
Do you know if that's the plaintiff in this matter?
Generally, in a criminal case, the plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin. That is my assumption in this case, that the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin.
So the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter to your knowledge?
That would be correct, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any redirect?
Just very briefly, one question. You have been asked by Mr. Brooks if you did anything to further investigate the initial fight that you were dispatched to. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, relay to detectives who were working on this parade incident the information you had found out about the link between Erica Patterson and Daryl Brooks?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did detectives then follow up?
To my knowledge, it's detectives that followed up on any further investigation regarding the fight itself.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You have your next witness.
Yes, I'd also like to move Exhibit 1C into the record, please.
Exhibit 1C is received.
Thank you.
I'll pay for that, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted.
Can I state the grounds, if I may?
You may.
There's a point in the video that was shown, like during the interview part between the officer and the three individuals where...
That's not the exhibit we're talking about.
Well...
We're talking about 1C, which is the annotations to the map that were made that are captured by the annotation system that the state just moved in and the court received.
Okay. I didn't understand what was being referred to. I was going to bring this up, but I wanted to wait.
Sir, let's take it up outside the presence of the jury later on. You'll have to remind me later. I've already received the video, which is exhibit number 6.
That video has some language in it that you made an order on. So I just want to put that on the record. Something that you ruled on.
Sir, we'll take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right? I need to keep going on. Next witness, please.
The state will call Kyle Edwards.
All right, Mr. Edwards, please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get to the witness stand, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Kyle Edwards, K-Y-L-E EDWARDS.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Edwards, K-Y-L-E EDWARDS.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here. What city or town do you live in, sir?
At the time, Waukesha. Right
Okay.
now I live in Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay, so back in November of 2021, you lived here in Waukesha, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I just want to ask you very briefly, do you have any medical training, sir?
I've been in the service for 17 years, so limited combat lifesaver, just basic Army warrior tasks, that type of medical stuff.
Okay, and on November 21 of 2021, did you make plans to attend the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you attending that parade with any family members?
Yeah, my wife and 2 kids at the time.
Okay. Did you travel to the area where the parade was being held by car?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what road you may have taken to approach the parade area?
Yeah, we lived just east of Frame Park, so we crossed the river and then came up into the downtown area using North Street, East North Street.
Okay. And was there a time when you came to the intersection of North Street and Barstow?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at the corner of East North Street and Barstow, there was a stoplight there. So.
Okay. I'm going to put up a document that's been labeled as Exhibit number 7. You'll get a chance to look at it on your screen first, sir. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, could you, there we go. Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 7 on the screen in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit number 7?
I do, ma'am.
What do you see there, sir?
So that's the intersection we had stopped at. We were coming southwest on North Street, which at the time is a one-way, and stopped at the intersection of East North Street and Barstow with a gas station on our left.
Okay. Does the photograph in Exhibit number 7 accurately represent that intersection to the best of your knowledge, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Move to admit and permission to publish number 7, please.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, object. It's irrelevant.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 7 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Just waiting for it to come up on the screen here for everybody to see. Okay. So the roadway is clearly marked as North Street, and the other roadway is clearly marked as Northwest Barstow Street. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the big square kind of on the middle right-hand side of the exhibits is the gas station, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is actually a touch screen in front of you, so I'm going to ask you to please mark with an X where you were positioned on North Street. And North Street is a one-way street, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the direction of travel, if you could mark it in a spot not near where we're going to need to point out other
Yeah.
things?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
the one way.
Okay, perfect. And what about Barstow Street? Is that one-way or two-way, if you know?
I believe it's a two-way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you stop at that intersection, sir? That's a controlled intersection?
Yes, we were stopped at the red light.
Okay. And you were in that left-hand lane. It's 2-lane street there? Or 3 lanes, maybe?
2 or 3. There might be. It looks like there's a turn lane there. So.
Okay. And so you're stopped at the lane closest to the gas station?
That's correct.
And what happened as you're sitting there, sir?
So about the same time as we were coming up to stop at the stoplight, there was a vehicle that made a left from Barstow onto the wrong way, to go to the wrong way on North Street, and stopped right up against our vehicle.
Okay, could you just draw the travel, the path of travel that you just described, please?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle was this, sir?
It was a red SUV, kind of an older model.
Do you know maker model specifically, or not really?
At the time, no. No,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to say. Just a red SUV, so.
Okay. And you've already indicated that's the wrong way to be going on North Street.
Correct, ma'am.
Overruled.
What did you do when you saw this red SUV turning the wrong way into your path of travel?
We kind of approached that stop line at the same time, and so we were really with the other vehicle hood to hood, and again, my wife and 2 kids were in the car, and the driver of the other vehicle kind of put up their hands. I could see through the 2 windshields that the other driver put up their hands and was kind of gesturing wildly, like, again, I don't know if mouthing is the right word, but kind of frantically. It seemed upset at us that we were, either going the wrong way or. So I kind of did the same thing. Just put my hands up and just kind of was confused because we were coming up to a stoplight and a car had approached us and was hood to hood.
Okay. Did you stay parked hood to hood, or what happened?
So the person in the other vehicle kind of made mention with like a knife hand to his right, my left. To go in maybe towards the gas station, but he was kind of pointing to go into the driveway of the gas station. So I looked in my rearview mirror. There was no one parked behind me at the time, and other than that vehicle having to maybe back up into the intersection, I could see that they were motioning to go into the driveway of the gas station.
Okay. Can you point out the driveway, please, for the jury?
Yeah, it's just an open driveway here.
Okay.
So I put the car in reverse, backed up maybe 5 feet, and then the vehicle drove into the gas station parking lot.
Do you know who was driving that car?
Again, windshield to windshield, we were somewhat able to identify basic features, but when the car drove into the parking lot, it kind of stopped, positioned itself at an angle, and the driver rolled down the window.
Okay.
Should I draw where they stopped?
Sure.
So the vehicle drove in and kind of stopped on a diagonal like this.
All right. And you're still stopped at the stoplight
Correct.
there?
Still stopped at the stoplight.
Okay.
So the other driver rolled down the window of their vehicle. I just, as a reaction, also rolled down the window of my, I don't know why, it's just a reaction of, so the other driver rolled down their window maybe halfway and stuck his head out and kind of looked back, and he said, why didn't you get out of the way? And I'm trying to get gas. And I said, well, it's a one-way.
Okay.
You're going the wrong way down the runway. Well, I'm telling you, I need to get gas. And I go, oh, okay, man. And then it was a green light, and then we proceeded. So.
Okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see that person present in this courtroom here?
I do, yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask temporarily.
Mr. Brooks, you're instructed to take off your mask temporarily and look up, please. Thank you.
So at the time, it was a lot more dark facial hair features and longer hair as well. So, because again, I would have saw through the windshield once, but then also with the window rolled down, kind of looking back. So maybe just like the forehead and then the long, massive hair.
Sure. So different than he looks today with kind of a clean shaven or very short hairstyle.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Scruff or stubble on his chin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you do think it was Darrell Brooks that was driving that car based on seeing him in court here today?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Did you continue on to the parade, sir?
Yes, we did, ma'am.
And where did you and your family watch the parade?
We were literally on Broadway Street. So that was one of the streets that intersects at the 5 Points, intersects Main Street. And so it was really windy, so we wanted to kind of face away from the wind with the kids, so we were sitting on Broadway.
Okay. I'm sorry, I want to back up one step before I leave the gas station. Did it appear to you as though Mr. Brooks was alone in the car?
Yes, it did.
You only saw one person in that car?
That's correct.
At that.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand.
Did you see any black female subjects walking in the area during this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now let's go back to the parade. You said you were near the 5 Points?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were kind of positioned in area, try to get out of the wind, right?
Not out of the wind, but with our backs to the wind. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
It was very windy that night, right?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Did you see a red SUV go through the parade as you were watching it, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember seeing, sir?
It was from our left. It approached to right. The direct view in front of us, there were no floats or parade participants. It was kind of a gap in the parade entries.
Okay.
And so the vehicle approached from our left. There was somebody that flew through the air, and then it exited to the right of our perspective, and that's all we saw. So because we were a little bit, maybe a row or two back from the front of the parade, we didn't have a long view of it coming and it leaving. It was kind of an enter the frame of reference and then an exit pretty quickly.
Okay. But you did unfortunately see a person flying through the air?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell anything about the person as far as what group or unit they were with? If you know. If you don't know, that's okay.
No, it was just dark clothing.
Okay.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand.
At that point, sir, near that 5 Points intersection, did you hear the horn of the SUV honking as it came through that intersection?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do next?
We folded up our two kids in the chair, in the folding parade, lawn chair, and then got them back to the vehicle pretty quickly.
Okay.
And then my wife went to drive the kids home, and then I went back to help out with the craziness. So.
Okay. Why'd you go back to help?
It was just a reaction. I think I'll give credit to my wife. She handed me a couple diapers and a bottle of water and said, you got to go back. So we were right there.
Okay.
So we went back.
And again, you have some limited first aid training, or perhaps more than basic training. You're have some good knowledge from your service in the armed. Mr. Brooks may have some questions.
Mr. Brooks?
I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Basie. Could I please ask the clerk to make a screenshot and mark it as 1D, and then I would move to admit.
7A. Should be right.
Yes.
Actually, it will be 7A.
Thank you.
So that will be marked as 7A. Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, I object to the relevancy of it. This what's on the screen right now? We talking about this?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see the relevance of this.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The court receives Exhibit 7A. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. In your, so you have a written statement and a statement that you gave to Officer Barrett. Would that be fair to say?
I don't remember the name of the officer that took my statement.
Would it be fair to say that you were interviewed by an officer, a female officer?
Yes.
And would it also be fair that you you gave a written statement to that same officer?
I think I signed the statement that she wrote.
So it'd be fair to say that the officer wrote down what you told her?
Yes.
And do you remember the date that interview took place?
A couple days after the parade incident.
Any reason why it wouldn't have been the same day as the parade?
I would assume that they were rendering aid to the victims of the incident, and it took a while to get back to anybody that had called in with any altercations, or not altercations, but interactions.
Do you recall stating in this interview that you saw the news and a picture of the male driving the said SUV?
I believe in the statement I said that I wanted to provide a description of who I had the interaction with before I saw any picture of anybody on the news.
So you never stated that since the incident and before the statement that you saw the news and the picture of the meal?
I guess I don't understand the question.
In your statement that the officer wrote down. Well, let me back up. Did you see a picture of the alleged defendant on the news?
Yes, but not before I provided the description to the officer.
So the description that you gave, would that be the same officer that did the interview?
I called the evening of the incident. I called the non-emergency line and provided the description at maybe 10:30 that evening of the event, and then provided the same description to the officer, a few days later.
Do you recall why you called the non-emergency line for something that would have been so big that it should have been an emergency call?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Please rephrase the question, Mr. Brooks.
Any reason why you would call the non-emergency line?
Someone going down a wrong way on a one-way street a few minutes before the parade didn't seem like an emergency compared to what had happened at the parade.
So would it be fair to say that you were then reporting someone going down the wrong way, trying to get into the gas station at that time?
At what time?
At the time that you called the non-emergency number.
I wanted to report that I had seen someone in a red SUV going the wrong way down a one-way before the parade, and the possibility that it was connected to the red SUV that I had seen drive through the parade.
So that non-emergency report, as you state, would have been to make a possible connection between the two incidents?
I was just reporting what I had seen.
So at that time, would it be fair to say you weren't sure if there was a connection?
I would say that I had a red SUV 5 feet from my hood, and then I saw a red SUV drive through the parade and wanted to, notify the police that I had seen that.
So at the time, were you sure that there was a connection?
Pretty sure, yes.
And what would have made you pretty sure?
The color of the SUV, the approximate age of the SUV, the timing between the 20 minutes of where I was in Waukesha to the 25 minutes later that I had seen the red SUV go through the parade.
Would it be fair to say that you just described the SUV that made the wrong turn going into the gas station as an older model? I think that was your correct words. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to make the connection between the older model SUV that you saw going into the gas station and the one that you saw in the parade?
No, they were a similar age. I guess older subjective. I mean, it was a similar age, the one I saw before the parade and the one I saw during the parade.
So it'd be fair to say that you weren't exactly sure?
I'm pretty sure they were the same vehicle.
Do you recall in your statement saying that you were 95% sure?
That sounds right, yes. 95%. I would give that same percentage, yes.
Why not? Why would you not be 100% sure if you say that you believe that they were the same vehicle?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Please rephrase the question, Mr. Brooks.
I guess I'll say it like, what put any doubt in your head that they weren't the same vehicle?
I wasn't able to see the driver of the person going through the parade because it was moving so fast. So I guess there's a very, very small chance that the red SUV I saw beforehand happened to be a similar year, make, and model and color of the SUV that I saw go through the parade.
So you weren't exactly sure who was driving the SUV in the parade?
Correct.
Do you recall in the statement that the officer wrote down? Do you recall telling the officer that was writing the report that you're 95% sure the male you saw prior to the parade at the gas station was the one driving through the parade route?
As far as I would not be able to identify who was driving through the parade route because the vehicle was moving too fast. As far as I would not be able to identify who was driving through the parade route because the vehicle was moving too fast.
Do you recall saying that his voice was the same?
Yes. So when the second interview had taken place, again, I wanted to provide the description to the officer, the visual description the night of. But just as I did now, I'm 95% sure that the interaction that I had prior to the parade was with you.
Who do you refer to when you say you?
Whatever your name is.
So you don't know the alleged defendant's name?
I do, yeah.
Would it be safe to assume that if you couldn't see who was driving the SUV in the parade route, that you also couldn't identify if it was the same voice?
The voice has nothing to do with the driver of the vehicle driving the parade. Again, it was moving too quickly. I wasn't able to identify the driver when I saw the vehicle going through the parade.
So would it be safe to assume that you got the description from the news and picture of the person that you seen on the news?
The person and the voice that I saw in the news matched who I interacted with prior to the parade.
But just so we're clear for the record, there was no way you saw who was driving the vehicle in the parade route?
Correct.
Going back to the interaction at the gas station, do you recall telling the interviewing officer that the driver of that vehicle rolled down the window to say, "I'm almost out of gas"?
Yes.
Do you recall backing your vehicle up to let the driver of that car into the gas station?
Yes.
Do you remember how far you backed up?
5 feet.
Do you remember telling the reporting officer who was writing down your statement that it was 10 feet?
5 to 10 feet.
Was it 5 feet or 10 feet?
It was enough to let the vehicle into the gas station.
So would it be safe to say that you don't recall?
It would be safe to say it's between 5 and 10 feet.
After your initial non-emergency call, it was the night of the parade that you made the non-emergency call, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how long after that you were then interviewed by law enforcement?
A few days.
Did you try to attempt to call and report again?
Yes, I think so. I think I'd called again maybe a day or two later, just because again it was when I first called the night of. They seemed to be pretty busy, so I called a day or two later just to make sure that anybody had taken down the statement that I had made the night of, and then it was a couple days later that the officer came out to interview me.
Would it be fair to state that at that time you were still seeking to report what had happened at the gas station?
That's correct.
So you weren't seeking to report any connection between the gas station incident and what you saw on the parade route?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I was calling to report what I had seen before the parade.
And the second reporting was before you actually were interviewed, correct? Just so we're clear for the record.
What do you mean by the second reporting?
The second time that you called to make a report about the gas station incident, that was before you ultimately were interviewed by law enforcement.
That's correct. The second call was just to make sure that they still had my name, and I didn't really file a formal report that second time. It was just a call to see that they still had my name and contact info, and they had said that an officer would be out eventually to interview.
At that time, when you called to make sure that they still had your name on file or your report about the gas station incident, at that time, had you made any connection to that incident and what you saw at the parade?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We've been through this.
Sustained. It's been asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, I draw your attention once again to 90611.
Noted.
Next topic, please.
Noted. And were you subpoenaed by the state of Wisconsin to testify here today?
It was either the state or the county. I received a letter from the county.
Did they identify as the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin in the courtroom today?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, do you know if the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Ever had a phone conversation with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, new topic or I'll stop the cross-examination under 90611.
1 second. Did you, do you recall how long approximately you were stopped at the red light during the gas station incident?
A minute or two.
Did you ever see the vehicle that went into the gas station actually get gas?
When we turned left onto Barstow, I noticed that the vehicle didn't stop for gas and was gonna either exit to go back on north, but it didn't stop at a gas pump.
Did you see the vehicle pull off from the gas station, or was it just kind of stationary parked?
I can't say what the vehicle did because I was already at that point out of view. I just know that it had not gone to one of the gas pumps.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness, please.
Thank you. The state calls Holly Berg.
Calm facilities, it's hot in here. That temperature's gotta come down. I'm calling facilities. It's hot. Do we have Ms. Berg? Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is to my right, upper riser. When you get there, please raise your right hand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, and I sent my clerk on an errand, so I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each, please.
Holly Berg, Holllyberg.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Berg, thank you for your appearance here this afternoon. I'd like to ask you about the events of November 21, 2021, okay? Do you remember that afternoon, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, what you were doing?
Yes.
What was that?
I was dropping my boyfriend's daughter, who was 5 at the time, at with her dance company on White Rock Avenue at their staging area,
Okay.
to get ready for the parade.
So your boyfriend's daughter was going to participate in the parade?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to drop her off on White Rock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then...
My job to make sure the record's clear, so if you nod your head or say,
Okay.
I'll clarify. It's okay, people do it all the time.
And after you dropped her off, were you planning to attend the parade then?
Yes.
And where were you planning to watch the parade from?
Earlier that morning, we went and put our chairs and blankets on a spot on Main and Maple right on the corner.
Okay. And do you know if you were on the north side of the street or the south side of the street?
South side.
South side of the street. And do you know any businesses that were nearby that you can remember?
Yeah, we were right across from Main Street Bar and Grill.
Okay.
Mainstream.
Okay, Mainstream Bar and
Yes.
Grill? Yeah, okay. And as you were traveling to the parade after dropping off your boyfriend's daughter, did you travel along North Street?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask to display exhibit number 7, which has already been admitted, Your Honor.
Permission to publish Exhibit 7 is granted.
All right, so it's up on the big screens. It's also on the monitor in front of you.
Okay.
And that's actually a touch.
I was right here in the second lane. It was probably one lane too close. I drew the X.
Okay.
We can clear it and she can do it again if it's not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the
So I was right
greatest.
here in the,
Okay.
oh my gosh.
In the center lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, I wonder if she, you may have clicked the arrow, which is okay. There's multiple ways to annotate. So try it again and see what comes up.
There we go.
Okay. And as you approach that intersection, do you remember if you had to stop for the stoplight there?
Yes, it had just turned red.
Okay. Did you see any cars around you on North Street?
Yes, there was a car to my left. I think it was silver. And I think there was a car on my right.
Okay. And the car on your left then would be in the lane closest to the gas station, correct?
Correct, right at the corner.
Okay, there is a gas station right there, that big box in the middle of the
Yes.
street. Okay. What do you remember happening as you sat there at the stoplight?
So I stopped at the stoplight, and I immediately saw a red SUV come from down the hill on Barstow, and it turned into North Street to go into the gas station. However, it turned on a one-way street, and it was like head-to-head with the car next to me, in the first lane. And so I was right next to the silver car.
Sure.
And
How about, could you draw that for us on the map?
Yeah.
The best you can, please.
Yep, so it came down here and into this first lane right here.
Okay. And that's where the silver car was parked?
Yeah.
Or stopped, I should say.
Yes, and there is a driveway to the gas station right here.
Okay.
And the silver car was blocking that driveway because it's an exit, not an enter.
Okay. And so you saw the SUV go kind of hood to hood or head to head, you
Yes.
said, with the silver car.
Yeah, and I was looking, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is coming onto trying to get onto our one-way street, and I saw a bunch of arm flailing from.
By who?
I think both vehicles, because presumably the red SUV is mad that the silver car is blocking to get into the gas station. The silver car is like, I'm not doing anything wrong, so they were both kind of upset, and then I noticed the silver car backed up to allow the red SUV to get into the gas station.
Okay. Could you see into the red SUV and see the driver of that vehicle?
When I was, before it had entered the before silver car backed up and red SUV went into the driveway, I could just see outline.
Okay.
However, after the SUV pulled in, he stopped immediately as soon as he got into the driveway and stuck his head out and was still doing this, like yelling at the silver car.
Gesturing and
Yes.
yelling. Could you hear what was being said?
No, I had my window up.
You had your window up. Okay, but you could, it appeared he was yelling.
Yes.
Did he appear angry to you?
Irritated.
Okay. And could you tell how many people were in that red SUV at that point? Or did you see anybody other than the driver?
I did not see anybody else.
Okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes.
Is that person present in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask Mr. Brooks to remove his mask, Your Honor, for identification by this witness.
Mr. Brooks, thank you. Record to reflect, he took his mask down.
Yes.
Is that the driver of the red SUV you just described for us?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you eventually go on to the parade?
Yes. So right after, 5 seconds after the SUV got in and stuck his head out, then the light turned green and I went and parked my car.
Okay.
And then met with my family. So right after, 5 seconds after the SUV got in and stuck his head out, then the light turned green and I went and parked my car.
Okay.
And then met with my family at
Okay.
the location.
Okay. And did you see a red SUV on the parade route?
Yes, about 30 minutes into getting there.
Okay. So I'm just going to slow down here a little bit, okay? You're doing a great job, thank you. I just want to ask you now, as you're standing there at the parade, what do you remember about the first time you saw that red SUV?
So at first, so a group had just passed us. I believe it was the Catholic community group. And then there was a large gap. And so I looked to see, you know, what's next.
Okay.
And saw a red SUV, which I originally thought was part of the parade, in the far right lane of Main Street, but it was going really fast, and I said to myself, why is this going so fast? And then it clicked as soon as it switched over to the far left lane, and then into the group of people right in front of me.
And that will be the Catholic community group?
I do believe so.
Did you see the red SUV strike any people in the Catholic community group?
Several.
Can you estimate how many?
At least 15.
Okay. And did, I'm sorry to ask it this way, but did you see anybody like actually fly or roll or tumble?
Yeah, so originally it was, I heard sounds, like thuds, and then it was in the air, like bowling pins.
Okay. Did you get a look at the driver of the vehicle as it went through the parade?
Yeah, when I had just said it veered to the left and then struck the group of people, it was about probably 6 or 7 feet from where I was standing.
Okay.
And I saw directly through the driver's window.
What did you see?
I saw a man focused on the group ahead of him.
Is that Daryl Brooks that you saw?
Yes. And as soon as that happened, about 10 seconds after, I froze and I said to my mom, who was with me, I just saw that guy at the gas station. And it clicked that it was the same person.
You remember exactly that it was the same person?
Yes.
Okay. You described hearing some noises that you described as thuds, is that right?
Yes.
What do you think that noise was?
Hitting a large group of people with a vehicle.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Brooks honking the horn on the vehicle at all?
No.
You described some driving maneuvers where you saw him going from side to side of the road, is that correct?
Yeah, I saw it coming up Main Street in the far right lane, and I was in the far left, on the sidewalk of the far left, and it was then in the far left lane.
Okay. Were you able to estimate the speed of the vehicle at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Would you be able to estimate the speed?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say 20 miles per hour, perhaps.
Okay. Did you ever see the vehicle?
As many bodies as it did. I remember the brake lights, but then it continued.
Did you actually see the vehicle drive over people?
I saw it hit the group and people fly, and then there was just chaos in the street.
Okay. Had your boyfriend's daughter already gone through?
No, she had not.
Okay. So she was back waiting to join the parade, or you
We didn't
know where she
know
was?
at the time. No. So as soon as it happened, my boyfriend leaped up to go help people, and I grabbed him. I said, "No, go find her." So then he took off and had to go find her down 5 blocks.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any cross-exam for this witness?
I do. First of all, good afternoon. You stated that you saw brake lights. Would that be fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would it be fair to say you would only see brake lights from a vehicle if it was attempting to stop?
Or slow.
So, just so I'm clear on that, you would see brake lights on a vehicle that is attempting to slow down or stop.
Sure.
And you stated that you can estimate the speed of the vehicle.
I estimated 20 miles per hour.
And would you characterize that as extremely fast?
For, yes, for the parade, yes.
And how did you come to the conclusion of the speed?
With how quickly it went from point A to point B in my range of sight.
Going back to the gas station incident, you were. I guess I would need to see the map again.
We
You
still
were-
have that available? The map? We still have the map with the markings available up, or was it cleared after we captured it?
I didn't clear it. Yeah,
Okay.
will we please save that as 7B, please, Your Honor?
It will be saved as 7B.
And admitted.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, I don't see the relevancy of the map.
It's directly related to her testimony, sir. It's relevant. Your objection is noted.
So,
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
I don't see the relevancy of the map.
It's directly related to her testimony, sir. It's relevant. Your objection is noted.
So,
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
Elaine says, would it be fair to say that Brooks should have been taught a lesson way before he thought he was the big I am? What a tosser. Okay, with people like Brooks, he certainly was not raised correctly. His mother enables him and even defended him and tried to excuse his behavior. Same thing with Bundy's mom was similar, where she was trying to say he's, to give him another chance. But these mothers got to understand that they're partially responsible, not all the time, in all situations, but in these extreme cases where like Brooks, the mother enabled him, and after he did something bad, they don't condemn the behavior, right? So, say there's a kid that's bad, and the parents condemn the kid, their actions. That's fine, but this person, Brooks, it was just he's mentally a toddler, but he's in an adult body, and he expresses himself. It's not like a kid throwing a tantrum. This guy's getting a car and he's driving through a crowd of people. So that is a problem. As I said, the way his parents were, if he would have gotten a good example, maybe all this wouldn't have happened the way it happened. Maybe when he was at home, he would have this type of tantrum. He was able to get away with it. But in the real life, that's not reality. He believed. I'll give you his exact defense. I'll give you his exact defense right here. How about this? I want to do this right now. Alright, so this is what it says. Darrell Brooks, who represented himself at trial, did not present a consistent or formal defense in the legal sense. He primarily argued his primary argument was that the incident was not intentional, but rather the result of panic or potentially a mechanical issue with the vehicle. Yeah, so he just did not really have an exact defense. He was just kind of all over the place. So one of them is accident reckless over intent. Brooks repeatedly stated there are two sides of every story, and suggested the incident was not a planned or intentional act, but rather an act of recklessness that should carry a different, though likely still severe punishment. Vehicle malfunction. He attempted to introduce the theory that the Ford Escape he was driving had a malfunctioning throttle body, or a sudden acceleration. Oh, hello, Fifi. Good to see you. Or a sudden acceleration issue due to a recall, which he claimed caused him to lose control and be unable to stop. The judge denied the request to present this ruling. It was speculative and ultimately. Sovereign citizen argument. Yes, this is the Darrell case. Oh, you never watched it? Oh, well. The vehicle malfunction. He attempted to introduce the theory that the Ford Escape... Oh, no, we talked about that just a moment ago. The one I meant to say was the sovereign citizen arguments. Throughout the trial, Brooks made numerous references to sovereign citizen ideologies, arguing that the court lacked jurisdiction over him and that he was not subject to U.S. law. The judge dismissed these arguments as meritless. Questioning witness accounts. He cross-examined witnesses, often focusing on minor details, such as whether they have heard the SUV's horn honk, or if the driver swerved to avoid people, an attempt to suggest a lack of intent or an attempt to warn others. Exactly, Fee. He was not right in the head for him to want to defend himself. And in the courtroom, he acted like a savage. Right. Disruptive tactics. Brooks frequently interrupted the judge and prosecutors, leading to his removal of adjacent courtroom for much of the trial. Legal experts suggested he might have been trying to cause a mistrial or create grounds for appeal, though his uncooperative behavior. And Kim says, but if he had a malfunction in the car, it should be scientifically proven or mechanically proven, whatever, and it wasn't. He had a temper malfunction. Yeah. From everything I've seen, it started with a DV incident. He's a loser. Yeah, he's definitely a loser indeed. Ultimately, his defense was seen by legal experts more as a series of disjointed arguments and delaying tactics rather than coherent legal strategy. He was found guilty on all 76 counts he faced, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide as well. Well, let's go over some of the famous things that he would say. So, all right, Kim says, that's right, he said that was not in their jurisdiction. Yes, you know it wasn't driving, he was traveling, right? Yeah, he's using the kinds of manipulation tactics to prove a point that can't be made. All right. All right, lack of subject matter jurisdiction. This was one of his primary and most present arguments, rooted in sovereign citizen ideology. He repeatedly claimed the court lacked the authority to subject matter jurisdiction over him as a sovereign citizen and was not subject to U.S. laws. Improper plaintiff identification. Aligned with his sovereign citizen claims, he frequently questioned witnesses on who the plaintiff was, asking if they had personal relationship with the state of Wisconsin, and arguing that the state has an entity was not a natural person who could bring a complaint against him. Vehicle malfunction accident. He suggested in his closing arguments and through witness cross-examination that the incident was an accident and not intentional homicide. He raised the possibility of a Ford escaped recall due to the malfunctioning throttle body or sudden acceleration, which he claimed prevented him from stopping the vehicle. That's right, he said it was other jurisdiction. And the judge had a lot of patience, but he was out of control. Yeah, definitely out of control. Lack of intent. He sought to establish that his actions, while possibly reckless, were not intentional, which would potentially lead to a lesser charges, though still likely resulting in severe sentence. Questioning evidence and witness accounts. He cross-examined witnesses on details such as whether they heard the vehicle's horn or if the driver swerved to avoid people in an attempt to suggest the driver was trying to warn or avoid victims, thus lack of intent to kill. Conflict. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that in a moment, Kim. Conflict of interest, change of venue. He argued for a change of venue, claiming that intense media coverage and local connections to the victims made it impossible to find an impartial jury, Waukesha County. He also claimed the judge had conflict of interest because she knew the father of one of the injured people. Jury nullification. He attempted to inform the jury that they had the power to ignore the law and decide a case based on their own conscience or other reasons. Jury nullification. The judge repeatedly admonished him and ruled this was not permissible argument to present to the jury. Objection was his first word, right? Procedural arguments. The delay tactics he frequently interrupted proceedings, to see judge's oath of office, and made numerous filings and objections based on unconventional understandings of legal procedure, leading to an estimated dozen recesses before the first lunch break on some days. Alright, and let's see. Let's go here. Yes, Darrell Brooks was driving his mother's Ford Escape SUV during the Waukesha Christmas parade attack. He was involved in a domestic disturbance with the mother of his child just minutes before the parade incident, an argument that repeatedly started because she had not bailed him out of jail several days earlier. He had also allegedly used the same vehicle to run over the woman earlier that month in a separate incident. And what was his legal status right before the incident? Okay. Before the Waukesha Christmas Parade attack, Darrell Brooks was in a complex legal situation, having been released from jail just 5 days earlier on bail for 2 separate open felony cases in Milwaukee County with an outstanding warrant in Nevada. Domestic violence incident 21. He was days before the parade on November 2. Brooks was arrested for allegedly punching the mother of his child in the face and then running over her leg with an SUV, the same vehicle used in the parade attack. Oh, jeez. In a gas station parking lot, he was charged with felony second-degree recklessly endangering safety, felony bail jumping, and several misdemeanors with domestic abuse assessments. He was released on a $1,000 cash bond on November 11, a decision that was later called inappropriately low by Milwaukee County District Attorney. So if he would have been locked up, he wouldn't have ever done this attack. This is where I'm talking about where some people need to just be locked up forever. They'll just keep doing it over and over again. Okay, the 2020 shooting incident. Brooks was already out on bail for a separate case from July 20 where he was accused of firing a gun during an argument with his nephew. In that case, he was charged with 2 counts of second-degree recklessly endangering safety and 1 count of possession of a firearm by a felon. His initial $10,000 bond was reduced to $500 in February 21, which he posted on May 21. 10,000 to 500. Whatever attorneys he had were pretty darn good. Then when he was in this situation, he got rid of an attorney, and I'm glad he did that and got himself locked up, but still, he was not good in general. Child support case. After posting a $1,000 bond on the domestic violence charges, Brooks was transferred to Waukesha County custody for a failure to pay in child support case. A court commissioner released him on his own reconnaissance, a promise to appear without having to post cash bail. In that civil case just days before the parade attack. Nevada is where he did the sexual crimes. He evaded Nevada and disobeyed their 6 offender laws. All right. So yeah, he has a record. All right. So we'll continue.
Where were you positioned again at the stoplight?
I was in the front row in the middle lane.
Do you remember if it was a car to your right?
I think there was a car to my right.
Do you recall if the vehicle you saw going into the gas station had any tinted windows?
I do not.
And you stated that you were pretty sure it was only one occupant of that vehicle?
Yes, that's all I could see.
With all you can see, or?
Kim says he lost it like he was black in his head. Like, I don't think he even probably knew what he was doing. He's such a hot temper, and that's dangerous. That's ridiculous bond amount for what he did. Yeah, I agree. You know, they black out and they don't even realize what they're doing. It's like a tunnel vision for them. Yeah, hot tempered. All right. Now, something I want to bring up that we are going to. There's a new trial tomorrow that it was brought to my attention is that the trial for the 24-year-old Dinah Tower, who is accused of deleting killing his adoptive parents, Jennifer and Robbie Tower, is currently in progress in Florida. As of Tuesday, November 11, 2025, the court is observing a day off for 2 Veterans Day, with the trial proper scheduled to bring with opening statements on Wednesday, November 12, 25. Current status: a jury selection was completed on November 10, and trial is set to begin on November 12. Charges: Towers facing 2 counts of first-degree murder, as well as fleeing the police. Plea officer. The defense offered to plead guilty to manslaughter in exchange for 40-year prison sentence, but prosecutors rejected the deal, stating they would seek life imprisonment if a manslaughter plea was accepted. The deletion death penalty is not potential sentence in the case. Kim says to Sauce, "Hey, how's your Bloody Mary?" to Sauce. Incident details. Victims were found with multiple stab wounds in the Northport home in August 23. Tower was arrested after the police chase that ended with a spike strip were used to stop his vehicle. Background: the tower was adopted from Ukraine by Jennifer Robbie Tower in 2016 when he was 14 years old. Elaine, do you know when the Clenny trial starts, please. I have been waiting on that one. Alright, let's see when that one starts. The murder trial for Courtney Clenny is expected to start in the first quarter of the year 2026. A specific date has not been publicly confirmed, as the case has faced numerous delays. Previously, a trial date has been set for December 1, 2025, but this was continued. So it's going to be in early 26. Next hearing. A bond hearing for Clenny was scheduled for November 4, 25, when her attorney would again attempt to secure her release from jail. Delays. The trial has been delayed multiple times due to various factors, including the defense's claim of prosecutorial misconduct related to improperly accessed privileged communications. Current location. Clenny is being held without bond in Miami jail since her arrest in Hawaii in August 22. Case details. Clenny is charged with second-degree murder in April 22, stabbing, death of her boyfriend Christian Obumseli. She claims she acted in self-defense, while prosecutors argued she was the aggressor in a Hello, Nemo. Good to see you, buddy. Stabbing, death, and she claimed to act in self-defense, while prosecutors argued she was the aggressor in the tempestuous combative relationship. Oh, thank you, Elaine. Thank you. Oh, absolutely they hate him, Kim, because it's so cringe that these people that were in the Brooks trial had to be interrogated by him. It's really cringe. You're back $100 short. Hello. Welcome back, Roan. Yeah, facts. It'll help warm up for sure. All right, so that's some information about, and let's see what led to Dimma Tower's arrest. Yes, Mermaid, it is the season indeed. Absolutely. Dimma Tower's arrest was multi-step process that began when police responded to a neighbor's 911 call and accumulated in a house-long manhunt and police chase. The events leading to Dimma Tower's arrest were neighbor's call. A neighbor contacted 911 after discovering a woman believed to be Jennifer Tower at their doorstep. She was screaming for help, had large amounts of blood and steps, and then left. Police arrival. The initial encounter, shortly before midnight, officers arrived at the Tower residence and found Dimma Tower covered in blood, closing the trunk of the black vehicle. A daughter person is expensive. Oh, okay. Scared. La 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 la. Enjoyed the hot coffee. We'll finish with a song. Police chase, escape on foot. Tower led police on high-speed chase on Interstate 75. The vehicle was stopped near mile mark in 192 Venice after deputies used spike strips. The Tower then left the car and ran into a nearby wooded area. Manhunt and capture. The North Port Police Department and Sarasota County Sheriff's Office conducted a large search, including public alert and suspect's photo. He was found and arrested next, approximately 7 or 8 hours after the chase, at a Shell gas station near I-75 and Laura Road in North Venice. I take her to work, take her to lunch, and needs makeup. Yeah. Or, well, that's a good dad. Yeah, he is a good dad, definitely. Him said pool was warm. That's all that matters. Facts. Yeah, Elaine, we could look into it. That's a good idea. Yes, prosecutors dropped the computer-related charges against Courtney Clenny's parents, Kim and Deborah Clenny, in July 24. The charges, which included a single count of unauthorized access to the computer or electronic device, were dropped after a judge ruled that the state had improperly gathered evidence by accessing privileged communications between Clenny's and their defense attorney. The judge found that the text messages and emails were the family allegedly discussing how to access Christian Selly's laptop were then produced by the attorney-client privilege. Dismiss the charges does not affect the primary second-degree murder charge that County Clenny still faces if the death of her boyfriend, Christian Bumselly. I love that. I love all music, so it would be sound for me, right? The evidence that was improperly gathered in this case and led to Charges being dropped against Courtney Clenny's parents include text messages and emails between Clenny's and the defense attorney that were accessed by prosecutors through search warrant of the family's iCloud accounts. Mermaid said, I even recently had a falling out with my siblings and parents, mom and her kids, because they're very spoiled, lazy, and have harassed my babies. Yeah, that's extremely messed up. Really, amen. And an eldest sibling, you are the test run. Test run human. Oh. So I agree. My mom helped me too, and it's important. But yes, it's very difficult. You don't realize how hard it is until you get out there in the world. Right. Specifics and messages. The text messages include the father, Kim Clenny, asked for potential PIN password to try on the laptop. The message from his stand, hell yeah, that PIN worked. After successfully guessing the password, the communications also involved logistics for transferring the laptop to an attorney in Dallas. Privilege violations. A judge ruled that these communications were protected by attorney-client privilege and our work produce product privilege. The court found the defense was conducting a normal investigation of the case, and prosecutors had wrongly assumed the family was engaged in criminal activity, digital burglary, without seeing a court determination first. Elaine said, I swear there is a curse in my family. I live in 13 not only once but 3 times. It was not for bad luck, I'd have no luck. Mermaid said, Lord, I'm one people can control at least, but my other son was taken from me. We still, yeah, that's very traumatic. Wow. Yeah, Kim. Facts. Right, can't control. Well, the prosecution believed that Clenny's were engaged in criminal activity. The prosecution believed Clenny's were engaged in criminal activity based on text messages, emails, and where they discussed how to gain unauthorized access to Christian laptop and different passwords until it worked. Obtaining the laptop, the Courtney's father recovered the laptop from the couple's apartment after police had already processed the scene and left the device behind. Accessing the device in a group chat with the daughter and the attorney, the parents discussed methods to accuse the password-protected laptop. One message that Kim Clenny cited warranted stated, hell yeah, that PIN worked, after successfully guessing the password. Well, hello, Joyce. Welcome back. Unauthorized access. Prosecutors argued that under Florida, accessing a person's computer without permission or the permission of their estate is illegal. The they claimed that the Clintys utilized their attorney to commit digital burglary of Obselee's computer. The victim's family's attorneys claimed the activity involved deleting information, though this was not confirmed in court ruling. The prosecution viewed the efforts to access, analyze the data themselves, rather than immediately turning it over to law enforcement. Yeah, exactly, Joyce. Yeah. Ultimately, a judge ruled that these communications were covered by attorney-client privilege, as defense was conducting normal investigation, excluded the messages from evidence. This discussion led to dismissal of the charges. Kim said, "Pool. Okay, there's and promises give them time. Hung, because how it feels." Yeah, and also Joyce, we're doing some review on the trial tomorrow, and I'll say again the because I was going to look at some more things about it. The trial for a 24-year-old Dima Tower, who is accused of deleting killing his adoptive parents, Jennifer and Robbie Tower, is currently in progress in Florida. The court is observing a day off for the Veterans Day, with the trial proper schedule to begin with opening statements Wednesday, November 12, 2025. Jury selection was completed on November 10, and the trial is set to begin on November 12. Charges: Tower is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder as well as fleeing from the police. Plea offer: the defense offered to plead guilty to manslaughter in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. The prosecutors rejected the offer, stating they would seek life imprisonment if manslaughter plea was accepted. The deletion death penalty is not a potential sentence in this case. Incident details: the victims were found with multiple stab wounds in Northport home. On August 23, blood was found throughout the home, including the master bedroom, kitchen, and living room. The Tower was arrested after police chase and ended with a spike strip were used to stop the vehicle, and he fled into the woods. You only have 2. Okay. That's cool, Lord. Background: Tower was adopted from Ukraine orphanage in 2016. Family members have stated he had a history of violent behavior both before and after the adoption. As of now, the specific single motive theory has Moki says, this supposed to be a fast case. The article I read said it should be over by Friday. Oh, okay, thank you. As now the specific single motive theory has not been publicly revealed by the prosecution in Dimma Tower case, the trial is just beginning and opening statements are scheduled for Wednesday, November 12, 25. Shout Mary Toodles. However, the prosecution is expected to present evidence of the defendant's documented history of violence and abuse towards his adoptive parents as potential underlying factor or context of the murders. Elaine said, if you could have seen in the future, I would have tightened my tubes and been a cat mama. Give me no problems. Scared. Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from there. The key points that will likely be emphasized by the prosecution. History of violence. The records show that Dimma had a history of domestic violence with his parents, with calls to police dating back to 2018. In one instance, he allegedly pushed his mother, Jennifer, and another, he was arrested for a physical fight with a victim in the home. Parents fear. Robbie Tower previously told police he wanted Dimma removed from the home and that he slept with his door locked at night out of fear of Dimma's actions. Brutal nature of the crime. The prosecution has highlighted very disturbing and gruesome scene with large amounts of blood throughout the house and multiple stab wounds. Suggested a frenzied and personal attack rather than one for financial gain or another common motive. Okay, and Lord Roan says he had the vasectomy. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so Joyce says, hello to Moki. That's cool. Facts. Brutal nature of the crime. The prosecution has tightened the very disturbing and gruesome scene. Blood throughout the stab wound suggests that the frenzied person attacked rather than at a gain for another motive of violence. Alright, and going over to what evidence might prosecution present in the opening statement. Let's see. Elaine said, my son is a psychopath. He is just like my dad, but he has been assessed twice by 2 different forensic psychologists. Oh, okay. Thank you, Elaine, for the information. I remember when he escaped, and it was all over the news, and they had to recapture him. I remember you were telling us about that. Yeah, that is very unfortunate about a situation, and hopefully he could turn around and do better. But it's important to bring awareness about these things. What you're doing is bringing awareness, and that's good. And people need to be aware that there are people that are dangerous out there. The opening statements. The prosecution is expected to outline a roadmap of the case and present evidence that demonstrates Dimma Tower's guilt and supports the first-degree murder charges. This evidence will likely include crime scene description, graphic descriptions, and potential images of the gruesome crime scene. Emphasize the amounts of blood found throughout the home and multiple stab wounds on the victim suggests a frenzied, prolonged attack and premeditation. Neighbor's 911 call. The recording or testimony of the neighbor who made 911 call after Jennifer Tower, covered in blood, came to her door screaming for help. Dimma Tower's actions at the scene. The testimony from the first responding officers who found Dimma Tower covered in blood, closing the trunk of a vehicle, ignoring the commands to stop before fleeing. Forensic evidence. The forensic evidence, such as DNA analysts or bloodstain pattern analysts, connecting Tower to the victims and specific acts of violence, evidence of flight, documentation and testimony regarding the high-speed police chase and subsequent hours-long manhunt at the end of the Tower's arrest and gas station the next morning. Right, very sweet of you, Joyce. Tell her. Yes. Okay. History of violence. The introduction of past police reports and testimony from family members detailing Dimma Tower's history of domestic violence and physical altercations with the parents, establishing a pattern of aggressive behavior and potential motive. Victims' fear. Statements or evidence indicate that the victims were fearful of Dimma, such as Robert Tower's previous comments to police about wanting Dimma removed from the home and locking the bedroom doors at night. Okay, so that is, some. Sorry about the case for tomorrow. It's going to be quite interesting. Scared. Now, we're going to look some more of this Brooks situation, and then there'll be another one to show. Some other scene of another trial to show.
Or are you sure that it was only one occupant?
I could see one person.
So it'd be fair to say you couldn't see any other seats in the vehicle?
I saw one person when it was head-to-head with the vehicle next to me, the one with the arms in the air, and then I saw one person as he stuck his head out the window once he pulled in.
Could you see the passenger seat?
I could not, from that point.
Could you see the back seats?
No.
Are we done with the map? I'd like to turn.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you recall who subpoenaed you here to testify?
Yes.
You stated for the record?
Yes, I said. Oh, the state of Wisconsin District Attorney.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, move on. Under 90611, I've sustained all of the objections related to this line of questioning. It's not relevant. Next topic, or I will find that the cross-examination by you is done.
So you're sustaining every question pertaining to that part of questioning, or is it for
Yes.
every testimony? Or
It's on that topic, so you may continue if you choose another topic.
have you ever seen the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, before?
Right, pursuant to 90611, judge controls the order and mode of interrogation, that these questions violate sub 1, and Mr. Brooks will not be able to ask any further questions of this witness. Does the state have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
What was
Mr.
violated?
Brooks, I'm not going to address that right now. I think this will be a good time to take our afternoon break. So we'll be, I need to address a couple things with the parties, but as far as the jurors are concerned, about 15 minutes for the afternoon break, give or take. All rise for the jurors, please. Has passed 3 notes to the court. I review them as they come in. At times I put no response needed by the court. I initial it, date it, put the time. These will be uploaded into the file at some point. There was one particular request I do want to take up by Mr. Brooks, and that is at 1:11 p.m. he sent a note to the court indicating, I'm very emotional right now, can I go to the other court? I responded to that at 1:20 p.m. and I said the court will address this at the next break. Clerk advised to provide a copy of this response to the parties forthwith. I believe she may have provided even the other note, a copy of the other note in my response at that time, but at a minimum I know my response was copied and provided to the parties. I did note that I saw Mr. Brooks reviewing the papers. They were put on the corner of his table. I wrote down the time. It's not at my fingertips. I'll look for that. But in any event, I did want to address that with you, Mr. Brooks. You've been in the courtroom, you've been meaningfully participating. Are you asking to go to the other courtroom?
At the time that we went back on the record, I was very emotional at that time. Still very emotional, but I'm attempting as best I can to hold it together. That does lead me to, since we are addressing certain things outside the...
Well, I'm addressing this first, sir. Are you making a request to go to the other
I'm not
courtroom?
making any requests at this time. Like I just stated, I'm trying my best to hold everything together considering how this day has been. I can't expect anybody else to know what's inside my head to know what I'm going through right now, but yeah, we'll just leave that there.
All right, thank you. That is noted for the record. At some point, sir, after I admitted Exhibit 6, you raised an objection. I told you I would allow you to raise that outside the presence of the jury. Now's your opportunity to do that.
And which one would you be referring to?
Exhibit 6, sir.
Or the video?
We've seen multiple videos, but yes, Exhibit 6 is a video, sir.
I think it's very clear what I was referring to in that video. The interview portion of the officer with the 3 individuals has language in it that you made a ruling about, pertaining to a whole different entire...
Which part of the video, sir?
The interview part. I'm gonna say it again, as I've already said it clearly enough. The interview part between the officer and the 3 individuals.
And what specifically are you referring to? What statement, sir? I need some specificity.
Do you need it played?
to that.
Do you need it played?
Mr. Brooks, you're the one making the objection. Please make your offer of proof so I can rule on it.
The offer of proof is that there's language said by Erica Patterson in that interview that can be audible, referring to another situation in another county. You made a ruling on that would not be admitted into evidence. So at the very least, that portion of the video that you've already admitted into evidence should be removed, or the whole video should be struck and removed from the record. And I'm saying that because of the ruling that you made, the judicial determination that you made, Your Honor.
Let me turn to the state. Attorney Opper, I don't specifically recall. If I need to review it on a break, maybe I will, but do you have any idea what this is referring to?
I do not, Your Honor. I did not hear anything in that recording that would violate your previous orders.
I object to that. It's very clear if the video was played that you can hear language said in that portion of the video that you clearly ruled on.
I'll review.
I forgot for a moment I could just talk on here like this and not type. Forgot about that for a second. All right, I'll read you what was said right here. Let's see. Read you the email. Okay, so what was said was this. Alien, you need to be careful of reporting misinfo about me and your channel. My words with sauce was much needed. You ever heard of deflamination of character? Google it. I understand you are young and a lot to learn. I reported you and you can get shut down discussing people on your channel. It's usually for a week. So please refrain from discussing me on your channel. You legally cannot do that. I have reported your channel several times this week and will again if needed. Thank you, Judy. There's people that have talked about me on their channels for hours and hours, and I don't report nobody. So, and there's trolls and stuff. It's like that. It just blow off. This is really out of hand. So that's what she told me. Yes, absolutely. Yes, indeed. I agree. Okay. Here we go. Let's do this. Here. Yeah, that's hilarious. All right. Sure. There we go. Hello, Miss. Good to see you. I'll give it to you right now, Remy. I mean, not Remy, to the other one. Okay, so this is what happened. So Kim says, "Pool, who are you talking about? Someone giving y'all a hard time because no one's gonna get my friend's hard time." All right, so there, Judy, from LC chat. There is. You're welcome, Pools. Well, Miss Hoseman has a wrench now, so there you go. Yeah, misconstrue Judy. Yes, that's true. Now, with this character, Judy, she kept on talking about, she would get in a fight with Sauce for some reason, and she was being rude to the other chat members. And we're telling her to not do that and cut it out. And what was the problem with Sauce? And she doesn't really say anything. And then she started attacking myself and the other chat people and told me that the channel won't amount to anything. And we were very rude to me and keeps on saying that I'm saying stuff that isn't true or that I'm creating defamation and kept reporting the channel. And no one has threatened or said anything bad to her. She was just harassing us. And we were trying to get the situation resolved if they had a disagreement or something, but it didn't quite go down that way. So I don't know. It's kind of strange. So yeah, that was the email that she sent. And no one did anything to her, and we all have freedom of speech to say what we want about people. It's nothing bad here. Alright. So that is what occurred. If it was Moki's birthday, happy belated birthday to you, Moki, if it was your birthday already. You're awesome. You scared? Yes, Remy, maybe it's Brooks cosplaying as a chatter. Yes. Alright, Kim, and I wanted to let you know I'm definitely be nice and formal about this, but she needs to realize her threats hold no weight. Right. It makes him feel special even if he doesn't know how to say it. Right. Yes, that's true, Moki. That's true. I agree with you, Remy. Alright, now Joyce says that emailing her will help. That may cause another issue. Okay, so now Mermaid of Joyce is suggesting to not email at the moment. And let's just see how things go for a little while until we can maybe things get quiet down. Because Joyce is suggesting it may raise some other problems. Right. Let's see. Yes, I'm going to throw everybody a birthday party. Absolutely. Yeah, so Mermaid to most likely to not uh, do the email at the moment. That's probably a good idea. And let's have things ease down. But thank you, Mermaid, for having my back. Yes, a Thanksgiving party. Thanksgiving party. Okay, and Mermaid said, I'm currently in my email. Okay, I went to my settings and changes some things. Also, if she emails you again, she'll be hearing from me. Okay, okay. And okay, remember, as I said, for now we will not. Don't send any emails to her at the moment, and let's have things ease up, and hopefully it blows over. Okay, thank you. But for all that, all right. Hey, Passion said, I'm learning the mermaid method. Your drafts and clipboard must be wild ride. All right, and Mermaid said it's super serious, Remy, and I'll have a drink soon, and I'll be very sick this morning. I'm not going to send an email. Okay, thank you, Mermaid. Yes, don't do it at the moment. No emails right now. Okay. Yeah, and when we go, and as I said, yeah, when it's Sauce and Moki's birthday, we'll throw them a party, and we'll also have a Thanksgiving party. All right. So that is the situation, and now we'll continue with Brooks. Yes, Mermaid, share some Bible verses. Amen. That's good. Yeah, so Mermaid said the Bible clearly states that you reap what you sow in life. Absolutely. Okay, and well, for Thanksgiving, we can play some trivia games, and maybe we could do another one where we could all go on the show and have a video chat. That's all good. I think that would be good to do. And, play some games. We could think about some other stuff we could do. Kim said we should have Friendsgiving for Thanksgiving. Alright. Murray said, it also says that what you do unto others will be done unto you, you including me, and I am not protected from that. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Mogi. Yes. Murray said we should send fan mail to Brooks, the rapper. The meth rapper. Right. Right. Mr. Pools, let me give you some advice. Trust me, I know it's hard, and I'm sure I would be pissed off too. Remember, this always be the bigger person, and doing things the right way, you will win. Right. Right. All right, we'll continue with Brooks.
Review it at a later point in time. The state will need to just file that clip on a flash drive so I can review that in chambers. From my perspective, even if there were to be something, it was not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This was to provide an account of the what the officer was experiencing, but I'll review it. If there is something in there, I certainly can. It doesn't change the fact that the video itself is admissible. It might have an impact on whether it's played again for the jury, at least at that particular point. But again, I didn't personally catch that, but there was a lot going on in that video at that time, a lot of audio. There's clearly, in addition to the audio from the squad, you can hear the radio, so I will need to review it again. Mr. Brooks, I'd appreciate if you not roll your eyes at me. There was a lot going on in that video. I don't think anyone in this courtroom would disagree with me. What I'm telling you, I'm giving you the opportunity to raise the issue since you essentially didn't. Well, let me state it this way. You raised it when you thought it was appropriate. I told you I'd take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's what I'm giving you the opportunity to do. What I'm telling you is I'm not going to make a ruling specifically because I need to watch the video. And so I don't think that's something you should be rolling your eyes at. That's proper for this court. It would be something that if I were to just give my ruling right now, it would be something that someone could look at later on and say, well, you just admitted on the record, you didn't hear it yourself. So what I'm telling you, sir, is I'm going to take the time, not now during the trial, but on a break when I can look at it in chambers and keep a careful ear out for what you said, and then I'll come back and make my ruling. So that's giving deference to your request. So I don't think it warrants you rolling your eyes at me.
I wasn't rolling my eyes to you about that.
So with that, we're on recess. 15 minutes, everyone. The court's stepping.
Your Honor.
Argument, or I argue with my baby daddy all the time, and he previously ran over my foot. So I'm going to take the request under advisement. At this point, I'm inclined to strike this exhibit from the state's case. I'm going to give the parties over the weekend to file any written requests regarding it or further authority, and I'll address it first thing Monday morning. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'm not interrupting.
No, go ahead.
Did you make a ruling on the filing for the demand of verified statement of particulars by affidavit?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that. It is an argument that's without merit. I'm summarily denying it yet again. We're going to bring the jury back out, okay? We're going to continue with testimony. Does the state have the next witness available?
We do, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted for the record. We're continuing, Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. I was just trying to make sure I didn't interrupt you while you were saying something. So
State's next witness, please.
Will you be proving the subject matter?
We need a jury here.
Oh, we do. Oh, sometimes I get a little ahead of myself. Let's bring the jury out.
Your Honor, I make a superintendent's motion to dismiss this case for lack of personal and subject matter jurisdiction. And I'd like to state that for the record.
Your statement is noted.
You have not proven subject matter jurisdiction yet, Your Honor. Are you making the judicial
And
determination?
I direct your attention to the Barnaby decision, Mr. Brooks.
Is that a judicial determination? The record should reflect then that I got no answer. Silence is a tactic agreement, Your Honor. For the record.
I have a post-it note, Madam Clerk. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Casey.
All right, Detective Casey, if you would please take the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Would you please state your first and last names for the record and spell each?
Thomas Casey, Thomas, Casey, Casey.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective Casey, what is your current employment?
I'm employed by the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And what is your rank?
I'm a detective.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
Over 25 years.
And, directing your attention to the date of November 21, 2021, were you on duty that day, sir?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
Well, my rank was detective, but I was assigned to the Christmas parade as traffic control.
Okay. Just helping out?
Just helping out.
All right. And have you patrolled the Christmas parade in the past, sir?
Yes, I have for many years.
Okay. And the parade's always held on Main Street in downtown Waukesha, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. About what time did you report to the parade route?
That day, myself and 3 other people started at 1 p.m.
And where'd you go?
My position was on White Rock Avenue and East Main Street.
Okay. And as a detective, you typically dress in plain clothes, is that correct?
Typically.
That day, were you in plain clothes or a police uniform?
I was in a police uniform.
Could you describe that for the jury, please?
I had a jacket on that had shoulder patches on each side. I had a hat that said police on the top of it. And I had a neon vest on that said police on the front and back of it.
Were you driving a squad car?
I had an unmarked squad with me, and I also had a marked Ford Explorer with me.
And the unmarked squad, are there any red and blue emergency lights on that squad, sir?
Yes, there are.
In more than one location?
Yes, the front, rears, and then the sides.
Okay. At your post there on White Rock and Main Street, did you have your unmarked squad parked there?
Yes, I did.
And then there was also a marked squad parked there?
Correct.
Were the red and blue lights activated on those squads?
Yes, they were.
What was the purpose in activating the red and blue lights?
To notify.
Unmarked squad parked there?
Yes, I did.
And then there was also a marked squad parked there?
Correct.
Were the red and blue lights activated on those squads?
Yes, they were.
What was the purpose in activating the red and blue lights?
To notify traffic that the road was closed down, make it easier to see.
Okay. And you said you reported for duty at 1 p.m.?
Yes.
And about what time was it when you actually went down to the parade?
Hello, Regina. Good to see you. Did you get an Amazon order? Yeah. Mary Toodles. So I'm explaining to them about. Remember the other day when there was drama in the chat?
Yes.
The lady was said some not nice things to me yesterday.
To you?
Yeah.
Like what?
Channel's not going to amount to anything. I'm not going to get the subscribers and stuff that I need. And then we were discussing about what was going on.
You didn't tell me about that.
And then she said she'd report my channel.
For what?
Defamation.
That lady Judy?
Yeah. And then you wrote me an email about, more about the defamation that I'm doing.
Did you block her?
Yeah. Yeah. And Remy said, "Hi, Mom."
And what?
Remy said, "Hi, Mom."
Oh, okay, so I was hi. Yeah, this just sounds like, something's wrong or something.
And we were, and I was explaining to Kim about what happened, and yeah, because there's our friend Sauce, that's cool people, but he, she was.
And this was Joyce?
No, not Joyce, Judy.
Judy, right? I'm real stressed right now. Well, you have to tell me more about that later.
And then with Sauce, I'm talking to the chat also, so you don't have to listen.
Oh, yeah, I have to go. I got
Yeah, that's fine.
problems out here.
That's fine. And with Sauce, she was saying how you're being mean to him, and we're trying to say what the problem was, and she wasn't really saying anything, and she didn't say what was going on. Then she kept attacking and said that I was causing defamation and I'm saying things that aren't true. She could have said if something happened between them that was not right, we would like to know, but didn't really say anything. And then we're just discussing about it here, that's all. No one's doing anything to anybody. Then she went and did the spamming me in the chat and threatening the channel, etc. We don't do anything to anybody here. So that is what happened, and saying mean things about the channel, about me. And no one's going to email her or talk to her. Just we're going to let it go, and hopefully things could just ease off. And I ignored her. Alright. Joyce said, "Miss Juicy Daisy, can you please stop? We have been kind to you and given you grace. I don't know what you're going through, but what you are doing isn't right. I'll pray for you. But you, right." All Sauce was saying was some Sherry G on top things to me about my issues, an alien, and sudden she called him names and weird for someone her age. Best behavior, Miss Mom. Right. Obviously, as something was said on LC, they would have eliminated y'all off the chat, so she needs to stop her role. You guys are the most unconfrontational guys and the sweetest guys on your chat. I've talked to her in chat. I guess I missed. It must have happened last week or something, but no threats. You won't put up with that for sure. And you adopted alien and he's your son. F knows where I'm going to be in the future weddings. Love you all. Hilarious. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Kim, for that. Kind words. I'm known all over YouTube. I've not done anything wrong to anybody. And people don't always agree with me, or people have disagreements about how I have the channel, etc. But I've not done anything bad to anybody. So, yeah. I wish Judy the best and whatever she's going through, and we're just going to a ceasefire. Right. Kim says, "This shocks me. I enjoy our chat so much. Like you guys are my bubbas. We don't have problems. I'm honestly forward." Okay, thank you. Yeah, right. Hello, Aaron. Good to see you. Just in time. Passion says, "It's really wrong format for confrontation. We watch trials for goodness sake. Trials, where does the drama come from?" All right, Aaron. So Judy she emailed me and explaining to me that I did defamation against her and about support my channel. I have a lot to learn. Things like that. That's what she said. I just ignored her, and we're all just going to ignore her. But that is what happened. Right. But I enjoyed when she was on the show with us on the camera, when everybody came on the camera part of the show. And we all were on camera, and it was nice to have her on. I used to have good conversations with her, but I don't know what's going on. Yes, Aaron, you could be my lawyer. Absolutely. Regina said she sounds loony. Yes, scared. Kim says, hey, I got blocked by Goddess, and I don't even know why. I've been nothing but sweet to her, but whatever I mean, it doesn't bother me. So don't worry about all this crap. Right. Right. Oh, yeah. So Remy, I never did anything to her. She just was when she was attacking Sauce for something. Maybe he said a joke, something that was I don't know. She took it the wrong way. We don't really know what happened. And we were defending Sauce. Then we were talking about the situation. Then she started attacking me. That's what occurred. I didn't do anything. This is a safe space for all my lunatics like myself. We all get each other and have a laugh. Yeah, shout out to lunatics. Lunatic pride. Yes, that's a good idea, Remy. Good idea. And as I said, I wish Judy the best, and we wanted the best for her and and cared about her well-being and was just concerned. That's all. And nothing less, nothing more. Pash said, everyone seems to get happier when you're around, Aaron. I figure knowing that might make it an enjoyable ferry ride. Facts. It bees like that sometimes. Facts, Remy. Yes, indeed. Yeah, some zero have zero self-awareness, and yes, as Kim said, nobody email, forgive and forget, move on. It's not even good to dabble into. Right. I agree. I don't support that at all. Right. Aaron says, OMG, passion, that's so kind. Don't be fooled, I'm just weirdo who never knows what's going on. Everyone in chat takes care of me. Oki said she loves Aaron even though she's a millennial. Right. I condemn any type of harassing or any type of retaliatory behavior in this situation. We dealt with it yesterday, blocking the person out. And we are going to continue our peaceful lunatic chat. Right. All right, let's watch Darrell Brooks get roasted. Right, and if she comes back with a different name in the chat, block her out. Definitely.
Parade route and shut down that intersection.
Right when I got there at 1 p.m.
Okay. So that area was closed since 1 p.m. that afternoon.
Correct. So the area on White Rock Avenue between Niagara and Main Street is the staging area for the parade floats when they come in. So they close that area about 3 hours earlier before the parade starts.
I see. What was the weather like that day?
It was very cold and windy out.
What time was the parade supposed to start?
4 p.m.
And do you know about how many units were participating in the parade?
There were 67 units that were assigned that day.
And all of them are told to report to the staging area to line up before they get onto the parade route. Is that right?
Correct. The roadway is closed in my position, and they're all supposed to enter from the north and come south.
Okay. How many spectators would you estimate were present at the parade?
Oh, there had to be at least 5,000 people. The parade route is about 0.6 of a mile long. The sidewalks were packed. There were some people in the roadway, so we estimate that there was probably at least 5,000 people watching the parade that day.
Okay. And you're obviously aware, sir, that there was a tragic event that occurred as the parade was underway, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of the 67 units that you told us about? How many units were impacted directly by the conduct of Mr. Darrell Brooks?
There was 8 units that all had people that were injured during the parade.
And you know which units those are, or which groups those are?
Yes, I do.
If I were to show you video of those groups early in the parade route before the SUV goes through, would you be able to identify those groups for us and tell us a little bit about each one?
Certainly.
All right. Just to be clear, sir, well, if we could please put up Exhibit 1. Maybe it's the easiest way to ask my question.
Exhibit 1 will be published.
I would quickly like to object to being called that name. I do not recognize the name that the prosecutor used.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
So, again, the direction of travel for the parade is what? Which direction, sir?
The parade starts in this area right here.
Okay.
This here is the staging area, and it travels this way, which is southwesterly fashion, and then it proceeds this direction, which is west.
Okay. So the units that were struck first by the SUV were near the end of the parade, correct?
Near the end or maybe the middle. There were still some parades that haven't even started the parade route yet, and there were some that had already finished.
Okay. And so we'll just play these videos, please, and I'm going to ask you again as we play them to identify the various groups that were impacted. So,
Attorney Upper, any request as relates to the annotation?
no, I don't think so, not at this time, Your Honor. We can let that one go.
All right, Mr. Brooks, any request as it relates to the annotation?
I don't understand what is annotation.
Next time, wait.
Sure.
The monitor, the touch screen made annotations, made marks. We've been capturing it. The state said they were not asking that an exhibit be made. Unfortunately, they're no longer on there. So we won't have the specific markings. Would you have wanted those markings to be captured? Okay, because I would give instructions to Detective Casey to redo them if you wanted.
No.
All right, then go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to ask, we're going to preview Exhibit 10, please. Do you see the beginning of Exhibit 10 on your screen, sir?
No, I do not.
It should be, hold on. It might take a second or two.
I have an image on there now.
Okay. Do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And do you know Exhibit 10 to be a video clip?
Yes, I do.
Looking at it right now, do you recognize the group that is displayed on that first screenshot, I guess, from the video that's displayed?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what group do you see there, sir?
The Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
Okay. And do you believe this clip that we're about to show the jury will be a truthful and accurate representation of the parade units as they entered the parade route?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do believe that they do.
Okay. Move to admit number 10 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
For the record, how long is Exhibit 10?
It is 3 minutes and 31 seconds, Your Honor.
Any position by Mr. Brooks?
I object with the grounds.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
What are the grounds?
Permission. The Exhibit 10 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
What are the grounds, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, your objection is noted. It's overruled. I'll answer this. I believe the evidence is relevant to the charges in this case.
Detective Casey, before we begin playing the video, what do you see? Could you please describe for the jury and orient them to what they're seeing at this point?
So this would be the Catholic Communities of Waukesha. They would be marching westbound on Main Street, which is at the early beginning of the parade. And the cross street there would be East Avenue, and the church behind them should be St. Matthias Church.
Okay. And did they have a banner in front of their group as they marched down the road?
Yes, they do.
Okay. To your knowledge, sir, you've seen many videos from this parade, correct?
Correct.
And you saw some of these units, at least as they entered the route, correct?
Correct.
Did the Catholic Community of Waukesha, did the participants for that group wear any specific clothing or uniforms, to your knowledge?
No, they do not.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Then the answer may stand.
And to your knowledge, did they walk in any sort of formation?
It was just a random formation. Sometimes they changed a little bit as they were walking.
Okay. Please play. And now at about the 24-second mark, what's the next unit coming into the screen?
The Dancing Grannies.
Okay. And they had a banner?
Correct.
Okay.
And the woman on the left-hand side of the screen is Virginia Sorensen.
On the left-hand side of the screen or the left-hand side of the street?
Objection. That was not the question asked, who the person was.
I'll sustain the objection. The answer was non-responsive. I'll strike it. Next question. Juries shall disregard the last answer provided by Detective Casey.
All right. Actually, we're just going to play this and we won't identify any people at this point.
Okay.
To your knowledge, sir, did the Dancing Grannies have a uniform?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember generally what it looked like?
It was a blue dress. They had hats. They had some lights around them.
Okay.
White tennis shoes.
Okay. And did they march in a formation, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Please play. What's that vehicle, sir?
It's a support vehicle for the dancing grannies.
All right, did you happen to see that, no, strike that. All right, so that they had a banner in front and then a white, looked like SUV type vehicle at the rear of their group?
Yes.
Okay. That was the 146 mark. I paused, and we will continue to play. And if you could please pause at the 205 mark. Which unit is this, please?
This would be Citizens Bank.
And did these participants have a uniform or something that would be recognizable?
Not really uniform, but a couple of ladies got together and wore the same pants and jackets over the top, and then some Santa hats.
Okay. And they had this float associated with their unit?
Yes.
Okay. Did they march in a formation, to your knowledge?
No, just sort of random. They were handing out candy, walking around, and no specific place.
Okay. Play. Do you know about how many people are involved with this unit?
Overruled. You may answer.
I would estimate about 35 girls, younger age, varying.
Okay. And again, they started with a banner in the front.
Yes.
Did they have a support vehicle involved as well?
Yes, pickup truck that there were 2 people in the back of the bed, which were
Thank you, Remy. Thank you for respect. And yeah, I explained this yesterday. I'll just reiterate it. And thank you, Remy, for the commentary about it. And Rome wasn't built in a day. Maybe one day they can get along. And yeah, there was some fighting between Remy and the other ladies in the spaceship. That is what happened. And Remy said some things I believe that were not nice, and said the C word, said curse words, that people were racist, stuff like that, and which I don't think they were. What Mogi's just trying to say is that she wants to have peace with Remy and them to be friends again, talk again. They want an apology, etc. That is the issue at hand that is going on. She's, as I said, has had problems with a couple of the other people. I would like them all to get along and be friends again. They were a cool team of people. But they didn't. There's not, as I said, there seems to be a divide. No, Sauce, this was a while back. Also, she had... she's had a couple of fights with a couple of different people. Some of them, I think, were misunderstandings. Sometimes, people just have disagreements. Yeah, I don't agree with... I think it could be more of a easy way to handle these things. Yeah, I definitely agree with Moki. I think she needs to try to make up with them. She's had in a fight quite a few of them. So that is just a situation that occurred. Pretty much all of them she's had fights with. Alright. Now we'll continue. Well, I'm going to play the clip like I said it was.
supplying the candy for the people that were marching.
Okay. Did these girls have a certain uniform?
Yes, they did.
What do you remember about their uniform?
Black tights, black sweater, white tennis shoes, and they all had a headband on that lit up.
To your knowledge, did they march
Raimoki said, I don't need to be friends with her. I need to not come in here and act that she didn't do anything wrong. I agree, Moki, and I condemn what she did, and I believe that she was very wrong the way she acted towards y'all. And she's certainly, I do think that would be the right thing for her to do, but it doesn't. Hopefully, at some point it could happen. But yeah, I do agree with you, Moki. Right. Long time ago, we used to be friends, but I haven't thought of you lately. Black. Okay, so here we go. The definition of character: you have to prove the other person took something, loss, money, job, comes down financially. Thanks. All right, continuing.
Information.
The girls in the front, there was 4 different groups of girls based on sort of their age and their ability. The girls in the front had more of a formation than some of the tiny tots that were in the back.
Okay. Play. All right, that's the end of that clip. I'd like to show you another clip that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 11 so that we can continue with the parade units, please. We'll preview it for you, sir.
Objection, what is the relevancy?
Your objection is noted. It is overruled. And you may question the witness regarding the exhibit.
Thank you.
I would note for Mr. Brooks that in addition to being relevant to the charges, it also goes to background and context.
What do you mean by background?
Background to the event. Events that led up to
Like
all
detail,
of the charges, the reason for why we're here.
detail background?
It's regarding the parade, sir.
I don't understand, but okay. Don't understand.
Your statement's noted for the record.
having technical difficulties, Judge, trying to spin the
I can see that.
video to get it upright. I apologize, Judge.
It's all right.
Going to Plan B here.
All right, so I said, Alien, I haven't seen Moki in here, so I'm spot on. I can't deal with her baggering me all the time. That's why she's staying blocked. Well, you see, in this situation, I've always had a good experience with Moki all the time, and she's helped my channel so much. And I enjoy chatting with her, and no one is always going to agree. Sometimes there's going to be fights and quarrels of any group of people, and I understand what you're saying, but she wants to, try to make amends with you so people could get along, and I understand that you don't feel comfortable with it right now, but she's reaching out to you in a positive manner, in my opinion. Maybe you don't feel the same way, but I think so. Also, Joyce too, and I talk to these people regularly, and this is a situation that's always bothered me. I've always been bothered by it. Because I remember in the beginning, y'all all got along and did well together. And I would one day in the future, even if it's 5 years from now, I'd want you all to try to get along again, but you don't ever have to. Okay? But Moki's said they're fine. But I appreciate hearing your thoughts about this. And Moki says, "Are you quit being silly? I haven't talked to you in months until you started coming in here. I'm simply trying to make peace, but you are too stubborn, childish." Okay? And Alien, when you come into trial chats, like everybody says, hello, we love you, and you are so sweet and caring. Don't worry about Sonny. Just blow it off, and don't let it upset you. Well, thank you. Thank you. We know each other for a long time, that's true. I think this is a healthy thing to do. And Passion says, I do agree that the resolution would be less tense than whatever we're doing here, but we can adapt. Right. Okay, and Ernie said amends. Moke's been bad mouthing me for months. No amending here. I know, but in this situation right now, she wants to make peace, so it won't happen anymore. You could end all of that, which I don't know if she was even doing that, but whatever you think happened, it's going to be ending and there'll be a time of peace. Because I've seen you have issues with some of the others. You know, sometimes I feel there may have been misunderstandings. There have been times of disagreements, and I just feel that my screaming cat. Sometimes it's good to scream in some situations, but I think that it's like family, you know, and we can have a peaceful resolution here and try to move on and continue. Because, as I said, there's been things I've seen where I feel that you've overreacted with some people in the different chats, to the various different people. Remember, and I talked on a regular basis, and I and others would have had problems with them if they really were causing problems, to other people. But I just think that, we all might see things a certain way they may not be, right? But, maybe it'll be a healing process that may take time. And I think this is a good discussion. It's something that's been bothering me for a long time. And I'm not going to tell anyone what to do. It's only my suggestion. But this is something that needs to be talked out. It's the family LC feud. I respect your wishes. I'm not going to make you do anything. I can't make anyone do anything. But yes, I highly think that it is for the best to try to make peace with them. But, you have your opinion what you're going to do. But these are simply suggestions. Remy, that's not true. You're making that up to make me look bad. Well, Moki didn't do anything wrong, of course. And most people in here didn't even know your name until you popped back up again. And so I would never believe this. Alright, Remy said yes time when Moki calms down. Too much right now. Okay. Well then hopefully in the future we can have peace. Y'all could have peace with each other. Now, and also I hope one day with G there could be peace with her. There could be peace with Kadada and Amy, all the other ones that had some fighting at some point. But do it whenever you feel it's right, if you want to. And as I said, Moki she's an alien's angel. Although all y'all are aliens angels, but still she's amazing, always funny and talk to, and great with child chat. And I said she helped this channel more than anybody. She helped it go to different levels I never thought it would go to, or I've dreamed of it going to. So I speak highly of her and the others. It is in my opinion. And she's defended me when I'm not around. Even if Moki disagrees, sometimes if I've had disagreements with Moki, but she was always respectful and I respected her opinion. But that rarely ever happens, as we all have the same type of thinking. But no, she's very good to me. All right, Moki says, I can't even think of a time I've talked about Remy until she pops back in and rejected my olive branch. We don't talk about you, Judy, Remy. Yeah, we do not talk about Judy or Remy. That is true. That is true. And if Remy's referring to some disagreement that happened months ago, I mean, I wish I had been around whenever this occurred to ease tensions, because I don't like seeing my friends fight. Now, Elaine, I've had good times with Remy and with her in the chats. But it said there's been cursing, there's been not nice words. It has gotten heated. It's gotten heated. My screaming cat can scream really loud. But yeah, that is absolutely and thank you, Remy, for telling me your thoughts about the situation. He blew me a kiss to you too. And I pray God can help this chat, the Middle East and Ukraine are more peaceful than this conflict. So, may God help us all be peace with each other at some point. But yeah, I appreciate you, Moke, for saying your thoughts, and Joyce, and yeah, I totally, in my opinion, agree that at some point there needs to be peace. Yeah. Starting to feel like satire. All right, and it's Pool is saying something. Yeah, the Middle East. Yeah, I know. I put that pun in there. It's like these biblical, like right now we're dealing with biblical wars in the chat that were prophesied. But I love every single one of you here. And yeah, personally with me, I like to see like a unified group of people. This is not me talking about anybody specific, but like say like in the Civil War, they wanted to see America being a one country and not divided. In these different places, they had this idea of this country being united. So I had this same like nostalgia for the place to be united. It's deep for me though. It's deep for me. Maybe not for others, but it's deep for me. All right. Fashion said, a chat drama unlike any other chat drama. Bigger than sliced bread, coming to theaters this summer. There you go. Like I said, it's not really deep for me, but if she keeps coming around, I thought it should be settled. Yeah, I agree. And one day, I believe it will happen. If it's not today, maybe it'll be today, but maybe not today. We'll see. I think there's more of a likelihood of Trump was saying there would be, and one day he'll get the war in Ukraine settled. He had more of a likelihood of that happen than his chat having peace in a day. That's what I love about y'all. Y'all are great. And thank you, Joyce and Moki, for being the bigger person and trying to make peace. Y'all are and sending an olive branch. I appreciate that very much. What threats? Let's see. Right, I understand, Remy. Understood. And I remember as I said, this is kind of antagonizing. I'm not trying to be, but we have deep breaths to take. And a thought is like a cloud. Right? When you have to watch the clouds pass by. Right? And not grab onto it and have to let it go. Let the thought go that's aggravating you, right? And then just you could count the breathing you're doing. That would maybe help the anxiety that is soaring through your veins. But as I understand. And I'm not even addressing you. I made my point about it. I was referring to some other situation. Rita, you get a pass this time only. You could say hello without getting yelled at. All right, and Joyce said yes, but I'm sick of seeing a person constantly playing victim and taking a responsibility for actions in a pity party. I may just leave for a while. And yeah, and Joyce, no one's having anything, like I'm not for personally having anything against you, and you have a right to make peace with the others in the chat, and I do want it to be as peaceful as possible, right? And we are trying to do to get, and I've condemned what Remy has done, okay? I've condemned what she's done, okay? There's no pity party, I don't think, being thrown, but if she is throwing one, then I'm not acknowledging it, I don't accept the pity party, I don't think it should be done. I agree with you. All right. We are on your side, Joyce. And Moki, too. How dare you, Rita? We always... It was awful. I'm ashamed to you because you have no shame. Also left. Hello. Nice. Yeah, and Sauce is just enjoying a cocktail. Nice. Okay. All right, now what I'm going to do is play more of the Brooks trial clip. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, fax Kim for peace. Yes. Oh, hello there, Christine. Welcome to the chat.
Get it upright, Judge. This could take a minute to get displayed currently. Nearby.
They were by Bosco Social Club.
Okay. Now we need to go to the top of the map again, please. The next unit that was struck by the defendant's SUV.
It'd be the Waukesha Blazers Baseball Club.
And how many individuals with the Blazers were impacted by the SUV?
5 directly.
And their names are listed there on Exhibit 15.
Yes, they are.
And Jackson Sparks' name is highlighted in red. Why?
He's one of the 6 deceased people from this incident.
Okay. The next unit to be impacted?
That would be the Extreme Dance Team.
And the names associated with that team are listed on Exhibit 15?
Yes, they are.
And what was the general area and the street where they were impacted? What business?
They are right in front of Mama Ducky's Bakery, or Chef Pam.
Okay.
It's right before the 5 Points in Waukesha, which is an area where Broadway and Main Street cross.
Okay. Can you zoom back into the 5 Point area, please? Okay. And were there any spectators injured in that exact area?
Yes, there were.
And who was that, please?
Isaac Foglia and Deborah Ramirez.
Okay. And then getting through the 5 Points, what was the next group impacted?
It would be Citizens Bank.
Okay. And that was Jane Kulik?
Correct.
And she was fatally injured?
Yes.
Okay. The next group? Or I guess the next group is actually spectators.
Correct. There was 3 children that were sitting on the north side of the roadway on the corner of Clinton Street and West Main, and they were struck by the vehicle when it came through.
What business is located right there?
The Steaming Cup is on the northwest corner of that intersection, so they're very close to that.
Okay. The next unit that was impacted?
That would be the Dancing Grannies.
And that was just past Clinton Street, sir?
Correct, just west of Clinton on West Main Street.
Okay. And you've listed the names of the persons that were injured by the defendant's vehicle associated with the Dancing Grannies, correct?
The injured and the deceased.
Okay. And again, you've designated the deceased with red, color red?
Yes.
And the others were just injured?
Correct.
Okay. And that was near a couple businesses that you noted on the map, sir?
That took up a very large part of the roadway that was very spread out, but Donnie Boy's Tap, Curry Insurance, those are the two most common businesses in that area.
Okay. Then if we could move on to the last group. Sorry. What was the last group to be impacted by the defendant's vehicle?
The Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
And have you listed there the names of all the individuals who were injured by the defendant's vehicle related to the Catholic Communities of Waukesha?
Yes, I have.
Overruled.
I don't identify or consent to being called the defendant.
Your objections noted.
And is there a business or entity nearby that in the area where the Catholic community was struck?
The closest place would be Planned Parenthood.
Okay. All right, thank you. We can take down Exhibit 15, and next I'm going to ask you to please pull up number 12. While she's doing that, Detective, I'll ask you a pretty basic question. All of the locations that you've described for us so far, are they all located in the same footage being captured of the parade route the next day after the parade?
Yes, I am.
Who captured that footage?
Specialist Andy Schmidt.
Works for your department, sir?
Yes, he does in the evidence department.
Okay. And was the drone able to travel the length of the parade route?
This captures from the area where the people started being injured. We didn't capture the entire route.
Okay. And to your knowledge, sir, you've seen this video before, correct?
Yes, I have.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the way Main Street looked on the morning of November 22, 2021 at about 9:56 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
By now, all of the injured have been removed from the scene, obviously.
Injured and deceased.
Okay, but there's still objects in the roadway?
Correct.
And investigators and other people can be seen in the drone footage?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit number 12 and permission to publish, please.
Any position by you, Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Your objections noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 12 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, so again, we're going to start playing this, and I will ask Ms. Gussie to pause at various occasions so you can describe what we're seeing, but if you can just give us a general idea where we are right now, please.
So right now the drone would be sitting on pretty low to the ground on West Main Street, just west of Northwest Barstow.
And which direction is it facing?
It would be facing west,
Okay.
the direction of the parade took.
Okay. And can you see or identify the business on the right-hand side?
That would be Smart Asset Realty.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't know if you could tell, what's on the left-hand side? Can you identify anything?
Just a little bit further up is Subway, sandwich shop, and I know that the Vino Gelato is right next door to that.
Okay, that's kind of right about the roof of that vehicle that's parked there on the left, right? I see Subway sign?
Correct.
Okay. All right, please play. And can you pause it here, please, at the 23-second mark? Was anybody struck in this area, sir?
Yes, this would be the area that Nicole White was struck.
With the Remax balloon?
Correct.
Okay. And now we got a better shot of the Subway there on the left?
Correct.
Okay, and on the right past Asset Realty, there seems to be a tall building with some mirrored windows on the right. Do you see that?
Correct, that should be 220 West Main Street.
And what's located there, sir?
It's an apartment building, 5 levels, and we captured some video that was recorded on the top floor of that building.
Okay. All right, play. And we'll pause it at the 35-second mark. Was anybody struck in this area, sir?
This would be the area of the Waukesha South Band.
Okay. Play. And we'll pause it there. At the 59-second mark, what do we see here, sir? The businesses, identify, please.
There's a chocolate shop on the left, and then the Vino and Gelato is just on your left, and the front building on your left with the black roof is Martha Merrill's bookstore.
Okay. Was anybody struck in this area?
This would be the area that Barris Logistics was at.
Okay. Play. Gussie, you could just keep it playing. I'm going to talk, but you could keep it playing. It's at the 117 mark. What's that cross street here?
This would be Gasper Street.
Okay.
And that area there is where there were some spectators that were hit.
Okay. Thank you. Now we've just crossed Gasper?
Correct.
Okay. And keep it playing, please, at the 157 mark. What businesses are we seeing here?
The joke shop is on your left, and the Waukesha Theater's on your right. That's the area that the Waukesha Blazers were in when they were hit.
Okay. And now we're approaching the 5 points area, sir?
Correct.
All right. Was any group injured in this area?
This is where the Extreme Dance Club was when they were impacted.
Okay.
For the record, that was at 234.
Thank you, ma'am. At the 240 mark here, what's this business on the right?
Objection. Just for the record, who are the people off to the right?
You can question the witness during cross-examination, okay?
On the right, there's Mama Ducky's and Chef Pam's kitchen.
Okay. And this is where we get that weird cross streets. That's why it's called 5 points, right?
Correct.
And that's why everybody gets lost in downtown Waukesha, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now we've gotten through the 5 points. And what business is on the right, sir? We're at the 319 mark.
There's a Irish restaurant on the right, and then coming up ahead is the Steaming Cup. That's right on the corner, on the right corner. And then on the left corner would be People's Park, which is a restaurant.
And that's the Clark Hotel on the right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll pause it here at the 351 mark. Do you see a vehicle in the picture at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what unit that vehicle is associated with?
That's a support vehicle for Citizens Bank.
Is this the area where Jane Kulik was struck and killed?
Yes, just up in front of the vehicle on the right-hand side, there's 2 green hash marks that would be the location that she was found at.
Okay. Play, please. And you already mentioned that's the Steaming Cup on the right, correct?
Correct.
And there were some kids hurt on the corner there?
Yes, on this corner where the blankets were, there's 3 kids that were sitting there that were impacted.
Okay. Now at this point, it's about 4:17 and the drone's gonna focus in on some skid marks on the roadway, is that right?
That is correct.
After further investigation, did these skid marks have any relevance to this investigation, sir?
We believe they have no relevance to this investigation at all.
But at the time, we weren't sure, correct?
Correct.
All right, now we're through that intersection. Did anything of significance occur in this area, sir? We're at the 5:17 mark of the video.
Yes, this is where the Dancing Grannies were, Dancing Grannies support vehicle.
Okay.
And then directly on the right in front of that is Donny Boys, which
Okay.
is a bar. And then up a little bit further on your left-hand side is Curry Insurance.
Okay, and we see Magellan's on the right with the big M.
Correct.
Okay. And you said this is the area where the Dancing Grannies were impacted.
Yes.
Are you able to tell from this drone the area where the position of 3 of the deceased victims from the Dancing Grannies were located?
Yes,
As we go further.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm asking a foundational question. All right, we'll go ahead and play, please. Pause. That's the 5:32 mark. Can you identify for us what we see here, please?
On the left-hand side, there's a pavement marking with green paint, and there's some towels that were used for giving medical aid, and a lot of blood on the ground.
Do you know who was found at this location, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Tamara Durand.
She's a deceased victim from the Grannies?
Yes, she is.
Okay. How about on the left-hand side of the video, there's a building that I can read says Karate Studios. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Was another victim of the dancing grannies found in that location?
Yes, there was.
And who was found in that position, sir?
Leanna Owens.
Okay. Please keep playing the video. That's Curry Insurance on the left. I can see the sign.
Correct.
Okay. And coming up will be the third position for one of the dancing grannies who suffered fatal injuries as a result of this incident, sir?
Yes.
Right there?
Correct.
Who was found in that location?
Virginia Sorensen.
Okay. Continue playing. What's the side street we're passing here?
Maple Avenue.
Okay. And what are we approaching here in this area, sir?
We're coming up to the area where Catholic Charities were impacted, and on the right, there's a building with, it's a one-story building with a black roof that goes around. That would be Planned Parenthood of Waukesha, or
Okay.
Wisconsin.
And now we're getting towards the end of Main Street here where it turns to Wisconsin Avenue.
That is.
And now we're getting towards the end of Main Street here where it turns to Wisconsin Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. There's a natural bend in the road to the left, right?
That is correct.
Dog leg left. Now we are past the point where anybody is further struck by the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
No, nobody was injured in this location.
No, they were not.
But we're approaching, if the video will go, we're approaching Veterans Park.
Correct. Veterans Park is directly in front. If you were not turn on the roadway, you would run into Veterans Park.
Right where that big tree is in the middle of the street.
Yes.
All right, and I'm impatient, so I'm gonna have you describe for us as we turn the bend, what's the significance of this area, sir?
So in this area, when the vehicle that was hitting and killing all these people came up to the bend in the road, it turned to the left, and Officer Schulten was standing there. and he made the decision to use deadly force to attempt to stop the vehicle.
Okay. And that's this intersection here that we're seeing where the two squad cars are parked?
Yes, it is.
This is the area where Officer Skolton was standing when he fired at the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. We can go ahead and stop it at the 8:01 mark, please. Thank you. Oh, wait, before you turn it off, it's kind of hard to see, and nobody probably will be able to read it, but maybe you if you look real close. In the upper left-hand corner, there's a date and time stamp on the drone video. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Could you please read that?
It says 2021-11-22, and then it says 10:06, and I can't read the smaller numbers. So to me, that would mean it was November 22nd, 2021 at 10:06.
That's the time this recording was made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Will we be turning to a new topic?
Yeah, actually, I don't have too much more with Detective Casey. I could probably finish my direct in about the next 10 or 15 minutes, Your Honor.
I'll let you finish the direct and we'll reserve cross for Monday morning.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sir, I want to show you another item that's been marked as exhibit. Exhibit 141. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm Your Honor. I thought approaching a witness.
I made a few exceptions to that, sir.
Will I be awarded the same?
Mr. Brooks, we'll take that up later.
Sir, can you please identify number 141?
This is a list of everyone that is named victim in this case, which count it refers to, and the group that they are associated with.
Is that a summary of the testimony that you just provided, sir?
Objection. First, are we still looking at the video?
No, we can turn that off. Thank you. So your objection is, to that is granted. Do you have an objection to the question that was asked? Okay, keep going.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that's a document we created for use at this trial. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Keep track of everybody.
Correct.
And keep the counts all straight.
There's a lot of information to keep track of.
Okay. Move for admission of 141 and, yep, 141. I'm not going to publish that, Your Honor. Just want it in the record.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, is that a document?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled and the court will receive it.
Will I be able to view it?
A copy will be provided to you if it's not within the materials previously.
Now, Detective Casey, I would like to return back to your post on White Rock Avenue and Main Street on November 21 of 2021. And do you remember
All right, good night, Kimberly. Thank you for coming. And thank you for your kind words of being a bigger person, and we're all good. Hopefully see you all tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, I love all of you very much. Very much. Rita said, Milky, I'm glad she took the name back. It's nobody's business what name she uses. Oh, really strong trip. Okay. Right. Yeah, I'm glad that Christine, she is an alien's angel. I'm glad she took the name back. It's not anyone's place to tell her. I mean, I'm the authority here. Anyone could use that. All right? Anyone could use that. So, Yeah, thank you, Christine, so much. Thank you. And I want to say, like, that is so cool. Oh, okay, Joyce. Okay. And yeah, it's gonna be Gemic. You don't have to change Gem. I'm busting your balls. Yeah, it would be Gemic. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it would be. And scared. And yeah, whenever you're ready to go, Joyce, I wish you the best evening. Thank you for being here today. And I was glad to go live for you and the rest. All right. To you, Christine. Yeah, and y'all that put the name and the alien thing in y'all's handle, that means so much to me. That really means a lot to me. Wow. I never thought that would the day has come where people use the alien name in their handle. I appreciate all so much. You have no idea how thankful I am. So yeah, that is my thoughts. And yeah, Moki, with the trip you had, yeah, it allegedly it opens up a spiritual realm that people aren't always supposed to see or something. So yeah, that makes sense from what I heard. Some people don't have bad trips, like they're saying. Some people had good experiences with it, but yeah, it's some other realm. Scared. That is explored there. And okay, so now we'll continue with Timu Brooks. All right, here we go.
Something happening around 4:35 p.m. that afternoon, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember?
You know, it was a normal day. It was windy out. It was cold. A little bit after 4 p.m., I heard on Channel 1, which is a primary channel that our road squads use. Squads being first, I heard a reserve officer call out that he's out with two people, and they reported that there was a fight down by the boat launch.
Okay. Did that draw your attention for any reason?
It was just a little bit north of my location, and I just wanted to make sure that I was aware in case somebody came my direction.
Okay. But you didn't leave your post?
I did not.
Okay. What do you remember happening next, sir?
They dispatched a number of squads there to attempt to locate this incident.
What did you do?
You know, I started just paying a little bit more attention. I stood up, I started looking in that direction just to try to be aware in case somebody came my way.
Okay. At some point, did you hear a radio transmission from Sergeant Warner?
I am aware of the transmission, but I did not hear it that day.
Okay. How did you become alerted to a problem?
It was about 4:37 p.m. I was standing up. I was sort of in the diagonal part of the intersection, and I heard a horn blaring, beep, 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 and that sort of like alerted me, trying to figure out what was going on White Rock in the staging area. So I started to look up that way.
Okay. What did you see?
At first, I didn't see anything, and then a few seconds later, I saw the people in the staging area start to spread apart. And within seconds, a red Ford Escape appeared to come through where the staging area was.
You saw this with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And did you see where the red Ford Escape went?
Yes, I did.
Where did it go?
Well, first it was coming down southbound. There was a vehicle that was stopped at the intersection in the lane that was supposed to turn to the left that was part of the parade. This vehicle went around that car and then started to make a left-hand turn.
Okay. What action, if any, did you take?
You know, as soon as I heard the car beeping and I was alerted, I started to head towards the center of the intersection. As the vehicle continued at me, I ran to get in front of the vehicle to try to get it to stop.
What was going through your mind at this point?
I thought it was just a lost motorist, somebody that from the apartment building that wanted to get in their parking spot. You know, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes there's people that come through. They're impatient. What's going on? It's like it's a parade, and we have to tell them, hey, you can't be on the road right now. They always stop. It's
So you thought there was some innocent explanation at this point?
Correct. I thought I would get out in front of the car and he would just stop. We'd have a conversation and we'd safely get him off the parade route.
Okay. How did you try and stop the car, the Ford Escape?
Well, at first I was a little surprised that the vehicle kept coming at me because I'm in full police uniform. I'm standing in front of it and it started closing the distance pretty fast. So as the vehicle approached me, I started pounding on the hood.
So you were close enough to pound on the hood of the car?
Yes, I was in the roadway and the distance closed really fast.
Okay. How fast was the car traveling, would you say?
It could be 3 to 5 miles an hour, but in that area with all the people around and a vehicle that weighs 2,000 pounds against a person, I mean, it came upon me very fast and was very threatening.
Sure, but I mean, by the speedometer, it's not moving very fast, correct?
Correct.
At this stage?
Correct.
Okay. So you pound on the hood.
Correct.
Do you say anything?
I'm yelling stop and pounding on the hood and trying to get the person's attention so they can stop.
What happened?
The vehicle continued going. It like pushed right through me.
Were you struck by the car?
Yes.
How?
The vehicle contacted my body, and as it continued, I pushed down the left front of the vehicle.
Okay. And were you injured?
No.
Okay. Did you see the driver of the car as it raced past you?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a good look?
An excellent look.
Who was driving that car, sir?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant.
You're 100% sure of that?
1,000.
Was there anybody else in the car, sir?
Not that I saw.
I'd like to show you an item that's been marked as exhibit number 8, please. Tell me when it's up, please.
Okay.
Can I have that number again?
Yes, 8.
Thank you.
It is up.
What do you see on the screen, sir?
So this is a camera from Randy's Imports, which would be on the southwest corner of where I was located at. There's a number of cars in the parking lot, and on the north side you can see West Main Street, and there's a number of people that are on the sides of the roads that were spectators in the parade, and then there's people that were actually marching in the parade that you can see they have red shirts on.
You've seen this video clip before, sir?
Yes, I have.
Do you believe it's a true and accurate representation of the events of November 21, 2021?
Absolutely.
And this clip is about 28 seconds long, is that right?
Yes.
Move to admit and permission to publish number 8.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
What is the relevancy of it?
Is that an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your objection's noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 8 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Okay, please orientate us.
So this is the south right here. This would be looking to the north, and White Rock Avenue is in this area here. This here is Main Street.
Okay. Right near that arrow that you drew, near the top of the screen, it looks like there's a very bright light at the top of the screen. Do you see that?
The street lights?
No.
Or to the right?
Yep, right there. What's up in that area, sir?
That would be the squad cars that I had with me.
Okay. You have the red and blues on?
Correct, on both vehicles.
Okay, and that's what that light is in that area.
Yes.
Now you scribbled all over this, but can you see yourself?
Not right now.
Not right now. Where do you remember standing?
So if the squad cars were by this circle right here,
Yep.
I would have been like right in this area to the left.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this, but I'm going to ask Miss Gussie to put it in full screen because I'm not going to be pausing it or stopping it. I want to make sure we capture the whole top and bottom of this one. Okay?
We'll clear the annotation since this is a video.
So I'm going to play it through once and we're just going to watch it and then I'll ask you what we saw and we can go back if we need to. Play.
Do you want me to talk while it's going on or after?
No, because I can't see the counter, so. Okay, we're going to do that one again with the counter up so I can pause it and have you point out. It's really hard to see what the heck we're supposed to be looking at on this one, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So here we are. We're paused at, whoop, you're going to start. Okay. That's okay.
So right by the flashing lights on the left-hand side, you'll suddenly see me come out with the orange vest on.
Pause, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Detective. Okay, we're pausing at the 8-second mark. Show us, circle where the jury's supposed to be looking right now. And what are we going to see up there?
You should see me walk from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, slow speed at first and then speeding up towards the end.
You are. In other words, you picked up the pace.
Correct. And then shortly after, you'll see the red Ford Escape come down the street here and traverse westbound on Main Street.
Okay, now, is this video good enough to see you actually pounding on the hood?
Unfortunately, this black pickup truck is blocking where that happened at. If that pickup truck wasn't there, you would be able to see it.
Okay, and just to remind us, you're in a bright fluorescent yellow safety vest, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, play, please. Right there, is that you?
Yeah, that is me.
Okay, 12 seconds. Circle yourself, please. We're paused at 12 seconds. Okay. Okay, go ahead and play, please. There's the red SUV.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's it for Exhibit 8. I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to pull up Exhibit 120. Tell me when it's on the screen, please, sir.
The photo is up.
Okay. Have you seen this photograph before, sir?
Yes, I have.
This is State's Exhibit 120. Do you believe this photograph is a true and accurate representation of the events of November 21, 2021?
Yes, I do.
You've seen this photograph before, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Just tell the jury what it's a picture of.
It's a picture of the Ford Escape that was involved in this incident and Daryl Brooks, the defendant, driving the vehicle.
Okay. Move to admit 120 and permission to publish.
Object.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 120 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
I don't consent to being called that name or defendant.
Your objection's noted.
Objection for hearsay as well.
Overruled.
Okay, Okay, detective, please help the jury see what we're supposed to see. Where is the red SUV? Dumb question.
So it looks like a person that's involved in the band. One of the band people are to your right in the center. And then right in the middle of the screen, you see a red vehicle. And then seated at the driver's seat is a gentleman with a white hoodie on.
And appears to be black facial hair, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what Daryl Brooks looked like as he drove past you just a block or two earlier?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name. I do not know anyone by that name, nor do I agree to being called that name. And it's hearsay.
It's not hearsay. Your objection's overruled. You may answer, Detective.
Yeah, with Christine, Mermaid, Christine is fine. I don't think she meant anything wrong. She was... Sometimes in a chat, things can be misinterpreted. Christine's a friend of mine from another chat. She was trying to be humorous, I think. So, you know, sometimes there's drama, but it's all good. Even if it's gray hoodie, it's him.
Yes, that's the defendant, Daryl Brooks, the person that drove past me and didn't stop when I tried to stop the vehicle.
Is that how he looked as he drove past you?
Yes, it is.
With the hood up?
To be honest with you, I don't remember the hood up when he went past me. It happened very fast. I could only see the outline of his face. I know some people later on say that they saw him with hair. When I saw the pictures with his hoodie up, it explained to me why I did not see his hair.
Okay. All right. Just let me consult here 1 second. I think I'm done for right now, Your Honor. I don't have any other questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Right, Mr. Brooks, I will give you an opportunity to cross-examine, but that will be Monday morning since it is 4:41. Now 4:42. We've had a long week for the jurors and a couple of long nights, so I'm going to break now.
Mermaid, I know Christine from another chat. She was giving you a compliment. She thinks that she's not someone that's trying to troll you or anything like that. She was just saying that you look good. That's all. A compliment. Whoa. Let's see. Mermaid said, Christine, that is fair to talk about someone's looks when you have fake picture, rolling your eyes, sneaking, missing. She, in my opinion, Mermaid, she wasn't trying to do that to you. She was trying to compliment you. Saying means... Yeah, so maybe in her time it was a different meaning than it was in our time period. So she was using a slang probably from the 90s that means something different now. She didn't mean it in a bad way. I know her from another chat. Okay, Mermaid. The thing about her name is that she wanted to change her name to Aliens Angels, right? It's like what all the fans of Alien Spaceship are. So she changed it and somebody told her something and she put it back to what it was before. So she reverted to Aliens Angels. That's what happened. That's what the name change has to do with. Something that happened when you weren't here a little while back. And this other situation with the name, she just thinks you're attractive and she's trying to give you a compliment. And I know her from somewhere else. I don't think she meant any offense. And we answer your question, will you do turkey or a bullhook? Oh, and Mermaid said, "I'm not here to gaslight anyone." No, yeah, I don't tolerate any gaslighting. And Mermaid, you're a very great ally of mine, and I understand you always defend us against the trolls and stuff. And I just, in this situation, Christine is someone we know from our friend group from the trial chats. She meant no offense. No, you are with me. Well, when I get bullied myself, OMG. So she was talking about she was bullied in another chat room. That's what she was talking about. And someone told her something about the aliens angels name because of the trolls. And the reason why there's a confusion is because it was a story that we didn't tell you about before because you weren't here when we talked about it. She was talking about a past event, and she was in her own way saying you're attractive, and just trying to give you a compliment. Oh, Mermaid. Yeah, and I got to calm her down, and I got her to change her name to what it was. So, Mermaid, the situation with that is somebody said she didn't have the permission to have the alien angel name, and she's been defensive, but I was explaining to her that she has permission to use it, and she reverted back, so that problem has been solved. And she was not trying to bully you or gaslight you. She's one of our friends. All right, and hopefully you could take a deep breath and be friends. And you figure yourselves out. Christine's Chris is scared. Christine says, "Calm down." Rolled my eyes because of this witness. Oh yeah, because there is a witness on the stand there in the video she was referring to, not to you. And Mermaid, I have your back if someone messes with you, as you have mine. Christine meant nothing against you. Fair communication is critical. Set to beam spray and blast the chat with positive positive vibes. All right, so everyone's gonna take like a deep breath, and we're gonna watch more of this. All right. So she sprinkled positive vibes. All right, some positive vibes. So the name comments. Oh no, the aliens angel thing is something that we came up with to refer to my lady fans on the spaceship. And then Erin changed her name to Aliens Angels, and Moki did too, and G put a variation of it. So that's what it has to do with. It wouldn't be, in the future it will be, but if you looked it up, it wouldn't be a term that would be known. So someone told her she shouldn't have the Aliens Angels thing, so she changed it and she was angry about it. Then we were telling her for a couple of weeks that it's okay. She would get defensive. Then now she changed it back to Aliens Angels, so there's no problem with that anymore. Well, she must have not have been here when we talked about the Aliens Angels crisis with Christine. Right. So, no, Christine's your friend. And if anyone messes with you, I'll get them to stop, okay? So, we will... Pools, I reposted that already, and you responded about why would I change my name? Why I took it away. You told me I should change it back. Yes, okay, Christine. She didn't know about the story about the Aliens Angels incident. She just didn't. She wasn't there for that. Yeah, Mermaid, and we're from a different generation than they are. Well, I'm around them quite frequently. But yeah, there's certain terms that I don't even know that they say. But yeah, it's different things people in different groups said. Yeah, but they mean nothing against you. Now, sometimes they have cat fights or what's called hen fights. Because hens have fights. That's what happens. But everybody, in the end of the day, loves each other. And we're going to be like, you know what? We may have no one here is attacking anybody. Well, in the situation with Mermaid and Christine, there's other situations. There's like a biblical war going on and with the other group, but Christine and Mermaid, there's no problem. Christine, I know, but she thought you meant something else because she didn't understand the slang. All right, but now she thanks you. She's thankful you think she's pretty. All right, and she's glad you gave her the compliment. And also, she understands now about the Aliens Angel name change. So there's now peace. $1890s. Okay. Yeah, but I understand, Mermaid. I'm glad to have caught you up with what was going on. All right. And shout out to all of you. I'm glad that y'all are here for the spaceship. Okay.
I do need to read through an instruction.
May Detective Casey step down?
He may step down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in this courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are excused for the weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. All rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. Be seated. Record to reflect that the state has provided to the clerk Exhibit 120.
That's 141.
Sorry, 141. You look back a page. 141. That's the summary exhibit that the court admitted pursuant to section 910.06 of the Wisconsin statutes. A copy of that exhibit will be provided to Mr. Brooks right now, and that's being handed to him by Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie. All right, anything else we need to address before we conclude for the weekend from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state is excusing from its subpoenas, with the court's permission, please, Officer Phillips, Kyle Edwards, and Holly Berg.
Have you received any of the subpoena forms from Mr. Brooks related to any of these witnesses to assist with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize because I was speaking with Ms. Basie. So she also reminded me that you were going to rule later as to Detective Guth and Erica Patterson. So we do not intend to recall these individuals. We would seek to release them from our subpoenas if they are on Mr. Brooks' witness list, which he has due on Monday, and he wants them subpoenaed. We would make arrangements to have them return. I guess the question is the exclusion order. Or maybe we should wait to see his witness list on Monday.
Let's wait to see the witness list on Monday, please. That's your due date. So I expect that will be filed, and then I can take up the issue of releasing individuals from their subpoenas from the district attorney's office. And then, of course, I'll take up Monday morning the issue with Exhibit 6.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brooks, anything from you at this time?
I'm definitely gonna have the subpoenas. Like I said, I would need to, I guess, confer with how to properly get them done and filed in the right fashion.
Mr. Brooks, I've advised you previously, I would be willing to review for completeness. You need to get those to me in a timely fashion. Your witness list is due Monday, and so I expect those subpoenas to be brought with you first thing Monday morning so I can address with you and the state how any of those witnesses who are also listed on the state's witness list, we can address the logistics of that. If they're not on the state's witness list, that's a different situation, but the state has offered for any witnesses, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding you have offered for witnesses that are on the state's witness list, that if Mr. Brooks names them, and absent, I guess, any objection by you for some lawful reason, you would assist in getting those subpoenas to those individuals.
Yes, and he wouldn't necessarily be limited to our list. We've offered, in addition to that, if there are relevant witnesses and it's reasonable to get them served, that is the southeastern Wisconsin area, we will assist in that, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. That you brought that to my attention, and I didn't quite remember that. So get all your subpoenas together, get your witness list, and the state's offered some assistance in doing that.
For the record, I do want to state that I previously touched on that whole topic, that was one of my concerns when I was compiling my witness list was I gonna be calling anybody that they already had on their list. If you recall, I stated that for the record. That was.
You mean witnesses they actually call, or just witnesses who are on the list?
Both.
Well, if you want to question a witness and the witness is called by the state, that will be your opportunity to do that. Generally, that's how it's done. If you are asking to then have them recall during your case in chief, we can take that up at a later point in time, but you got to have the subpoenas available, okay?
Yeah, I follow that. I wanted it stated for the record that I had raised that issue because at that time, I still hadn't even gone through the entire witness list from the prosecution. It was 30 plus pages. That's a lot of names.
I
So
agree,
it was-
Mr.
it was
Brooks. There's a lot of names, but I
pretty
actually
impossible to
extended
know.
the filing deadlines. They all have come and passed, but I, obviously, in light of you representing yourself, I extended that, and have ordered that you file your witness list by Monday. So that's how we will address that. Do you have any other issues at this time?
Yes, I do. The statement of particulars that hasn't been responded to by affidavit. The notice of special appearance hasn't been
I
responded
direct
to.
your attention to the Barnaby decision, sir. The court's not going to be addressing that topic any further.
So what about the subject matter jurisdiction?
Sir, that's an argument that has been debunked repeatedly by the courts in the United States of America, all over the place. It is not recognized as any type of issue that a court needs to address. It is summarily denied.
Can you
Next
show
topic.
proof that it has no relevancy, Your Honor?
I direct you to the Barnaby decision, sir. All right.
Can you show proof of that,
I'm sorry?
Your Honor? Verified?
Give them what?
Can you show a verified affidavit of that?
No. All right. Mr. Brooks, the hearing today is concluded. We'll see everyone back here
So
on
you
Monday
got a
at
judicial
8:30
determination
a.m.
that
We
you
are
will
in
not
recess.
answer that question, Your
Court
Honor?
stepping off the bench.
That is.
Christine Melton was 35 years old when she died. She was found in her South Cape Coral residence, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts and leggings and a bathing suit top. Her face was black and blue. Her fingernails were broken. She had marks around her neck as she lied on the floor between her bedroom and the kitchen area of her residence. Diane Ruiz was 43 years old. She was found on an empty lot under some shrubs, under a tree, just lying there. Her nose had been broken. Her hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage had been broken. She had suffered multiple rib fractures, not only front, but also in the back. Now, what you're going to learn during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ms. Ruiz and Ms. Melton had three things in common. Both of them died on the 7th of October of 2019. Both of them had been strangled. And both of them, before they were forever silenced, the last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson. Now, the investigation into their deaths begins a little bit later on the 7th of October of 2019, midday. It begins with a 911 call from a gentleman by the name of Joshua Lukic. Joshua Lukic ran a business known as Mateo's Graphics. He describes his contact with Mr. Wilson. When he sees him, Mr. Wilson, the only thing he had on was a pair of pants. No shoes, no shirt, blood on him, and he wanted help. He was frantically looking to get out of town because he told them that he'd killed some people. He wanted Mr. Lukic's help. Well, Mr. Lukic does make that 911 call. Kind of spooked him a little bit. Cape Coral Police Department arrives on scene. They search the building. They search the exterior of the buildings. Mr. Wilson had since fled. They come across a black Nissan Versa, which is the car that Mr. Lukic says that Mr. Wilson arrived in. They look inside. They see bloodstains. They're scared. For concern of the well-being of another, they go ahead and break into that car for fear that the person whose car that is actually in the trunk of that car. They search, no one's there. They do a records check. They find out that this car belongs to a young lady by the name of Christine Melton. They also find out what her phone number is. They find out where she works. They find out where she lives. They go to these locations. She's nowhere to be found at that point in time. They contact her emergency contact that she has, a young lady by Samantha. Samantha directs law enforcement to another young lady, Christine Melton's best friend, Stephanie Johnson. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where it all begins. Stephanie Johnson was Christine Melton's best friend. They've known each other for years. They came down here from Illinois. The night before, the 7th of October of 2019, Miss Johnson and Miss Melton had decided to go out that night. They were going to go to a place called The Buddha, which is in Fort Myers. It's a live music venue. It's a bar. They left around 10 o'clock that night. They get there. They're drinking. They're socializing. They meet Mr. Wilson and another young gentleman by the name of Mr. Jason Shepard. Except Mr. Wilson was introducing himself as JR that night. So what winds up happening is Mr. Wilson proceeds to socialize with Miss Melton. And as the night winds down, the bar begins to close. their socialization didn't end there. So Mr. Shepard, Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all decide to get into a car and go to Mr. Shepard's residence on Sunbury Drive. When they get there, they all go inside. Mr. Shepard's mom's there. She's not exactly excited that, Mr. Shepard's bringing people home. It's late. Nonetheless, they go back towards Mr. Shepard's back bedroom, which leads out to a backyard. And Ms. Melton and Mr. Wilson become intimately acquainted. Ms. Shepard, or Mr. Shepard, and Ms. Johnson go out back. They're just talking, hanging out, whatever, while Mr. Wilson and Ms. Melton are getting along. There comes a point in time when they're then asked to leave. There's too much noise going on. It's getting late. Mr. Shepard's got to get up that morning. So what they opt to do is they try to get back into that car, which is a Dodge Hellcat, and it's also a stick shift. Mr. Wilson tries to get in. He can't drive that car. He's making a lot of noise. He keeps revving the engine, can't get it in reverse, can't get it to drive. They opt to call an Uber. And Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all go back to Miss Melton's residence on Tudor Drive in Cape Coral. A little bit later on in the morning, Miss Johnson has to get to work. She's got a kid that she needs to get to school. So she leaves and asks Miss Melton, "Are you okay?" Yeah, there's no warning signs, no red flags, no nothing. So Miss Johnson leaves. Miss Melton is left alone with Mr. Wilson. You know how that morning ended? Miss Melton, once again, had broken fingernails. Her face was black and blue. She had marks around her neck. She had been strangled. He then proceeds to wrap her up in some bedding, ties the bedding, ties it with her shirts, her jeans, her leggings, her bathing suit top, and tries to pull her out of the bedroom. Except at this point in time, the sun's beginning to come up. It's getting light outside. She's heavy. He wants to get rid of the body. He thinks the better of it, and then decides he's going to leave her there. He gets her keys to the black Nissan Versa. But before he leaves, he gets Miss Melton's iPhone. Proceeds to hold it up to Miss Melton's face, so that way it has a face recognition ID, so that way he can utilize the phone. He leaves in Miss Melton's car. He leaves with that phone. He proceeds to call the girlfriend that he'd gone to the Buddha with earlier that night and wanting to know where she was. He repeatedly calls. She tells him to meet her at her spa, which is located right on 1st Street. Her name is Miss Melissa Montanez. He arrives at Miss Montez's business called Mia's Spa in that black Nissan Versa. When he arrives, he makes contact with Miss Montanez. It's not nice. He's trying to pull Miss Montanez into the car. Miss Montanez tries to fight him off. He gets out. That car rolls back, hits another car. Physical altercation takes place between him and Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez isn't anything but 5'2", weighs barely 100+ pounds, soaking wet. She's trying everything she can to fend him off. Comes a point in time when he punches her in the face. Blood flies everywhere. There's also a point in time when he holds her up against the wall. His hand, so she can't move. People see this. People in the next building.
And people in the chat all over the world were saying "Save Wade Wilson," and they're spamming. Thousands of women were spamming the chat to save Wade Wilson from all over. It was crazy.
She shares this business with see this. One of the ladies was bold enough to come out and confront him. Ms. Montanez was able to get away. He thinks the better of it. He then proceeds to get back.
Rito wants to know if Moki is still here. How was dinner?
Back in that black Nissan Versa and leave. While that's ongoing, law enforcement is called. Fort Myers Police Department arrives. They conduct an investigation on the battery and assault that happened in front of Mia's spa. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilson decides he's going to go to Cape Coral. He goes over the bridge, heads over into one of the neighborhoods near Hector Cafferata Elementary School. And who does he encounter? Diana Ruiz. Diana Ruiz works at the Moose Lodge. She was a bartender there. She didn't live very far away from that particular location, so she always opted and chose to walk to work. She was wearing a light blue shirt, jeans, some black shoes. She also had a very colorful purse she was carrying. Mr. Wilson, in his black Nissan Versa, comes across Miss Ruiz. Now, we don't know exactly how Miss Ruiz ultimately wound up getting into that particular car, but if you believe how Mr. Wilson tells it, she got in willingly. But remember, Miss Ruiz had a broken nasal bone. She had multiple fractures of her ribs, and she had broken thyroid and neck cartilage injuries to her. We know that Ms. Ruiz lost her purse because it was ultimately found and turned into that elementary school. We know that Ms. Ruiz was actually in that vehicle because of the blood stains that were found in that vehicle. Because we know that DNA forensics that was conducted on that blood stain came back to Ms. Ruiz. What we learn is that we know that Ms. Ruiz was in that car. And what we know also, and that you'll learn, is that she was then taken to an area off of Northeast 4th Avenue, whereby her body was dumped. And there was a neighbor that just happened to live directly behind where her body was dumped. Didn't think anything of it that morning because he was having breakfast with his wife, and sees a car going backwards and forwards, and then ultimately winds up leaving that location. It wasn't until the next day when he sees crime scene tape all over the place and he realizes, oh, that was the one in the same car. What we know is that Miss Ruiz had been strangled. And what we also know is that she died as a result of blunt force trauma because of the multiple rib fractures. And if you want to believe what Mr. Wilson told law enforcement, was that he had driven over her repeatedly and tried to make her look like spaghetti. You'll learn from the medical examiner's office testimony that when one drives over a body repeatedly, rib fractures are likely to occur. Multiple rib fractures are likely to occur. Now, Ms. Ruiz's body wasn't found until a couple days later. But what we know is that when she was missing, there was a frantic search for her that was being conducted. Okay? And after that search was being conducted, Ms. Melton, her search was being conducted right around the same time. Mr. Wilson leaves Ms. Ruiz on that empty lot, underneath those shrubs, underneath that tree. Gets back in that Nissan Versa, he leaves, he goes back across the bridge, and he goes to a place called Joe's Crab Shack, which conveniently enough is just right across the street from Mia's spa. Law enforcement gets there, and the reason why he goes to Joe's Crab Shack is because he and Melissa Martinez were communicating. She was trying to get him to a particular location so that way law enforcement could make an arrest. So when he arrives at Joe's Crab Shack, you're also going to learn that law enforcement gets in contact with him there. He plays dumb. He has absolutely no idea as to why he's being asked about any type of battery. He doesn't know why about anything. But what he does do is he does manage to get away from the officer who had tried to go ahead and block him in. He wasn't snaking around. So he gets back into stays in his car, and then he backs out and leaves Joe's Crab Shack's parking lot. And you all know where he headed there. He heads to Mateo's Graphics. He needs to get out of town. So now we're back to where we began. At Mateo's Graphics, when he leaves, before law enforcement gets there to search that building, he proceeds to go off into a neighborhood behind Mateo's Graphics. He goes to place Northeast 1st Avenue, which is actually the residence of a young couple by the name of Fanny Amlin. And the Amlins, conveniently enough, had just left their house the day before to go to Ohio. It was empty. He'd broken in through the back. Helped himself to some food, helped himself to some clothes, helped himself to some drink. While he was there, he needed help. He calls his dad. I need to get out of town. I need your help. Send me an Uber. While that was happening, law enforcement is conducting an investigation. They knew who he was. They were researching, trying to figure out who his next point of contact would be. They'd already reached out to his dad. They needed to know where his whereabouts are. Dad tells them, he's conflicted. It's his son, right? But he starts describing what he had done. He describes it in such a way where he's bragging. He wants his dad to feel that excitement. It made his dad sick. His dad gets the address, tells him, yeah, I'm going to send you an Uber, passes that information along to the marshals. Marshals descend on that particular location. Mr. Kent Amlin and Miss Fanny Amlin are contacted and asked, hey, is this guy supposed to be in your residence? They're like, absolutely not. You give us permission to go in? Absolutely. His dad is encouraging Mr. Wilson to come outside. He finally does, subsequently arrested. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, you're going to hear from various witnesses. You're going to hear what they saw and what they heard. You're going to hear about the investigation that ensued. You're going to hear about the autopsies. You're going to hear about the crime scenes. You're going to hear about all of the admissions that he made, not only to Mr. Lukic, not only to Ms. Montanez, not only to his father. You're going to hear what he told law enforcement. And you're going to hear that when they asked him why he killed Miss Melton, he said, I just wanted to do it. And then they asked him, well, what about Mr. Ruiz? His response was, F it. Did you kill her? Already got one down. You're also going to have DNA analysis for you. You're going to find that those shirts, those leggings, a curtain rod, all the ties. DNA comes back to Miss Melton, of course. Also comes back to Mr. Wilson. That blood stain in the car, that's Mr. Ruiz. You're also going to find that there were 2 phones in that car. Guess who those were? Miss Melton's. Second one, Mr. Ruiz. You're going to have phone records. Those phone records are going to show you that Mr. Ruiz's number and Miss Melton's number were also on Miss Montanez's number in her phone records. You're going to hear the confession from Mr. Wilson about the method of the killing, ladies and gentlemen, and you're also going to hear his admission to the actual killing itself. You're going to have photos. You're going to have videos. You're going to have exhibits to examine. And when you take all of that and you put it together, the state wants you to return the only verdict that the evidence is going to support, and that is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for the strangulation and killing of Miss Melton, guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle for taking Miss Melton's black Nissan Versa, guilty for battery on Miss Melissa Montanez, guilty on first-degree murder of Miss Diana Ruiz for strangling, killing her, and running her over with that car. Asking you to also find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling, of breaking into Mr. Kent and Miss Fanny Amlin's residence. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to return a guilty verdict for petty theft, for helping himself to the food, the drink, and the clothing inside of that residence.
All right, that was the state opening for the trial, of which we'll watch more of course. All right, and how does someone do that? Like, what the f? They're so easy to manipulate it. Yeah, because they lack a conscience and they're impulsive, and it's just really hard for us to comprehend. But that is the answer. They have no conscience. They lack comprehension because they have lack of consciousness. Is what I meant to say. So it makes them go. Their minds go into very dark places, and they don't have the part of the brain to fear or to feel they're doing something bad. So they just keep doing it. So I agree with you, Mermaid. It's just completely terrible. Yeah. But as I said, we're going to, in the coming streams, we'll watch more of the Wade Wilson one. Right. Okay. So, right at this point in time, we will see what Anna has to say. They say women who take up with jail men like them, so they always know where they are, and they have no female competition. Well, there you go. I guess that's why. That's funny. Scared. I guess that's so. I guess that's true. They have no female competition. Anna, you are on a roll tonight, making us laugh. That's hilarious. That's great indeed. Let's see. Oh. I guess it would be easy to date a man in a box. Yeah, I guess for y'all ladies, it would be easy for dating someone in the box. Yeah. And they wouldn't have to worry about them cheating or going with other people. Yes, that is true. This case is nuts, indeed. Let's go here. It's a true psych diagnosis. Yeah, that is crazy indeed. Yeah, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. Okay, and it's a good point too. But Wade is bisexual, and he definitely was having prison. Oh yeah, he was Mermaid. He was doing it with the guys. There was a dude in prison. He was talking about a dude in prison, and he was doing stuff with him. Yeah. And he seemed very confident. One of those booty warriors. Oh, okay. He's talked to guys too. Yeah, I know he had prison. He did stuff in prison with men, but also now he is talking to the guys too. Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's a real. He's in everybody. Scared. Yeah, the booty warriors. Yeah, that is actually a thing. Also found out his charges and hurt women is just awful. Oh, in awful ways. Yeah. Very true. Anna said he had phone calls with gay guy, and it's sorry you're sick, but can you kiosk tonight and see ND that money? Yeah, those calls are freaking nuts. Oh, I love those calls he does. He was insane. I remember reading the transcripts of emails that he had, and that was also wild. He's mechanical laughter, so laughs about nothing. Yeah, because he doesn't really feel the emotion. No, not mechanical, but maniacal. Yeah, he just doesn't feel the emotion. He just feels his vile pride and self is what he's talking about. And said, I heard a crazy call with him and she hid drugs out for him and he couldn't find it. I was scared. Scared. Yeah, he's like a real life Joker. A real life Batman villain. Drug out to no car and tells her, why aren't you walking to jail to put money in kiosk? Yeah. Right, heartless. That's demonic. His laugh is like insanity. So annoying too. Yeah, demonic too. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Now, Anna says it was nuts. So he's dope, friend, and vicious killer. Just an all-out animal savage. Right. Yeah, that is what he is. He is like a lion eating prey. He is not a human like us. Right. He calls her back and asks, are you on your way? Yeah. Oh, there is a time with McDonald's. He was going to give people information the police information if they gave him McDonald's, and they said they gave him McDonald's, and he said all the information, and then he asked for McDonald's, and they said they have to ask the supervisor, and they couldn't guarantee it. So the dude was real stupid too. That was hilarious. I remember Capri and I were talking about that. Right, they want to happen to them. They have a strange desire, a very, darkness about them that they want that, yeah. Takes food out to no DS mouth and fun. Passion says, except this one will actually face justice instead of being unfairly committed to a shady asylum that kicks them straight back out with no treatment. Gotham is a nightmare. Very well said, Passion. Max. Gotham is a nightmare indeed. Yes, absolutely. Timu Gotham. that she has no money for keeping these, but weighed her last $10. Timu typing. All right. And they're even mothers, they're freaks and desperate for something. It's sad, so sad, and some women don't have any worth. Yeah. Yeah, kids should be removed. I agree. Definitely. Mermaid said, Pash, true, he did get the death penalty, and like we all wanted him, he would. Everyone turned on him in the end, because they all got used and signed pensions to get him the deletion death penalty. Yeah. The woman who donated is astounding. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Mermaid said, and his loser ass secretary girlfriend, I forgot her name, Jessie. Oh, I remember her. I know what you're talking about. Chick in Germany is really a headache. A head case. Oh, yeah, I remember the one from Germany. Yeah. Alright, so Anna is. She worries me to death, and she's so quiet. Okay. I'm calling them a head case, but yet, there I was. Alright. There's also a woman in Africa that was talking to him, too. Mermaid said, and Jessie was on his butt. She was deeply in love. Her voice was so annoying. Yeah, yeah. I remember watching some of it. All of us were I twin, like my dad said, you can't unsee it. Yeah, Miranda. Young Jury needs some real help. Definitely. Yeah, a train wreck from Sheen. A Sheen wreck. Yeah, yeah, hilarious. I agree, Rita. Okay. Now, at this point, we are coming to a close of the show. There's some stuff that had to get done. And so we'll be wrapping it up, and we'll continue with more. We're going to talk about the trials tomorrow that are coming up, that are going to be reviewing the new ones, and we are going to be also, on our spare time, we'll be reviewing Wade Wilson more, also. And we had an interesting day with Brooks. Okay, so Mermaid says, Anna, poor girl, everyone hated her to cause she was born. Yeah. Jessie, that's her name. She was his workhorse. He blamed her for him not getting catfished by a fake lawyer. Oh yeah, he can't take personal accountability. And he has to blame everyone else but himself. Right. Right, said it was such weird life story and death stories like ID how people are around. He's a lunatic. He also gained a lot of weight. Yes, you too, Rita. Thank you. In chat, Wade gained lots of weight, by the way, and he's like unrecognizable. It's so he really let himself go. Right, said OMG, yes, that was so crazy. How or many she was on it, I still don't know. Yeah. A lot of the ladies that he had were blocked out, also. Yeah, but I don't know, he's very manipulative. Oh yeah, he is extremely manipulative. Indeed. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Rita. We're about to go. Good night to you. Yeah, extreme manipulation. His psychopathic inclinations. Yep. Alright, so let's see what the chat. I'm going to see what his execution date is for y'all. Let's see. Wade Wilson does not have an execution date set. He was sentenced to death in Florida on August 27, 24, but his case is currently in the early stages, automatic appeal process to the Florida Supreme Court. So yeah, there's no death penalty set for him just yet. You're welcome, Anna. Yeah, he'll never get out. That's true. How someone could do what he did, it seems like it'd be hard to do it to. They usually choose weaker targets, and they have like an addiction or of an impulsion, and they think they get away with it, and it overrides them, kind of like an angry emotion, and it goes out like that. And it gets lethal. So that is what I think is absolutely the situation. They don't choose a target that can beat them up. They choose a weaker target, like as I said. I'll look into this, the dividend coming out. Let's see. Following a recent post on his Truth Social platform, President Donald Trump has proposed a 2000 dividend for Americans funded by tariff revenue. The payment would reportedly exclude those with high incomes. This dividend is a policy proposed, not a dividend from his company, Trump Media Technology Group. His social media company has not accounted a dividend. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I saw it. On November 9, 25, Trump announced that Truth Social has planned for dividend funded by tariff revenue. Funding the payment would use revenue from tariffs imposed by his administration. However, analysts and budget experts question whether the current tariff revenue is sufficient fund for the proposed payments. Yeah, that's true, Merid, yeah. Exclusions. High-income individuals would be excluded, but Trump has not specified the income threshold. Uncertainty. The plan faces skepticism, with Treasury Secretary Basant suggested that the rebate could come in other forms, such as tax cuts. Furthermore, the Supreme Court is reviewing the legality of the tariffs and revenue streams. When's it coming out? Yes, absolutely. Passion. Yes, that's true. And we have, when is it coming out? When's it coming out? There is no set date for the proposed Trump tariff dividend because it currently is a policy proposal and not an approved program or law. For any payment to be issued, the plan would require a formal approval and legislation from Congress. The idea is floated by President Trump on social media, not an official enacted government program. The congressional approval under the current law of the tariff revenue goes to the U.S. Treasury General Fund. Congress has the power of purpose. Would need to pass legislation to authorize direct payments, similar to how previous stimulus checks were approved. Timeline. Even if a bill were to be moved quickly, though Congress creating a testing systems to distribute nationwide payments would likely take months. Uncertainty. The plan faces several challenges, including questions from economists about whether current tariff revenue is sufficient fund process payments and pending Supreme Court review regarding legality of the tariffs. I'll take 2K for November, December, because that'll mean rent-free, but gotta figure out what it is. Bring it on, Trump. If he only gets it registered, Republicans, they can pull it off. And we'll see what he does. We'll see what happens. It will... The inflation is quite not the best it could be at the moment in the country. Okay. Passion said, I'll guess it will result in a $200 payment in November 2027. Yeah. It may not be what we think. It may be a little while from now. Yeah, we will see. Or maybe it'll be $100 maybe. But yeah. So that is the news about this thing that has not been finalized yet, but we'll see if it comes out eventually. Okay. I'm scared. All right. Now, let's see anything else. Yeah, we do need economic change. Yeah, that's true. All right. Good night, chat. Thank you all for coming. It was a very great day hanging out with all of you. And thank you, Passion, Anna, Mermaid, and everybody else watching, listening, lurking. I appreciate you all very much. And take care and peace.